The transfuser experience has been exceptional. It's been really, really fun.
I think transfuser is amazing. Honestly, the opportunities that it's given us to be able to do something that we're passionate about.
It's an amazing experience to prepare you for work and building up that company corporate structure.
It's the best kind of slice of the cake you can get right now, especially coming out of uni.
Transfuser was brilliant. Introduced us to some amazing people in the industry.
If you're thinking of starting an indie studio at all, this is the best way to get into it.
Started off kind of scary going from like a student, but we got funds and we made something really cool, I think.
Highlighting exactly the aspects of game development that I need to work on that university didn't.
Transfuser will give you the discipline to really build that regimented structure, making sure you hit deadlines and hit budgets on time.
The best parts about transfuser have certainly been all the mentorship and general support that we have received.
Some of the highlights of Transfuser was Games Biz Academy and listening to all the industry experts tell us about their journey through life and how they got to where they were.
Our facilitator was amazing. I think without him our game would not be where it is and our team would not be where we are.
I think the most surprising thing about Transfuser was actually the pitch event. A chance to sort of chat to a load of different people and get a load of feedback was far more helpful than I could ever imagine it would be.
When we all got to first meet up and practice pitching, that was a moment where everything lit up, and definitely like the spark in our team that I think has shown here today.
Probably my first time speaking to industry professionals properly, like networking with other people, and like now I feel like I could just pull my pitch out and do it to anybody.
I underestimated how much I would enjoy that. Running the pitch to many different people back to back was really, really invaluable and probably my favorite thing about Transfuser.
Being here at the showcase event has also shed a new light on what it means to see people playing our game and really get some of that feedback we really need.
After the 3 months of just putting in the work and just seeing what I can produce and seeing what the team can do,
and then seeing people play your game and enjoy it, it just puts a smile on my face.
Going from university, make a project, show it off, done. Now you have to know what your market is, where the business is, how are you going to get money, how are you going to survive. The learning curve is steep, but very worth it.
I've learned loads over the last sort of 3 months about my own pipelines, but also about the industry in general.
Learning all these different business aspects, searching about wages, just like getting all these docs all together. It's difficult, but very interesting.
Time management and also having to organize both the team itself, but then also having to develop the game actively.
Transfuser really gave us the experience to learn how the industry works, not just taking it from a kind of dev point of view, but also the business side, looking at how to approach developers and people in the industry and kind of sell yourself as a team and as developers.
The big jump from us as students, postgraduates, to going to basically just like business, it's like a 0 to 100 very fast.
Best thing is for me personally, it's been meeting all these other teams, playing all their different games. It's just been a great process, really.
Everyone's really lovely. We've got so much support from all the different transfuser teams. Like, it's been really nice to see. I was surprised how collaborative everybody was. Seeing the other teams and how they helped each other was like a lot of fun.
The camaraderie between all the teams and all helping each other and like doing QA testing for each other, and we've really made like some long-lasting friendships with other studios.
You've got a great experience ahead of you, and just enjoy it.
Hey, and welcome to the Transuser section of the Global Game Jam live stream. We're delighted to be with you here today. And we're just going to spend the next kind of 10-15 minutes talking a little bit about Transuser's involvement in Global Game Jam and why we're sponsoring a diversifier. But before I do that, let me introduce myself. I'm Deborah Farley. I'm Head of Talent and Outreach, and I help to coordinate the Transuser program.
And pleasure to meet you. I'm Bartosz, and I'm the program support at UK Games Fund. Yeah, and excited to be here and look forward to sharing some information with you.
Cool. So you've just seen a little bit of our promotional video about Transuser, and it's just kind of fresh and hot off the press in terms of content of what happened last year. And we're just about to start off with our program again for 2023. And for those who don't know, I'm just going to talk a little bit around about what is Transuser and what it's all about. Next slide.
Yep.
So what's Transuser? Transuser is principally a UK-based program. So unfortunately, if you are listening to us from all across the world, you do have to be in the UK and living in the UK to take part in it. But for all of you who are in the UK, we provide a framework and funding for graduate teams to work together during the summer. They can develop their own game IP and explore what it's like to set up their own games development studio. There's lots of opportunities in Transuser over the summer, and you'll have just seen some of the highlights for the teams last year. But one of the main things is that the program finishes at the end with the opportunity for teams to go and pitch for UK Games Fund grant funding, and hopefully the opportunity for us to be able to help you to continue on in commercial development of your game and your game IP.
Yes, so yeah, and we are extremely delighted to be once again, teaming up with the Global Game Jam. And for the Global Game Jam 2023, we are once again sponsoring our own diversifier, which some of you might know already. And in case you don't, here it is. It is Hidden Heritage. So yeah, that is our diversifier team. So in order to take part, you need to have your team work from within UK. And it's really an amazing opportunity to sort of, give that start to finish game development a go and see how you find it working with other people in a team with a deadline, give that a go. It really gives the possible Transuser applicants that experience they might need to actually see and find out what areas they might need to maybe improve on, what areas are working well, and how they are really liking that more industry kind of experience of working on games. So last year we had around 55 submissions. So that's 55 teams, which is amazing. And this year, hoping that we are going to get plenty more, which means more games, more teams, more content is great. I look forward to it, definitely.
Great. Probably should just say on top of that, you don't just have to be a student team to take part. If you're based in the UK and you've got a team together and you like the idea of our hidden heritage theme and diversifier, and you would like to kind of have a go at it, then make sure that you're more than welcome to take part as well.
Yeah.
In terms of why are we getting involved with the Global Game Jam, you're probably wondering, what is the context and what are the relevance? Well, apart from it being an absolutely amazing program and it's just a fabulous thing to be involved with, there are loads and loads of benefits as to why we as an organisation wanted to get involved in it and sponsor a diversifier. But before I go into some of the benefits, I just wanted to kind of point out some of the pictures that are on this slide, and also some of the information that you'll have seen in the video and also some of the slides. And it's just around about kind of highlighting the journey and the process of game devs and what happens during the process of kind of taking part in Transuser. And it's times like this at game jams and global game jams that the ideas that people come up with, games that they can go and submit in an application form. So you'll see here some of the teams last year, and this is their stands. And so they've taken an idea that they've developed perhaps at the global game jam, And they've developed it during the summer, and they've made it into a prototype that can be played and showcased off. And you'll maybe have heard some of the teams in the promotional video just talking about what a delight and fulfillment it is to see other people come and engage with this idea that started off from something on a piece of paper or at a game jam and kind of small, and then it's something that they've been able to really see into fruition and let other people play it as well. So this is all a great space for teams and individuals and companies and groups to all come together, have some fun, generate some ideas, and have that kind of space for creative and inspirational thinking. So that's definitely one of the benefits and one of the reasons that we would really encourage people to get involved and take part in the Global Game Jam, and why we have our diversifier of kind of hidden heritage as well. It also gives teams the opportunity to carry out some kind of rapid prototyping of games ideas. Sometimes, you may come up with a great idea and it's like, oh, this is awesome. And then it's not actually until you get the chance and the space to give it a try that you're like, okay, so we need to figure out some other resource, or maybe the scope's too big, or maybe we need to draw in some other people with some skill sets that, we need to be able to enable us to make this dream and this idea come alive. So that's really important in terms of when you're thinking about perhaps getting a team together, coming up with an idea, and then taking part in Transfuser. If you have the idea, you've kind of got one tick in the box in terms of getting the application sorted as well for us. So that's really helpful. And then you've had a bit of space to have a bit of test of it and see what it's like. So that can be really helpful. It's also really helpful in terms of teamwork. One of the key things that, again, you'll have heard in the video was the participants talking about working in teams, and taking part in a game jam really gives you the experience of working together in a team, perhaps finding some new team members that you've never worked with before, and it gives you the chance to really mold and bounce off one another and see, do you work well together and how things flow. So that's a couple of the benefits in terms of that. Bart, I don't know if you've got anything.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that the amazing thing about game jams is it often gives you the necessary push to just get creating, really. And as you start, you might then realize what ideas work, what don't, and what you actually really like to work on. Mm-hmm. So you really discover and learn about a lot about yourself and the people you are working with. It's an amazing opportunity. And as Deborah mentioned, the community is a great aspect. That's another thing, which is like when you form a team and you're trying to create a project, what sort of people do you need for that project? And you might have some friends that you love working with, but have a project that needs skill sets, that are outside of that group. So maybe you need to outsource, etc. So Game Jam is honestly a perfect opportunity to give it a go and just trial and error, try things as soon as you can, and fix what doesn't work as soon as you can, and iterate as you're going through it. So
also gives people the chance from outside to have a look at your work as well. So and play test your game, so they can pick up on some of the stuff that they love about your game, some things that they would maybe like to see in your game, and you can start to build a bit of a community and a little bit of a following around about what it is that you're looking to make, and see if there is an appetite out there to develop it further as well. So it gives you certainly that close to real world opportunity to ship a game as well. So that's
I mean, the game jams are great because you can't really fail. You are just giving it a go. So any wild game idea you might have that you're like not sure if it's commercial or just give it a go and iterate, see how it goes. But speaking of commercial, it's game jams are also like a perfect trial for a team that might be thinking of creating their own studio and such, because they are giving a start. They're giving an end deadline, sort of a brief, I suppose, but it's really flexible what you create. Creating something from start to finish gives you that idea how much you can do in a short time and how well you work together, and gives you a feel of the games industry, in a condensed space of time. Right. So you might be wondering, what are the next steps? You're sitting there really excited to get started and get developing. So all submissions to our diversifier, they'll be included in a short video. So you'll be able to have your game showcased. We have a community of thousands, so it will be really exciting. It's a great opportunity to participate in the Hidden Heritage themed diversifier. And yeah, we'll also be highlighting some games that we found were excelling in some areas as well. You can also view a showreel from our 2022 submissions. We had some great games last year as well. You can see those on our Twitter, I believe, over on our Twitter, which is @transfuser. So make sure to give us a follow to keep up to date with the updates on content and such. When you do upload your game to the Global Game Jam 2023, be sure to tag it with the diversifier so you're included in that pool of the Hidden Heritage game. So your game is not hidden from us per se. Be on the lookout for the 2023 showreel, and as soon as it's out, share it with whoever you want to share it with. Give yourself that exposure. It always feels good when you've been working on something and no one has seen it for weeks, and then you're like, here it is, here's where I've been, what I've been up to. So and if you are applying to Transfuser, make sure you do mention that you have participated in the Global Game Jam, because it's an amazing experience to have under your belt, and it showcases that you've already engaged in sort of like game development stuff. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I missed anything. With that being said, just good luck, have fun.
Have a great time, everyone.
Do your best.
Yeah, really excited for you all and looking forward to seeing what you all developed.
Yeah.
If you are wanting more information around about the Global Game Jam, we've got a page on the website as well. So if you want to head over there, you'll be able to check out the diversifier. There's a nice video with Bartek in it as well.
Yes, I'm starting in the video,
which announces and provides a little bit more information about the diversifier. So head over there and
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any questions.
Any questions we got? Any comments? If not, just checking. What stage do you need to be with your game or team to apply for Transfuser?
So,
that's a good question.
Whilst we're saying this is a great opportunity to get your game idea together, we have applications and we keep it very open in terms of how long teams have been working on the game. So we have some who do apply and it really is just an idea and a scribble on a piece of paper, and then we have some who use projects that they perhaps have been working on with teams or collectively in other whether it's university or maybe they're just a group of folk together who are making a game. So I would say it is a graduate program, and so if you've just graduating this year or up to 2 years, then you should be able to take part. So we will be providing more criteria in the next kind of month or so, and there'll be kind of more information coming up there, and we'll be kind of providing opportunities for you to get involved with our Discord server, which will open next month, and just to ask any questions there as well. So so that helps.
Best thing is I would probably recommend just keep an eye out on the Twitter. I think we post any updates on the program, etc., and how to reach over there. So that's great. We have a comment that is an interesting diversifier. I would agree. It's definitely. I look forward to all of the games and seeing what people come up with. I think great thing about game jams is that you always have such a vast, such different games oftentimes that it would be really interesting how they all tackle the theme. Okay, if there is no other questions.
There's one about, can you explain a bit more about mentorship and pitching in the session? So in terms of just like what we provide in terms of support and facilitation, you maybe heard that in the promotional video. We draw on resource from our community of funded companies. So each year, each team are provided with a facilitator, and this will be somebody who we try to match up potentially with location, or perhaps it's with the type of game that you're making or a genre of game or platform that you're making with, and this person will kind of get alongside you. They've received funding from us, or this company will have received funding from us, and they'll have been involved in the journey of setting up their own studio, and probably very similar in terms of have been at your stage at one point. So that provides a really great opportunity for our teams to meet somebody in the industry. They'll introduce you to their contacts and connections as well, and also provide some input in terms of, as you're creating your game, and that some of that depends as well on you and how much you want and your team want and don't want. So it's a very flexible, fluid kind of relationship in terms of how much they'll do. Some of our mentors or facilitators, we like to call them, really will do loads of play testing with our teams. Some of them will just be there in terms of helping them perhaps with preparing pitching. Some of them will be there, and they'll, like I say, introduce them to somebody, from the industry or network or that kind of thing. So it does vary from team to team and facilitator to facilitator, but that is there and set up. Also, you can apply through one of our local hubs, and that tends to be a university based in your region. Again, there's more information about that on our website. So if there's a local hub in your area, go and find out about them. They've sometimes got resources that you can tap into as well, and a local hub coordinator who can help you out there, and they're great, and I've got loads of experience and I can help you out and support that way as well. So
yeah,
hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's plenty. Well, I'm not seeing any new questions other than, are you going to jam?
We're not personally going to be jamming ourselves.
We're overseeing.
So I think it'll be a bit difficult to kind of have a look at them afterwards and do it ourselves. So, but yeah, unfortunately not this time. Maybe another time.
Maybe another time. I mean, we did. Yeah. Can you tell us about some of the success stories that have come out of Transfuser?
Sure, yeah. We've got, there's quite a lot. We are currently running a program called Dundee, which is now in Dundee. So we've got a group of 4 of our past Transfuser participants who have come we're based in Dundee in Scotland, and they've come to Dundee to do a 4-week program, and just to kind of have some further support from us. So that's been a really exciting and new kind of pilot project that we've been able to run. And so we've got 4 teams who are based there, but not only that, is we've had some of our teams who actually were based in Dundee, as we have a local hub in Dundee who can take part in the program, and they were there as well. So they've been going for around about 5 years, and a number of their staff. So there's about 10, 15 staff members up to now. So that's really encouraging to see teams who have taken part in the program and are continuing on making their game and making their game's IP and doing some work for hire and continuing on as studio. So that's just one kind of very local and recent success story that's certainly come out of Transfuser. We've got teams who have kind of gone through, who are continuing making the IP that they created with Transfuser. There's some teams who kind of go away, they'll go and set up their studio and maybe do contracting work, and they'll do work for hire stuff, and then they'll come back to their IP, or they'll maybe come and decide that the IP that they perhaps do for Transfuser, they're going to not follow that through, but they're going to use other create other IP, and then they'll come back to the UK Games Fund and apply for funding and get funding that way as well. So so we've been going for this will be our 8th year, and so there's lots and lots of great stories around about how we've helped kind of facilitate people, certainly with the goal of setting the studio. In terms of helping and supporting teams with other skills, there are numerous. We've had over, I think it's about 700 individuals take part in Transfuser, and it's just opened doors for them in terms of getting jobs in the industry, developing their portfolio, and just really giving them a boost and helping them to identify kind of what area it is that they're wanting to get into the industry. So lots of things, lots to benefit from taking part in the program.
Yeah, I think it's really amazing the way it allows. It might be an eye opener for many graduates. I feel like that it really is possible and extremely feasible when you put the work in and you do the most at the program and outside of it, and kind of throughout the program, a lot of stuff I feel like is revealed and information given to kind of show like, if you do the work and have a plan and have a great project, there is nothing like stopping people from getting into industry. It's more feasible, I feel like, than people think, and just need to stick with it. But yeah. Okay, I think that's us. There is a link to Dundev.
Yep.
Thank you so much for posting that, so you can check out the Dundev website, the most recent big project. And yeah,
that's great. Well, thank you very much for your time, and have a great game jam. And
I think people will be able to see the diversifier announcement. Yeah, feel free to watch it. I think we'll stay quiet and let you see it. And head over to transfuser.com as well. We have much more information on there, and there is more information about the diversifier itself in the video and on the Global Game Jam site and on our site, I believe, as well. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Before I do, however, let me tell you more about Transfuser itself. Transfuser is a UK-based program that provides a framework and funding for graduate teams to work together during the summer, developing their own IP video game while exploring setting up their own development studio. At the end of the program, teams have the opportunity to pitch for UK Games Fund grant funding for continued commercial development of their game. To further encourage creation of own IP video games in UK, we are once again joining forces with the Global Game Jam as we sponsor our Game Jam Diversifier. Being involved in Global Game Jam 2023 gives would-be Transfuser applicants the opportunity to flex their creative muscles within the confines of Game Jam setting. Global Game Jammers are innovative, pushing the boundaries of what can be done in a short time and refining ideas in an unparalleled way. It encourages the fun in the process of making games, unearthing the realities of the creative process and shipping something playable. It joins individuals together to work as part of a team, recognizing the value in other people's potential and contribution, and in turn helps develop a community of like-minded individuals. Having said that, it's now time to reveal the Diversifier theme, which is Hidden Heritage. You'll be required to select a local landmark or a place of cultural or historical interest. It can be fact, fiction, myth, or a legend that is close to your team's physical location within the UK, and use it as inspiration for your game ideation. The final game can be set in the past, present, or brought into the future, but it should look to raise awareness about a local regional treasure, sparking interest across a wide and varied audience. Please note that we would ask that teams only use this diversifier if they are a team based and working within UK. All submissions to our diversifier will be included in a short video, which will be showcased on our social media platforms. We'll highlight individual games to our community of thousands. We wish you a productive, creative, and most of all, fun game jam. Good luck.
Hello, 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 everybody.
Hello.
And good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are, or good night, wherever you are in the world. I'm very happy to be here with everybody on Global Game Jam 2023. And we're going to have some fun this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening, depending on where you are in the world. We are Weaver, and we wanted to say, first of all, hello. And we're excited to show you some software, a platform that is really cool and can really help game developers and game devs. So we're excited to share this with you, and hopefully you can choose to check it out and use it for the jam, and also in the future as you're building out your future games. So hi again, I'm Neville, and with me today is Matt. Matt, can you wave? Matt Sanders, and also Anthony Batt.
Hey, everyone.
Cool. So here we go. So first of all, we love games. We've been gamers for a long time and game developers ourselves. And I think that the very first game I played was over 30 years ago, and have been playing games and making games for a very long time. So the other thing that we really love besides games is we really love our home planet Earth. We like to engage with people all over the world, and that's particularly why we're so excited about participating in this event, working with game makers and working with you all, and that's why we're specifically so excited about being in this event with Global Game Jam. So thank you to our Global Game Jam hosts for having us here today, and let's dive in a little bit more. So first of all, our company name is Weaver, W-E-V-R. As I mentioned earlier, we make games ourselves. We've done all kinds of projects. We've used Unity, the Unreal Engine, and various other tools and software. In fact, some of our team members go back to the very early days of Flash, for any of you who are old enough to remember that. So we've been making games for a while. Most of us are in Los Angeles, and we travel around the world and have met with game makers everywhere. So as a company, we make this software called WVS. It's Weaver Virtual Studio. And we built this software because, especially over the last 3 years during COVID, a lot of the team members and the game makers we were working with were distributed remotely, working from home, wherever they are. And we really felt we needed a better platform, a better software, so that when we're making games together, we can all really feel like we're in the same studio, and we have the ability to work together more easily, share files, check out builds and new versions of the game, be able to give each other feedback, and all of that stuff. So WVS is, you can really think of it as a way of, it's a new kind of studio, but it's not a game studio that maybe you go into a building anywhere. It's all virtual, it's all online, and you can think of it as an easier, faster way to make your game. Okay? So dipping in a little bit further. So first of all, anyone making a game can use the software. Whether you maybe are more of an artist, or maybe you're more of an engineer, maybe you like game design, maybe you're more of a producer, maybe you're all of those things in one person. So whether you're a single dev, solo dev, or whether you're working with one other dev making the game, or you could be a large team of 10, maybe even a large studio of 30 plus 100 people that are working on a game together, our software is designed to be able to help you make your game, no matter how big or small the project is. And as as you're building your game, you can obviously continue to use your favorite game engine. Out of the box, we support Unity, Unreal, and Godot. And if there's some other special engine you use, let us know, because we can probably help you use that also. And certainly if you're using content creation apps, whether it's Blender or Maya or Substance or any, the software will also work with that. And you can easily bring your files into WVS Virtual Studio, and you can easily generate your builds. So let's talk a little bit about that next. Okay, so at a very, very high level, right, I'm going to explain what you can use the software for, and then I'm going to jump right into a demo. So only 2 more slides, and we'll get right into an actual demo of the software. But the first thing we found, right, is like when you're making a game, the minute you're more than, even if you're one person, how you organize your files, how you name them, how you keep track of different versions of those files, really actually makes a big difference. And a game gets complicated very quickly. And the minute you add a friend or another developer, you really have to start to think about not stepping on each other's files and making it easier to iterate, make new versions of the builds faster. So organization is one of the main things we solve, as well as collaboration. As I said earlier, this platform is really well designed to make multiple people working together when they're working remotely. Then automation. So automation is an interesting word. So basically, as you know, there are programs that we use frequently. Maybe you've used Dropbox, for example, as an example of a software platform where you can put stuff, you can store your files in the cloud, not just on your local disk, on your local computer. And WVS works similarly. So it's nice because you could be on your PC or your Mac, and all of your files are shared in the cloud with your other team members. And then on top of that, we also run versions of the engines. Maybe you're using Unreal Engine 5.1, or you're using the latest version of Unity or Godot. We have those engines working in the cloud. So you can very easily, as you're working and you're ready to generate a new build, you can say, okay, I'm ready to create a new build. You hit a button, automatically it gets built in the cloud. And then your other team members can see the results and check out the build very easily. And that could be and we deploy to all kinds of platforms and devices. So if you're working on a mobile game on iOS, or you're working on a mobile game for Android, it works cross-platform. We can make it very easily to get the build out to your phone. Or if you're working on a VR game and you want to deploy to a Meta Oculus headset, no problem, we can handle that too. So we make the whole process of generating builds and sharing builds easy. So when you start your project and you're starting your game jam, out the gate, if you're working on a mobile game, from the very beginning, it's all set up for you to be able to build and deploy to iOS or Android, for example. And then lastly, sharing, we also provide a facility to make it easy to share information with other friends. In fact, we have the ability to create public projects so that other jammers or other developers can see what you're doing if you want to collaborate with a large group of people that may not be directly working on your project, but you want to share what you're up to and have other people be able to check out your work. So with that, I'm going to now switch over to a demo, and we'll have time for a lot of questions at the end, but also feel free at any point in time if you want to post a question. We'll respond to it as we go. Okay, so we're going to dive into a demo next. I'm going to switch over to my PC. Okay. So at this point, I'm assuming that everyone can see the current window. Basically, I'm in a web browser, currently running Chrome, but any web browser works. And this is the web interface to WVS. So I'm currently logged in as myself. You can see my username here. And because I'm logged in as myself, I'm seeing all of the different projects and games that I'm currently working on and demos that I'm currently working on, or maybe that my friends are that they've invited me into. So we've got all different kinds of projects, some VR games, some Unreal games, some Unity projects, and each project is organized in its own. So you could be maybe working on 2 or 3 different games at the same time. It's an easy way to organize all of your projects. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is we show you the fact that we have these community projects. Now, community projects are public. They're for everybody to be able to access and share. And so there's a link here which we can share to this community project. And this is open to the public, so everyone can download these examples and experiment with them. We specifically set up a few really simple scenes in Unity as a way to show how the software works. And that's what we're going to go through today. So if you're very new to making games, maybe this is your first game, there's going to be a lot of information we're going to cover. If you're a little bit more experienced of a gamer, maybe you've made a bunch of games already, this may seem pretty simple and straightforward, but hopefully still very useful for you. So let's take a look. This particular project here is called Hello World Unity PC WebGL. And it's an example project that is a simple solar system, a bunch of planets floating around in space. And there isn't much of a game here. It's just a very simple example, but we also have some nice little pink teddy bears floating. So we'll take a look at this project in a second. But the point is, this game is now, as you can see here, I can see all of my files associated with my Unity scene that are stored in the cloud. So this is an example of a project that already exists. Later, we'll explain how you start your own project and how you upload it into the cloud to be able to share more easily. So in this case, because this particular project is designed to build for WebGL, I can go here to my outputs on the left and see that I have both a PC build, a Windows build that is happening automatically in the cloud, and also a WebGL build. So let's take a look at what that WebGL build looks like. The build is automatically dropped into a URL, a web page, and you can see it here. So let's click on it. Okay, so this is a very simple scene, as I mentioned earlier, but and you'll see a bunch of floating yellow gummy bears that are floating in space.
Neville, we're still seeing the pages. I don't think that other window showed up on the.
Oh, okay. Let me switch over. Thank you for the heads up.
No problem.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, there you go. We see the
Okay.
WebGL build.
Very good. Okay.
Good job.
So basically, I clicked, I'm going to need to switch back and forth between windows, no problem. So basically, as I was saying, the scene, the Unity file, which we were just looking at, is automatically generating these WebGL builds in the cloud, and they're instantly dropped into a web page. So now you can easily share this with your friends, and this URL here is publicly available, so you can send it around. In fact, if you actually go to this link right now, you should be able to access this particular build. So what we're going to go through now is a simple way of making some changes. So let's say we're now going to walk through a workflow of, let's say I want to make a change. I want to make those gummy bears, instead of being yellow, I want to make them pink, for example, right? So let's go through a workflow of how that would work using Virtual Studio. Switch back.
Yeah, when Nev's switching back, what we love about this workflow is that when you're working on a game or a project or a scene, and you simply just want to continually share that scene with someone that might be just bug checking it or reviewing it for a look or feel, you do your work, you run the flow, and then someone with that URL can just log in really quickly, whether they're on a phone or a laptop, look at the scene, give you some comments, and then you can get back to work. So it's a really easy way to share a build a project as you're working on it. And sometimes you get a lot of feedback a lot quicker, will make your game a lot better. So Neville, your screen's back up. You're ready to go.
Very good. Awesome. Great. So let's do that. Excellent. So we were just on the page where we were looking at the WebGL build. So let's look at some other features in the product. First is the activity stream. So maybe you're familiar with other softwares that have feeds, and you can see everybody's work being checked in. So like right now, you can see here that Soap, who's a member on our team at Weaver, was also working on the project in the last few days. But here at the top, the most recent change in the file was a change which I made just yesterday, where you can see this is the change I made to make the gummy bears yellow. Okay, so anybody on the team that's making a change, you automatically see what that check-in is and what changes that they made. The outputs, as we said, is where you can see all of the builds, all of the outputs from your game. In this case, we have a Windows build. And if I go into the Windows build, you'll see that basically you have a way of seeing information about the build. In the case of the PC build, you can download it from the cloud after it's done. So what's nice is you can work very easily and not only use the version of Unity on your or Unreal on your computer, but you can automatically have it kicked off and working in the cloud. So you can keep working in your editor, not take up your local machine, and the build is happening automatically. And you can, every time you make a change, it automatically happens and you can see the result. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, and one thing which I will say, the word flows here refers, this is a little bit more of a technical step, but the flows they refer to the process that is being run in the cloud to make that happen. So you can have as many of these different kinds of flows as possible. We're going to skip over some of the details, but there's some really cool documentation about this stuff. If you're interested in learning more, this is a really powerful tool that can make it easy for you to, for example, not only do builds, but you can do renders. So if you want to quickly render out a little turntable of your character or some renders of your environment or some still frames, you can do that fairly easily and share those outputs with your teammates or anybody that's checking out your game. Okay. The next piece is version control. So you may or may not be familiar with version control. One of the more popular version control programs out there is called Git. You may have heard of GitHub, for example, which is a platform that uses Git. And WVS also uses Git. And most people creating software in the world use Git, not just games. And Git is really powerful, but also quite complicated and a little bit tricky for beginners to use. So we've tried to make it a lot easier to use Git. But what's nice about it is every time you make a change, basically, it keeps track of your changes automatically. You don't have to worry about renaming a file, spooky character, number 1, number 2, number 3. It automatically keeps track. And you can go back to older versions easily and then go back to maybe a later version you had done. And that's all managed through you being able to see the files on the cloud and the notion of commits, where you're making a change and you're committing it versus pulling it from the cloud. And we can spend a little bit more time going through that in more detail. In the next section, in the Q&A section, I'm just going to do a quick overview and we'll come back to these details in a second. You'll see for a particular project, besides the files themselves, And you can obviously drill into this. For those of you familiar with Unity, you'll probably recognize this folder structure where you can go into the assets and you can see the scenes, and you've got your various Unity files here, etc. Next thing I'll point out really quick is we've got also a very simple issue tracker. So when you're making your game, especially as the game gets more advanced, you want to keep track of maybe a bug you encountered because you want to come back and fix it later, or you want to leave yourself a note or leave a note for your artist friend or engineer friend that's working on the game. And so the built-in issue tracker is really great. You don't have to use a separate system. There are a bunch of other systems out there that you can use, some more advanced ones you may have heard of, like Jira or things like that. This is all built in. So like in this case here, I've got a little issue that says, hey, check out the README file. It's a little reminder. I can leave a note for my teammates, and you can add comments and things like that. Here's another one which says, hey, download the desktop client, which we'll do in a second. We also have, and it's kind of cool because you can add photos here. You can maybe any bug reports, you can just add them and keep track of all of that as you go. We also have a very simple wiki that's built in, which is also really nice to document your work as you're going, and you can create as many wiki pages as you want. And you're getting all of this, by the way, for free. When you're using, as you're using this, we'll talk about the pricing a little bit later, but essentially it's free for 90 days. And if you choose to continue to use the software past 90 days, we'll go over the pricing in a little bit. But it's very, very cost effective. And if your project is small, it's free for forever, effectively. We'll get into that in a second. The last thing I wanted to show really quick is you also have the ability to add members to your team. So it's very easy to be like, okay, I want to invite, Jack or Anthony. And so as jammers, when you sign up for the software, you can also work together and you can invite each other to your project. And that way you can see what's going on. You can contribute to the project, do check-ins, and so forth and so forth. And it's nice because you can set different access controls, which means maybe you want to share your project with a friend who's just playtesting. You don't want to give them access to your source code or your source assets, but you do want them to get the build, to check it out and give you feedback, and maybe even send you back some comments. So, but maybe with your engineer or with yourself, obviously you've got full access to the repository, to the file system where all of these files are stored. Okay, very cool. So now that we've had a little bit of an overview, I'm going to take maybe another 5 minutes or so to show you an example of going through the process of making a change in your game and seeing how our software works. And then after that short 5-minute demo, in about 5-7 minutes, we'll open it up for more questions. Okay, so here we are. As I was saying, this is a public project. I'm going to go back to the top level so that you can see here what's going on. And so anyone can go through this workflow. And here's actually a nice little documentation page to get you started, which I'm going to, Matt, if you could drop this link. And this is the public page, or maybe I'll just do it because maybe it's just as easy for me to do it.
Yeah, I dropped the docs.wvs.io, which is the root of our documentation. But
yeah, this is also another link, which is kind of handy. This same information, by the way, is also directly in the project itself. So when we look at, if you go to the README file here, see, there's a full explanation of what you need to be able to try this out. What kind of computer you need to run on, what version of Unity. And again, I'm only using Unity as an example. This also works with other engines, as we mentioned. But we'll go through a little explanation of version control. For example, if you're already familiar with Git, maybe you already have your own Git client that you like to use. Maybe it's the GitHub client or SourceTree. You can continue to use that too, because it's interchangeable with WVS, which is really nice. Anyway, so this is the flow bit, the bit about flows. But I also wanted to share that that document with you, just so that you can have it handy as well, any time that you need it. Okay, so let's go through the workflow of making a change. The next thing I'm going to do is show you our desktop client. So in addition to this web interface, we have a desktop client which you can download, which is really easy to use for artists and non-technical people. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to change my screen to share that tool. Okay, so here we are. This is a desktop client which runs on PC or Mac. It's basically a way to locally manage my files locally. So these are the projects which I've synced to with the files that are in the cloud. And I'm currently in the same project here, Hello World Unity, that we're looking at. So I'm synced to the exact same project. In fact, when I click on this little folder here, icon, it brings up the files of my project that are on my local, directly on my local computer. So these files here match exactly, are synced with the files in the cloud where we were seeing them earlier through the web browser.
So you wouldn't see it on his screen currently, but it popped up a file browser of your OS.
Oh yeah, exactly. I wish I could share my whole screen. Unfortunately, that piece is not working. But I could quickly switch it over. That's easy enough. So what I just did was this, right? So basically I just popped up. This is not too exciting. We've all seen a PC Windows file browser before, but the point is these are the files that are locally for my game project. So you can see my assets, my scenes, etc. Okay, so okay, let's switch back to the desktop client.
You're becoming a master at switching screens.
Yeah. I went ahead and shared another link too with some of our documentation about other Git clients that you can use as well, because a lot of people have kind of their own preferences nowadays too.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. So, okay. So you'll see, first of all, that there's this notion of main. So when you're building your game, you very often will want to consider having different branches, which are basically different versions of the game. So you might have a version called where you're developing it and making changes all the time. And then you want to make a copy of that. That's called maybe your final or your production, right? Or the line where you're being very careful. It's only very small changes because it builds and it's your last known good version of the game, so that you can easily go back to that. So branches is a very important topic when you're building your game. If you're new to it, you'll eventually run into it, because as your games grow and become more complicated, you'll need to do branches. The point is we can manage branches. And let's go through and I'll change. So when you're making a change, one of the things that's really important is to keep track and be able to know what changes you've done. So here, I'm going to start a new change. Let's say I want to change the gummy bears from yellow to a different color. And as you can see here, I've got files in my file system. We have this notion called locking, where I can lock a file. If I'm working on a certain character or a certain part of the game, I may want to lock those files so that somebody else working on the game at the same time doesn't change it and doesn't step on my work. So this helps you deal with managing those kinds of things. And here we'll just say we're going to be working on the bear. and I'm going to start a change list. So starting a change list is basically saying, I'm making a note to my friends that I'm working with on the team. I'm about to start making some changes in the game. So I'm going to go to my scene file now, and I'm going to switch over, and I'm going to fire up Unity. And I'll switch my screen to that so you can see that. Okay, here we go, finally. So now we're inside of the Unity file itself. And here it is running. I've gone ahead and selected the little gummy bears object that's over here. And it brought up my inspector with all of my properties. And we'll just do a very simple change, as we were saying earlier. Maybe we'll make them pink. Effectively, that's the only change I want to make really quick. Okay. So when I save this file now, and I go back to my editor, stop screen, present. Yeah, I am really getting good at this screen share changes here. Okay, so we're back in. Now notice, because I saved the new version of the file, automatically here, it's showing me that this file was modified. My material file associated with this program was modified. And so the WVS is tracking and detecting changes which you're making, because now if your friend is also working on the scene file, you want them to be able to have access to your change and see the result. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and give this a name. I'm going to just say that I called it pink, and I'm going to commit the change. And you'll see here, it's going to push the change list. So push is basically the word. It's going to take the change you made locally, push it up to the cloud, and that way anybody that's working on your game with you can see the result and have access to it as well. So the other thing that's happening now is WVS, the software, is set up that when you make a change, and it could be a much more complicated change than the one that we just made, obviously, you can continue working in your editor, but while you're doing that, it's generating a new build. And maybe if it's a mobile game, it's generating the build, deploying it to test flight or to Android, and it will tell you when the build is done while you continue working. Okay, so I'm now going to go back to the browser, and we'll take a look at, there's this little world icon here. When you click on it, it's now opening up the browser. So I'm going to switch to that next.
I just shared another document while he's doing that about kind of the overview of flows and how those work. It's basically kind of our containerized CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous development, continuous deploy, whatever you want to call it, system that's modular and allows you to share units of automation.
Okay, this is really tricky. Can you still see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, I seem to have popped out of.
You've hit your limit of screen sharing.
Of screen shares, I think that's probably what happened. Let's quickly go back here. All right. Okay, we're back. All right, so if I now come back, now that we're back here, okay, so I come back and I see, I'm jumping to the activity stream here, and you'll see there was a check-in that just happened called pink. So that was the change that I made, and people can see it now. So this was the one I made yesterday. This is the one I just did now. And if we go to outputs, we should see that a new build is kicked off in the cloud. And sure enough, here is the Windows build, and here's the WebGL build, and they're both running right now. And when these builds are done, I'll be notified. Everybody on the team will be notified, and you can see the result. So it took a bit of a while to kind of go through that, but you can imagine if you're actually doing this in real time as you're doing your jam, you've got a couple of different people working together on the project, or you're working alone. As you're doing your work, all of this is being kicked off, and it's nice and smooth and fast, and you can get a lot of iteration. So here in this case, the Windows build is complete. So I could go into the Windows build and download the artifact, and down here I'm downloading the Windows zip file. This could have been, instead, if this was a mobile game, for example, like I said, or a VR game, it could have, instead of downloading it, it could automatically push it up to your alpha channel, perhaps on your Quest device, or whatever the case may be. Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I think the big news there for most of the jammers, if you're building an Android game for your phone or your iOS phone, what Neville just demonstrated would actually, every time you're doing a build, will actually get it onto your phone a lot faster. You won't have to do a lot of side loading or hacking. And that's kind of like, will speed you up, whether you're a solo dev or you have a team, or you're trying to get builds to someone who's testing your app. That whole process Neville just went through was pretty quick. But the cool thing is it just gets to your phone a lot faster.
Indeed. So the other thing, the last thing I wanted to show before we open it up for questions, is here you can see that if we go into the WebGL build, and outputs, I'll switch my screen.
We should have an award for you, Nev, on switching screens so many times in one session.
That's okay, all good. Anyway, I mean, we're pretty much out of. I'm actually over, so I think I'm just going to pause here, and we'll open it up for questions at this point in time. So I'm going to actually stop sharing, and
good job, Nev.
Go from there. Okay, awesome.
Hi.
Hi, mac and cheese, please.
Hi. This looks incredible. Oh my gosh. The whole time I was able to follow through. I knew what you were doing. It's so easy. You made it so easy for devs to just jump in and start working together, which is what a game jam is all about.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So tell me about maybe some features that you didn't go over that some devs might not even know they needed.
Good question. Yes, I think probably an obvious one would be a very simple thing. Okay, so let's say you want to do connect, make some changes and being able to commit them, right? The first thing you're going to need to do is create a secure connection, right? There's this thing called SSH, which you may or may not have heard of. But it's like even the most basic thing, like before I can commit a change, you need to go through a secure authentication step. And as a dev, like you get excited about jumping in, doing something in Unity, and now you're trying to actually get that work over to your teammate or actually build a game for real. And right there from that very first step, it's complicated. How do you set up SSH? How do you have got to go to multiple sites, download an SSH, figure out what SSH keys are. There's a public key and a private key. And like, what are you talking? It's complicated stuff and very easy to make a mistake. So you have to copy and paste these keys, which are these long strings of, so those kinds of things, right? We didn't have to do any of that because it was built in. So part of what WVS does is it takes care of that SSH step for you. Wow. And you just enter your email name, you log in, and when it logs in, it authenticates securely. And all of your team members are working securely. So you've saved probably, I don't know, it takes me sometimes like a couple of hours to get my SSH set up properly, you know, and I've been doing this for a while. So that's an example of something which you kind of don't even realize maybe that you're going to have to do, you're going to encounter it. And we're trying to kind of take care of the things, of the hurdles we know you're going to hit before you hit them.
Sure.
Yeah. As an extension to that too, just even the project setup process. I mean, you only do it once, but it's typically one of the, you know, most pivotal points of you know, starting your game is just kind of making sure your setup is correct and making sure you're not going to run into a bunch of conflicts later on down the road when you're using source control and things like that. So we've actually included starter templates, for example. So if you're using Unreal or Unity, you can actually create those templates right from the website. We also have a nice CLI that allows you to very easily do an import process as well, which basically sanitizes kind of your Unreal or Unity. It actually sniffs out and it knows which one it is, and it's able to add particular configurations that's very standard for those types of workflows. Because traditionally game development, you know, it kind of was lacking and lagging behind in using Git. We were using, you know, centralized source control like Subversion and Perforce and things like that, which can be expensive or cumbersome in certain ways as well. Which, you know, we've solved a lot of those problems as well, which I think is really nice.
And I'm sharing now referring to what Matt was just saying. So in the Get Started section, we've got some very easy documentation you can follow to basically learn. There's some tutorials, and then when it comes to actually you know how you can fork, start with one of the example projects. But then specifically when you're working on your own game, and you want to configure your own project, we make it very easy for you to start with maybe starting with a blank project. We have the right template of whether you use Unity or Unreal, or you can import your existing work. So maybe you already you've already started a Unity project or an Unreal project. You've got some files on your local file system, and now you want to start using the software, WVS, to build more easily. We show you how you can kind of import those files easily into WVS, which moves them up to the cloud like you were using Dropbox, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, that's so great, because I was going to ask at what point in the dev process are these tools maybe more helpful, but if it seems like from the beginning, from the middle, maybe you're more towards the end. If you're hiring someone and you're like, I need help, here's my files, you know, it really does seem like anyone could jump in at any point, correct?
Absolutely.
That's a really good point, actually, because what you said is exactly true. So we found this ourselves. You know, you're trying to put together a quick demo or a new build, and you realize you need to either bring a friend on to help you for a few days to create an animation, and so you want to be able for them to be productive right out the gate. So you can invite them to the project, they sign up, and it's all set up for them. So they can check in their animation file, export the FBX from Blender, drop it in. Everybody else on the team has it, and you're good to go. We do encourage people to start from the beginning, though, because it's just you're going to run into pain. So the sooner you start and the sooner you've got these automated builds, the more often you're seeing your game.
Sure, the better it is.
And playing it. So the more you iterate, the better your game's going to get. Even if you're the only person playtesting it.
If you have a friend that wants to see the game that you're working on, you could just add them, and then they can actually just look at WebGL builds, or if you could add their phone credentials to one of our flows.
Sure.
Your friend who might just be following along that wants to see it and give you critiques, they'll get it. So it's like, it's really powerful for that.
And I also noticed that you, within like the team members that are invited to the project, you have tools that allow people to add critiques and add notes about certain things. You're like, oh, why did Jeffrey do that? And then here's a note about the change that was made.
Yeah, absolutely. There's like the issue tracker that he was talking about. For one, that's kind of more of a live kind of, you know, event of things that you guys are commenting on. There's also just pull requests is also another very powerful tool. It's a way to kind of reviews and stuff remotely on each other's time, you know, asynchronously, which is really nice. so you don't have to kind of go through any kind of clunky review mechanisms. And then there's also wiki pages as well, so you can kind of give somebody just a full wiki rundown of what to do. And then Nev showed, just like kind of on a lot of the other social coding platforms, when you first land on the project page, when you scroll down, there's always a standard readme.md file, a markdown file, that you basically just kind of give everybody the rundown of how to get started with this project, what's it about, and that sort of thing.
Sure. Something I did notice there, and we had talked about it too in the presentation, how you can revert back to old changes. So maybe something is maybe a little game breaking, or I don't really like that change. Are the previous, or I guess the current changes above the one before you revert? When you revert, do those go away? Or if you're like, oh no, actually I like the way it was before, can you revert back?
Absolutely. That's the big win with version control. It's kind of like a time machine. You can move your slider back in time and say, oh no, I want to go that way, no, I want to go that one. And it keeps track of all of that for you, and you can pick and choose. That's probably one of the biggest advantages of using the software, because it also gives you some freedom. Like, you want to try a bunch of stuff. You don't want to be, it's like, I want to try a version that's this way, or bigger, or smaller, or that, and it encourages you to try different versions, knowing that you've got the comfort and safety that you haven't lost your work, easy to go back. You can just revert it, jump to the next one. And every team member can be doing that independently or as a group. Yeah.
So one person, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just going to say that's the power of kind of Git being the underlying technology behind that, because you can actually locally you can make as many branches as you want. You don't even have to push those to collaborators if you're just kind of fooling around with things and just trying to iterate. If you do want to actually push those, you can push as many branches as you want, so people other stakeholders that are reviewing your content can actually be like, oh no, I like the green one, or I like the way this one works. So there's a lot of freedom there.
I think that's so wonderful. So, like, if Nev is working on a project and he reverts back a little bit, it doesn't affect the current project that maybe Matt's working on. Wow. That's really powerful, especially in a game jam environment when you're constantly testing, constantly figuring out, do I want it to go this way? Maybe I wanted it to go that way. And when time is of the essence, you're not wasting all this time to figure out how you got it to look that one way.
Absolutely. And getting back to another way, you're like, oh no, I don't like it this way. I want to get how I had it before. Oh, I can't find out how I got that. That's always frustrating when it comes and with the more kind of active development that you have in games and interactive applications, iteration is key, because you don't always know how it's going to feel until you actually play it. So
absolutely. Something else that caught my eye, there was a page that you showed, Nev, where it had a bunch of fails and passes on some of the tasks. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, great question. So very often when you're making these changes, things break. You make, bugs get introduced either, and most of the time you actually don't know why something stopped working.
Sure.
Right. And very often that becomes a problem. It's like, oh shit, I broke the build, or who broke the build? Who checked in something, like, we're trying to get this game done. Somebody just checked something in and it broke, right? So you kind of have to expect that's going to happen. You want to make failing normal as part of the process. It's not really failing. You're trying something and it didn't work. It's just the nature of making games. And so the pass fail is simply that you submitted a change, it kicked off a build in the cloud, and there was an error of some sort, and the build didn't happen. So then you can click on that, you can go in and see the log. I think someone just said that the penguins break all the builds. Yeah, it's true. You never know whether it's penguins or... So that's what that's for. And it's nice to have that history too, because you can say, oh, that particular build broke and you can see what happened. You see what the log is, make a change, submit a new one.
It's also great
that's
seeing
what
it.
it's for.
It's also just great seeing it visually. Because
Yeah.
oftentimes, if you're really in a hurry and you're just trading Slack messages, who broke the build, when did it break? Like just going to one page and seeing and stepping back, because when you're trying to trap a bug, it's really important you don't go too far back. You just kind of
Sure.
go back where it was. So visually, we're showing that it sort of solves the problem for you pretty quickly.
Yeah, the other
Yeah.
kind of cool thing, and this kind of goes back to when you don't know you need something,
Yeah.
is basically, you can have multiple builds running in parallel as well. So if you're making a change, you break the Linux build or whatever, iOS build or Android, whatever it may be. If you've got multiple builds running to kind of sanitize and check yourself, then you don't have to kind of keep switching back contexts. I know in Unity, for example, when you try to switch between platforms, it takes a long time because Unity's got to chug through all the content, rebuild the caches and things like that. And really, we're saving a lot of that time right there because none of that's happening on your local. It's all happening in the cloud on our machines that we provision dynamically.
Wow.
So there's a lot of power there too, just to kind of iterate and make sure you're not breaking other builds. You also have full control of the flow system. You can author your own flows. I put up a comment earlier, a link to our flow documentation where you can actually have per project flows versus, and that actually lives in your project. It lives in your source control and it's versioned, which is really important too. So you don't have this separate CI/CD platform like Jenkins or, something along those lines, Team City that you need to keep in sync with your game. It actually just stays in sync with your game because it is part of your game.
Wow. That right there is just reason enough to give it a try, right? Because if you're, the difference between Android and like iOS is that there's a lot going on, and the fact that you can work on it and still see both without all of that time wasted just waiting is just key.
And
It's key.
sometimes developers are working on a Windows box and they don't have a Mac. They don't have a MacBook
Sure.
Pro or something like that. We actually provision Macs in the cloud that you can actually run it on and do the builds and iterate. And one thing that I actually like taking advantage of too, because I'm on tons of projects all at once. I'm helping customers on projects and things like that. I don't always have the space to download every single project, so I can actually iterate on the web too. The web actually has a built-in IDE that you can actually look at your files, and if it's a text-based file, you can change those files right on the web, make a commit right from the web, watch the process go, and then see if the build passes, fails, etc. Just right from there. So it's a nice iteration tool there.
Yeah,
There's a couple.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. But there's a couple of quick things I want to say before we wrap up. Go ahead.
Sure. I was going to say you have a desktop client and you have the web client. Are there any differences or things that one can do that the other can't do, or they're just exact same, just different?
That's a good question. I would say that the web client is actually going to be a lot more verbose. There's a lot more you can do in the web client. There's all the power of the collaboration built in. The desktop client right now is kind of at its infancy with us right now. The tool is built to be as simple as possible. You don't have to go through the SSH handshake and all that stuff that he was talking about up front. You're really just pulling and pushing, and you're keeping it really simple. But we also support any other Git tool as well. So we oftentimes will recommend like SourceTree, for example, GitHub, GitHub Desktop, different things like that people might be more familiar with too. It's all a matter of your workflow, and everybody can pick a different workflow if they really want to as well. We do encourage that at a studio level, you typically would kind of set something, or at a project level, you would set kind of like, this is the standard we want to kind of follow. And then, but anybody, on their local could pretty much iterate however they like. And then that includes an extension, the web IDE as well.
So with the web version, say I'm working on my home desktop and I'm chugging away, but then I'm going on a vacation to the Bahamas and I bring my laptop with me, but I got to work on vacation a little bit. Can I then use the same desktop link browser on my laptop and it's all just there? My project is there.
I've had to do it on my phone at times. So
Wow.
Sadly, you'll be working on it in the Bahamas with your
No,
laptop.
The cool thing about Git too, the really neat thing that I like about Git a lot versus centralized source control is it's built to be distributed. So you can be on a desert island that doesn't have internet and you can work on your game. And then when you come back to the States, then you can push it and pull and fetch and start the collaboration process all over again.
Wow. Wow, that's so powerful. That's so powerful.
One thing I wanted to say really quick as well is that where WVS is free for jammers to use for the duration of the jam and all the way through the next 90 days.
Wow.
So, and what's nice about that is that you can have plenty of time to start your project, get it done, use it. And then if you want to continue to use the software, it's actually very cost effective. In fact, if your project is less than 5 gigabytes, it's free forever. So you can continue to use it and not worry about that. Once your project gets big and you're past the 90 days and you're finding this is a really useful tool for you, there's pricing information on the website. It's really cost effective. Most teams end up paying just a few dollars a month. It's really not that expensive. And you're getting a lot of capability and functionality, which other platforms out there, even GitHub, doesn't provide out of the box. All of the automated builds, the setting up of the engines for you in the cloud. That's very unique to the software, which is why we're so excited to share it with jammers.
Plus, we're like a community of game makers. So it's like when you're starting to use our software, the three of us are behind the software and we're there to help you with your questions, because we know it's hard. You want to focus on building your game and not really focus on all the other stuff.
Yep.
So we have a robust sort of support and Discord and community that will help you with your game. And that's a big deal. So we're really purpose built for gamers. And we want to see them all kind of start building games and have fun doing it.
Yeah, have fun with your passion projects.
Yeah, help build standards in the industry and things like that too. Like, it's traditionally been very cryptic. Everybody has their own kind of built in here type solutions for different processes and things like that. And really anybody can leverage those types of technologies. You just need to kind of have access to them. And that's what we're trying to do too, is a lot of that is democratizing some of those types of tools and workflows and knowledge, so everybody can kind of, hit the ground running. So.
Yeah, man. Speaking of hitting the ground running, do you have any roadmaps? What do you guys have planned for the future, if you're able to speak to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's we've got a lot of requests for people who really want support for consoles. So we're making a couple of tweaks to be able to build your Xbox or PlayStation game and be able to iterate on that. Pixel streaming is super popular. People making games in Unreal want to just have the stream go straight to your browser. So we're doing that. And a bunch more other fun stuff, but we're almost out of time. So, but we are going to have, if you once you join, you'll see we have an issues tracker, a public issue tracker, where we're listing out all of anyone that's using the software. This is public, can see all of the work that we're doing, all of the bugs we're fixing, all the features we're implementing, and that's publicly available. So the roadmap's public, and everyone can see what we're up to.
Ooh, so exciting. Well, you did mention that the jammers, they get to use software for free, and then the next 90 days. Is there a code or anything that they need to put in to get the version that the jammers are going to be able to use?
Great question. So that was going to be my last and most important thing. So right now, when you sign up for WVS.io, if you go to the website, WVS.io, and you say get early access, you're going to enter a little bit of information, including your email address, and we're going to let you in. And we're going to know that you came through the Global Game Jam, and we will, you'll be basically allocated in the system to know that you're on the 90-day free program. So there isn't a different version you have to do or anything. But when you first sign up, we'll let you in. We're going to list you in, and you're all set. Then you can sign up, you'll receive an email, sign up, and you can get going. And you can go through the exact example that we showed today, where you can work with that Hello World example or get your project going out the gate.
Wonderful. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in and talking to us about Weaver. Great tool, and just in time for tomorrow's big announcement of what the theme is going to be. Well,
Super
thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Pat.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
That was so exciting. I love talking to Weaver. We're going to be talking to many, many more people coming up today. Don't go anywhere. The Global Game Jam Prep Week is just starting this morning, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And tomorrow, big announcement. What is the theme for the Global Game Jam 2023? I don't know. Tim won't tell me. I've tried many times. It's tight-lipped. He won't tell me. So you have to find out tomorrow. I'm excited. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Chris from Panavox, and I'm here to introduce our no-code interactive story creation sharing platform, Richcast. I work for the Oliver Twins and Neil Campbell, and together they've all worked on a bunch of games, with the Oliver Twins being responsible for Dizzy way back in the 80s. My personal skill sets include game design, experience design, and interactive narrative design. I also taught architecture. I spent a lot of time in academia as a lecturer, and I'm also currently a final year student finishing off my PhD, which is in user experience through the lens of cultural heritage, which, as I'm sure you know, cultural heritage having loads of cool stories that need to be told, interactive experiences to be designed for telling them. I've recently found myself at this wonderful company, Panavox, in the games industry, which has been an experience unto itself. See, Richcast is a lovely platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. You can use voice or buttons as inputs. There's a library of AI voices to support your project, and you can include your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on the desktop right now, with the mobile application coming out soon. We're just going to take a deeper look into what Richcast can do in this video right here now.
Hi, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at Panavox, where we've been developing Richcast. Richcast is a brand new form of entertainment that allows creators to build exciting, interactive content without any prior knowledge of coding or programming. Richcast uses a simple drag and drop interface, meaning anybody can build a game, an interactive story, quiz, educational tool. In fact, the possibilities are endless. Creators are free to let their imaginations run wild, whilst players can access each title via desktop or mobile and control the action with either their voice or by using on-screen buttons. The unique aspect of Richcast is that you can quite literally have intelligent conversations with your characters and your creations. Richcast is bridging the gap for those wanting to create their own games and interactive content, but who don't want to have to learn coding. So let's take a closer look at how Richcast works. Here's the Richcast editor. As you can see, very, very simple. The system works in the same way a flowchart would. Each tile represents an action, and all the creator needs to do is link them all together. So the first thing we're going to do is drag a visuals tile into the project. After all, the player needs something to look at. This is used to import pictures or video, and using an intuitive system, you can work with multiple layers to create animations and movements. As we all know, music and sound effects really do make a story's believability. Dragging an audio tile into the workflow will allow the creator to upload their own music or sound effects and customize these with a variety of options, including reverb, distortion, panning, pitch, and volume. Next up, we're going to add a speak tile to the project. Using a unique text-to-speech system, all the creator needs to do is type their text into the box, which will then be read back in an AI voice during the story. Richcast uses over 150 actors, which can be customized to suit the character. Creators also have the option to upload their own voice clips, which can be done with a few mouse clicks. One of the most important things in any Richcast project is choice. We want players to feel a sense of freedom and that they are controlling the story themselves. To do this, we have the aptly named choice tile. Integrating this into the project allows the story to reach a point where the player can make a decision about what they want to do. This can be as simple as a yes or a no. Using Richcast's voice recognition system, choices can be as complex as the creator likes. Let's say your story begins in an empty room. How are you going to get out? The door? The window? Maybe the player needs to look under a table to find a key. Richcast uses a keyword system to pick up on the player's speech and influence the storyline and instruct the characters from there. The possibilities of choice are limitless, and this is how we've crafted Richcast to allow players to have a conversation with their characters. For example, a character could ask you how you are feeling. Using choice tiles, you could respond in a number of ways, but however you decide to respond will affect how the character reacts. Lastly, we have one of the most important tiles in the Richcast interface, logic. Logic allows Richcast to have a memory by setting variables. Variables are things that can change in the story. This could be the fact that you found a relevant item, it could be that a character remembers they've met you, or it could be used to trigger an event. Let's go back to our previous example. You wake up in an empty room, but you need a key to unlock the door. When you find the key, a variable can be switched on so that next time you interact with the door, you're able to open it. Logic can be used in hundreds, if not thousands of ways, whether it's remembering a score in an interactive quiz, changing the way a character responds to the player, or used as a way of creating multiple story endings depending on the choices that the player makes in the game. We've also included several other options such as pages to help organise projects in a page system, junctions to avoid overly complicated projects, and comments which act as sticky notes for creators. Richcast can be used collaboratively with multiple creators able to access each project. Once a project is finished, the creator simply hits the publish button and the project will go live for anyone to enjoy. Of course, before publishing, creators will want to test their project. Richcast includes an intuitive test mode, meaning creators can ensure their project is complete, fully working and entertaining before it goes live. Entering test mode will produce a preview of the project, which can either be viewed in landscape or portrait depending on how the project has been set up. Creators can choose to play from the start or at any designated point in their story, with an option to trigger variables to allow testing of multiple routes and scenarios. Test mode also has a handy function to help creators predict any potential causes of running issues they might want to fix before hitting the publish button. Now let's take a look at Richcast for players. So we've been working with writers, artists, sound designers, and voice actors to create a diverse catalogue of interactive titles. One of the first is Sherlock Holmes and the Eminent Explorer. Playing the part of the world-famous detective, you'll need to interrogate suspects and find clues as to who murdered Sir William Blanchard. But what makes this title unique? Well, you need to follow your own line of questioning, gather evidence, and then present this at the end and see if you can deduce who the killer was. Far from a linear story, Sherlock Holmes gives you the chance to play an active role in solving a murder, using your initiative and cunning to find the answer. Let's take a look at the title using AI voices.
Dr. Watson burst into the cozy sitting room of 221B Baker Street, and there you were.
Where would you like to go next?
Okay, let's go to the bedroom. As we mentioned, voice clips can be easily uploaded and assigned to a speak tile as well. The really exciting aspect of this is that anyone can play a part in their title. In the past, casting voice actors would involve sourcing expensive talent, hiring a studio, a sound engineer. Richcast skips this and lets anyone integrate the voices into their story. We've built a vibrant community of creators at Richcast, many of which have written and published their own titles. 911, What's Your Emergency is one of these. Playing a part of a 911 operator, you'll need your wits about you to help save Penny, a stranded caller who is reporting some thing breaking into her house. Following her progress with a series of images sent to you through your mobile phone, you'll need to instruct her on how to escape her home and reach safety. Depending on how you do this will result in different endings. 911 What's Your Emergency is an absolutely thrilling title with excellent replay value. Of course, Richcast can be used in a more humorous way, as we see when we're introduced to the story with a series of warm-up calls.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, hello. I wish to report a noise complaint.
Who is calling?
My name is David Miller. I live in Westview, 124 Cherry Tree Road. I swear, if I find beer cans on my lawn tomorrow...
Okay, sir, what's the problem?
Some punk kids are having a party on their front lawn. They're keeping the whole street up, and I've got work tomorrow.
I'm sorry, sir, this isn't an emergency.
Seriously? This is where my tax dollars go? Screw you.
The caller is hung up.
London's Calling is a title that's really used the Richcast toolset to maximum potential. The story puts you, a police officer known as Rookie, against the Raven, a twisted psychopath who has placed bombs all around London. Your job? To defuse them. But you need to be careful, as one wrong move and the bombs will go off.
Why are you targeting London?
So how are you going to stop them? Well, the Raven sets a series of puzzles that you must complete. Failing to do each one will result in a bomb going off. This is a really gripping title that features puzzles, riddles, and more that the player needs to overcome to be able to progress. The officer in charge is Chris Davis, and how you perform reflects how she behaves towards you. Let's take a quick look at one of the puzzles in action.
Now we move on to the main event. Before you, some bombs containing a maze of train tracks. All you have to do is navigate the model train through the maze, reach the other side safely, and the bomb will be disarmed.
As we've mentioned, Richcast is so much more than a tool for just creating games. We recently teamed up with popular gaming YouTuber DJ Slope to create Slope's Game Quiz. If you're ready to put your retro gaming knowledge to the test, then this is definitely the title for you. As Slopes himself told us, despite being a passionate gaming fan, he had zero knowledge of how to create a game despite always wanting to. Using the simple Richcast toolset, he was able to make what you're seeing now. He'll ask you questions and react depending on your answer. This really is far from a linear quiz, and using a series of video recordings, Slope's reactions are genuine and based on your own responses.
Who's your favourite company? Is it Sega or Nintendo?
I'd say it's got to be PlayStation, to be honest.
Sony? Come on, we've got a whole section of Sony-related stuff coming up.
In creating Richcast, we've built something truly unique. In 2022, gaming is more popular than ever, but there's always been a divide between those making games and those playing them. Richcast brings creators and players together, allowing anybody, and we mean anybody, to build their own interactive content. The Richcast mantra is create, play, share, publish. Until now, it was difficult to be able to do all of these things, but with our unique platform, we're giving creative control to anyone, anywhere, regardless of their skills, knowledge, and experience.
Hey everyone, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at Richcast. So hopefully by now you've got a bit of an idea about what Richcast is about. We've basically been working hard to create a platform that allows anybody to create interactive content, whether that be interactive movies or games or quizzes, without the need to know anything remotely technical. So you don't need to know any coding, you don't need to know any programming. There's a very, very simple drag and drop system that anybody can use and within minutes get to create their own unique interactive content. So at the moment we have a desktop app, which you can download on Mac and PC. We've got a mobile app launching very, very soon, which we're really excited about. So what we've been doing for the last 18 months or so is building a nice, big, diverse catalogue of interactive content for people to play. What's really exciting about Richcast is you can pretty much make anything in there, and that's brought us to learn or to work with a lot of interesting and unique writers. So where we are now, we've got sci-fi titles, we've got horror, we've got interactive movies, we've even got interactive magic shows, which is really, really cool. It's been a good 18 months for us, so we've been able to work with a lot of up-and-coming writers from all different backgrounds, writers, game designers, interactive fiction creators, and that's helped us build something that we think is really diverse and really exciting. A couple of examples of people that we've worked with. So we recently signed off on a project with Jane Fenn, who's written for Warhammer and she's written for Doctor Who, among other things. Bronte Dawson, who's very, very established in episode and the romance genre, so she was great to work with. We've worked with Eddie Robson, who's worked on Transformers comics and Captain America, and as I said, we even have a magician on board, Jason Michaels, who was recently on Fool Me with Penn and Teller. So it was great working with, well, it's great working with everybody, but Jason in particular was great to work with because he hadn't actually built an interactive story or any kind of interactive content before. And it was great to pick up Richcast really easily. The main thing is he enjoyed doing it as well, which is always very promising for us to see. So we've worked with people from all different kinds of backgrounds. Where we are now, we've got a pretty good catalogue of things for people to play. When the mobile app is launched, you want to have lots of things for people to enjoy. One writer that we did work with is Dan Whitehead. So if anybody is not familiar with Dan's work, Dan works, well, he's an established comic book writer. He actually helped us build our first interactive comic called Pegasus Lost. You can play this on Richcast now, and this is one of the titles we've been really excited about. It's set in deep space, and I won't give too much away about the story, but basically you wake up and you've lost your memory, you're stranded on the ship, and you have to try and figure out what's going on. Depending on what you do and the choices you make and how you interact with the other characters, it'll lead you to various different endings in the story, which is great because if you don't get the ending you like, you can go back and play another one. We hired a really good artist to work on this with us to bring the this comic book look to life. So what we like to do is we like to celebrate the writers that we work with. Richcast is a UGC platform after all, so it's really important for us to acknowledge and showcase the people that we've worked with and the people that have put a lot of time and effort and passion into building the titles that we have. So we recently did an interview with Dan, which I'm going to play for you now. So Dan will tell you a little bit about his background, a bit about Pegasus Lost as a whole, and also how he found Richcast and how he found actually building the project. So hope you enjoy this.
I've worked on loads of things. I've written for magazines, I've written books, comics, I've written for TV, I've written for video games, I've written video game scripts and things like that. Among the things I've worked on, Star Wars, Minecraft, Lord of the Rings, Looney Tunes, Rugrats. I'm currently writing the official comic series of Terrorhawks, the old Jerry Anderson TV show. So yeah, I write anything and everything. So Pegasus Lost is a sort of sci-fi mystery, I guess. The Pegasus is a trade ship on its way back from a routine mission. You, as the reader / player, are the captain of the ship. You wake up having been knocked out to find that the ship is off course. Your co-pilot has locked themselves in the cockpit and changed the course, and you've got to try and figure out what's happened basically by exploring the ship and working with Douglas Sunday, the only other person on board who's the engineer, and there's also a ship computer who will kind of help you out and guide you along the way. So with Pegasus Lost, what I wanted to do, when Panabox came to me and asked me if I was interested in working on a story for Richcast, I wanted to not create something that was so big that it would get out of hand and I wouldn't be able to finish it. So I wanted to choose a story that would have a limited location. You're stuck on the spaceship, and also have a small cast, just so I could make sure I was comfortable using the technology. In terms of inspiration, it's obviously things like Alien are a big influence on this kind of thing, but I didn't want it to be about you being chased by a monster around the spaceship. I want it to be more of a mystery. I wanted this to be a mystery for you to solve rather than an enemy to overcome, if that makes sense and isn't a spoiler. Yeah, I've worked on several games as a scriptwriter and sometimes narrative designer. Usually the kind of stuff I've done has been much more straightforward in terms of writing the scripts for cutscenes and in-game dialogue, that kind of thing. Just prior to working on Pegasus Lost for Richcast, I worked on a game called Closed Hands with a game collective called Passenger. And this had 5 overlapping stories which told all through text, as if you were interacting with the computers of each of the different characters, which is about the closest thing to what I've done with Richcast. So I've got some experience with coming up with stories that work in this kind of area where you're not just telling a linear story of from A to B, you're giving the player choices along the way. You can have different outcomes, you can have different responses to situations. And it requires a lot more planning than just writing a straightforward story. You have to kind of consider every alternative, every outcome, every option. and also make sure that the player will know how to navigate through that. They won't, if there's options available to them that aren't necessarily clear, then they won't find those options, and all that effort you've put into that part of the story is wasted. So there's a lot more thought that goes into it. When you're writing a linear story, there's always all these little ideas that come to you, like, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. And the great thing about an interactive story is you can follow all those threads and see where they go. The trick is not doing it to such an extent that you're so overwhelmed that it becomes a huge tangle and it's impossible for you to finish, let alone for someone else to actually play it all the way through. And as my background as a writer, I kind of understand the principles of coding, but I don't know how to code. And one of the things I love most about Richcast is that you can just drag and drop the story elements without having to worry about the code underneath them. So it is just like, as a writer, I tend to see my stories as jigsaws anyway, that kind of need piecing together. And Richcast makes that literal. You can create a scene, you can create a dialogue, you can create an option, and they're all little, pieces that you can move around. So it's not just easy to put together, it's easy to change and tweak and edit and shuffle and all the things that you do as a writer once you've kind of got a story in mind. And Richcast lets you do that on the fly. And then test it immediately. That was what was great as well. You can start writing your story, and straight away you can play it and see, is it working? Do I need to add something here? Does that make sense? This input needs to be different. That outcome needs to be different. So just from the nuts and bolts mechanics of how you tell an interactive story, it takes all the hassle out of it. My favourite aspect of Richcast is how quickly you can get started with it and how quickly you can make things with it. When I first loaded it up, I was expecting to have to spend, at least a few hours, maybe a day or more, sort of figuring out what went where and how to do it. But as it was, my kind of like first faltering efforts at putting something together actually became the story I ended up doing, because it was so easy to iterate, so easy to go, oh, I can put that there, I can do this, I can shift this over there, that I didn't need to do a lot of onboarding, I guess. I just got on with it and it worked. I would think, I wonder if I can do that, and I could. So it was really intuitive, and it just kind of removed all the barriers between writing a story and making it interactive. I felt like I was just writing a story and then moving pieces around however I wanted to, which was really refreshing. And also the AI voice acting is really good, which surprised me. I was thinking it would be very robotic, which is one of the reasons why when I started writing Pegasus Lost, I had the ship's computer as a character, because I thought, well, if the voices are going to be, a bit robotic and computerized, if I have a character who is a computer, that won't be as jarring. But in the end, we ended up using voice actors anyway. But I was really surprised at how good the AI voices were, and I probably would have been okay with putting them out without voice acting. But the best thing is you can hear, your story read back to you straight away, and the voice recognition part of it as well is so cool. You can talk to your story and have it respond. And we should be used to that by now, because it's the same kind of thing as, Siri and Alexa and all those kind of, voice-activated assistants. But to have it in a narrative sense, where, you're being told a story and then a character speaks to you, and you can reply, and the story responds to what you say, that's really cool. As a writer, that's really cool. As a reader or player, it's even cooler. And it's so much fun to do as well, because in Richcast you define what terms is it listening for. So you can kind of drop in little Easter eggs, like there's some Pegasus Lost where, if you talk about aliens, the characters get a bit exasperated that you keep talking about aliens. But also it lets the player be themselves. You don't feel like you're... The thing with old text adventures, for instance, which was kind of my first experience of this kind of interactive fiction, was getting through the parser of, do you have to get the torch, to take the torch? Do you pick up the torch? And that's really hard, that's a barrier between you and the story. And with this, it's not there. You can tell, you can tell your story to just listen for any of these words, and as long as you hear them, it doesn't matter how they're said, it doesn't matter what else is around them, it doesn't matter what the sentences your player says. As long as they say get, or as long as they say pick up, it will respond. So it feels really natural when you're playing it, which is probably my favourite thing about it, is that you become an actor in the story rather than a player. As for tips, I think the main one is just have a go. Play around with it, try things, experiment, because it is so easy to put things together and then change them and mix them up and shuffle things around, that there's absolutely no reason not to just start and play around with it. In terms of practical tips, keep your stories nice and clean on the screen. Nice rows of outcomes and plot threads. It's very easy with this kind of thing to get tangled up with lots of crisscrossing lines, linking back to stuff, things like that. But Richcast makes it very easy to not do that. You've got a huge kind of workspace to work with, so it's really nice and easy to make sure everything's laid out neat so that you can follow it and you can go back and change things. But yeah, it's so easy to use. My advice is just use it. Give it a go. Why not?
Welcome to the Right to Life orientation video. If you're watching this, that means it's your birthday. From the age of 20, all citizens must complete a Right to Life assessment. You find a wallet in the street. It's filled with cash.
Yeah, let's steal the cash.
Note that once the assessment process begins, it cannot be stopped.
Thank God you answered. There isn't much time, so listen. I'm from ComSec. We've made it our job to get you out of this.
Richcast is an exciting platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. We really want to lower the bar of entry so that if you've got a story or your friends have got a story that you want to tell and you want to make it interactive, you want to make it exciting, then we are there for you to support you through the Richcast tool. You can use your voice as inputs to guide the experience, or you can use buttons on screen. And what's really cool is there's a library of AI voices already built into the system so that you can quickly populate your experience with digital voice actors. Or if you prefer, you can add your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on desktop with the mobile app coming out soon. And in a moment, we're going to take a deeper look into what Richcast can do in this video right here, right now.
So this is the Richcast editor. So as you can see, it's very, very simple to use. It's just a drag and drop system, and all we use are the tiles across the top, which we drag in whichever order we want, all various different functions. And then once they're dragged in, we just link them up, hit play, and then it'll just follow this through as we set it up to go. If you've seen the video previously in this presentation, you'll see it's pretty easy to use. It's pretty self-explanatory, but what we'll do today is we'll go through a brief example of how you build a short story, and we're going to go for a horror story because everybody loves a good horror game. And I'll show you how quick and easy it is to actually build something really fun that looks good and is fun to play. So I think the first thing we want to do in this story is bring in a visual tile. So the visual tile is used to upload, as you can imagine, visuals, any graphics or pictures or even videos that you want to use in the project. You could, if you wanted to, film an entire interactive movie on your mobile phone, send this to your friends, and they're effectively going to be able to have an interactive story with you, or you can film yourself talking to them with an interactive quiz. There's quite a lot that you can do. Again, very, very easy to use. There's a few different options in here that you can use to customize your visuals, whether it's panning across, zooming in, zooming out, making things a little bit more animated and exciting. But we'll get a nice background for this setup now. So this is how you're going to see the game on your mobile phone. If you wanted to, you can switch this to landscape as well, but we're going to go with portrait for now. And we have a layering system as well, so you can put an image in there and layer whatever you want over the top. So, for example, if you wanted to bring in a particular character into the scene, you can set them up so that they're all coming from one side, or fade in, fade out, however you want to do it to make it a bit more exciting. So all we need to do is select an asset for the layer, We have an inbuilt asset library here that you can see, but I've actually imported a few things into the project just to use for this particular example. So for a nice background, let's go with the this creepy looking kitchen over here. Now you might have seen this already if you've downloaded Richcast. This is actually a kitchen from 911 Watch Your Emergency, which is a title we've got live on there at the moment. But it looks cool, so I think we're going to use it for this one. Obviously it's not going to look great on a screen like this, so what we need to do, just resize it. Zoom in as we want. And this looks kind of a nice place for the player to start looking at the big chunky knives on the table. So as I mentioned, we've got a layering system, so if we want to bring in some more objects that we can interact with, we just need to hit new layer and find the object. So let's have a look. So prop gun, let's go with that first of all. If we've got a monster chasing us, we're going to want a gun, aren't we? So let's stick that on the table. Now, as I mentioned before, you can do a few extra little things just to make this a bit more engaging. So rather than just have the image flash up and just have the gun just available to us straight away, what we can actually do is set this to fade in. So we've got a 5-second time here, which gives the image basically a time limit. So if you want something to fade in or to move, that will do so over 5 seconds. We can change that, we can make it shorter, we can make it longer. 5 seconds seems about right, so let's go with that. So the gun's out on the screen. All we need to do is fade the gun out, flip to the end of the 5 seconds and make sure that's on 100%. Test it out, and there we go. We've got a gun fading in. So let's do the same thing with a couple of other items that we could interact with. So keys would be a good shout. We might want to get out into our car and escape. So let's stick them down here in the middle. And we'll do the exact same thing with those. So let's make sure they're fully transparent and then fully faded in at the end. Make sure that's working. There we go. And let's give the player one more thing just for good measure. How about a prop phone? We might want to call the police. Let's say we don't want to fight this monster. We want to call the police, send for help. Again, just one more click. 2 more clicks. And there we go. Everything fades in. The great thing that we can do if we want to actually test this, make sure it's actually working, we've got a test console. You can jump into this whenever you like, you can play it from any point that you like, and you'll get this little example mobile phone that come up and show you exactly how it'll display it on the screen. Just click on the block weight. And there we go. If we want to reposition them, we can do, but we know that it works. But what we probably want to do as well is set some atmospheric music or some atmospheric background. So we're going to use the audio tile for this, which, as you can guess, imports audio. So there's a number of different things you can do on here. You can import audio files, whether that's speech, whether that's sound effects or music. We've got different effects that you can put onto the sounds. You've got distortion, you've got reverb. So for example, your character's, walking around a cave and you want some footsteps, you can put reverb on that and it'll instantly sound like you're in a cave. We can fade it in, we can change the pitch, we can change the volume, we can put that up and down as we please. So let's call this background music and let's find some music that we want to put in. So we've got different channels we can assign these to, so we can have multiple channels playing at once. So in this case, we obviously want that to be the music channel. Now I did actually put some music in here already, so let's see, we can listen to what the music is before we actually put it in. Yeah, that sounds nice and creepy. Let's put that in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to separate the two flows. So we've got one going off to the left and then one's going to come down here. It'll actually play those both at the same time. And the reason I've done that is so that I can put in some ambience on the ambience channel. Let's see what we've got in here. Let's go with Stormy Night. Let's have some nice, some nice rain type effects. Like I say, if we wanted to, we could put some distortion on this. That's probably a bit much. We don't want that. We could have a high pass filter if you want the typical telephone effect. But this one sounds pretty good on its own. So we'll turn it down because we don't want that background to be too loud and destroying and annoying or distracting. And hook that up. So now, as you can see, when we hit play, it's going to go this way and play the eerie background music, whilst also going this way and playing the stormy background noise. So what we need to do really is think about what characters we want to bring into this. So Richcast at the moment has got over 150 artificial intelligence characters that you can use, and you can set these up by going to actors. Now I've actually set this up already, so you'll default with a female narrator and a male narrator. I've actually created my own actor called Joe here, and his speech type is a character called Oliver. So you can actually audition these before you put them into the project and see if you like the sound of them.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can change the speed if you want a bit of a slower character.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can even get ridiculous and turn the pitch right up.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
Oliver's obviously been inhaling some helium balloons, but I think we'll keep that at 0. You can change the colour, you can change to all these different actors. Like I say, we've got about 150 ranging from various regional accents, male, female, older, younger, children. So there's quite a bit in there that you can use. So we're going to stick with Oliver, who is going to play the character of Joe. So we've come into the kitchen with Joe, and what we're going to do, so let's have Joe ask us, what are we going to do? We can get a lot more creative than this, but this will do for now. If you want to listen to it back, we just hit play.
What are we going to do?
And we can type whatever we want in there. So what we're going to do, we can give this a title as well. So what are we going to do? That way we can recognise the title when we come out. One reason this is important is if you have quite a lot of dialect or dialogue in your story, I should say, you can export the entire script, and then the title will be assigned to the actual speaker title here, so you can use that as a reference. One really exciting thing that you can do is you can actually import your own voice clips as well, in the same way that you'd import media. So if I have got a friend who wants to play the part of Joe and I don't want to use the AI voice, I can send him the script, he can send me back his lines, and all I need to do is import them this way. We've got a batch import function, so if you've got hundreds of lines, they can all be imported in once. And we've just released a new system where if you there's a particular file name or file naming system that you'll see in the script. If you assign the file name to the file, when you upload your voice acting clips, they'll automatically assign to these tiles. So let's say you've got 300 lines of dialogue, you don't have to go through and import every single one and import them all to the right tile. It'll just do it automatically, which is so useful, and as you can imagine, a massive time saver. So we're in the kitchen with Joe, and Joe's just asked what we want to do. So this is one of the probably the most exciting functions of Richcast is the choice tile. So a choice, as you can imagine, gives the player a choice of what they want to do. So at this point, we want to think about what we've got in the scene and what we can interact with. So we've got our gun, we've got our phone, and we've got the keys. So let's give the player one of these choices. Let's pick up the phone. Down here is our keyword box. So with Richcast, you can play either with buttons or with voice. As a creator, you can turn buttons off. So if you want someone to play entirely with a voice, you can do. Or you can use buttons so that the player can actually tap on-screen buttons. So keywords are what the system will actually look out for when you're speaking to Richcast to give a command. So picking up the phone, you'll want words like phone, telephone, mobile phone. Anything really that the player might say. You could put in, you know, anything you like in here, but whatever the player says, the system will look out for, and it'll pick up on the correct words and then send them down the correct route. So we've got to pick up the phone here. Well, equally, you might want to grab the gun. So let's go with gun, pistol, shoot, handgun. All things that the player might say if they're playing with voice. Then we've got the keys. Take the keys. Or the player might say, let's get in the car. Let's use the keys to unlock the door. Just a few of the words that the player might say to actually command what's going to happen next. So let's just do a little test from here. So we've got up to the part with Joe.
What are we going to do?
And we can see that we've got the 3 choices that come up on the screen. Now what you might want to do, let's say that the player gets to this point and they're a little bit unsure about what they want to do. they might not know specifically which option they want to choose. We can actually give the player little hints by using a nothing option. So nothing basically triggers if the player doesn't respond within a certain amount of time. So let's give the player 5 seconds. We'll just call this nothing. Now this won't show up on the screen, but what we'll do is it'll lurk in the background, and if the player gets to 5 seconds without saying anything, it'll trigger that route. So let's hook that up, and then we're going to give the player a hint. So Joe's going to say, what should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone. And again, we can test this. So let's go to Joe.
What are we going to do? What should we do? Grab the gun, keys, or the phone. What are...
So there you go. You can give the player a nice by doing that. Now you will notice when we go into test mode here, nothing appeared on the screen.
What are we going to do?
The reason is because we've tested after the image was generated, whereas if we go back here, we can see the image. There's also another option that you can incorporate, which is called anything or anything else. What this does is this looks out for any speech that doesn't appear in the choice boxes that we've already put in. So for example, if a player decides to say bacon and eggs, obviously that isn't relevant to the story and that's not going to be picked up on the choice tiles. So we need to think about what the system is going to do if the player does that. So let's say they say something stupid just because, you know, they just want to be daft. So they've said something that's not relevant at all. Joe might say, I don't think that will work. And we'll test that.
What are we going to do?
Bacon and eggs.
I don't think that will work. What are we going to do?
There you go. So now we've got all eventualities covered. We've got the 3 choices. We've got an option if the player doesn't respond, and we've got an option for if the player says something that isn't recognised. So what we can do now is think about what's going to happen when the player interacts with one of these objects. One of the things that we can do is use a logic tile. Now logic is arguably the most complex part of Richcast, but the great thing is it's just literally a drop-down menu. So this is where we set our variables. So for example, if a player has picked up a key or a player has found a bit of information that's key to the story that we need to refer to. The key example is probably the most common one. So let's say we need to get through a room or get through a door and we need a key to unlock the door. Once the player's got the key, the system needs to know that the player has picked it up, and then it will allow them to unlock the door and get through. So we're going to create a variable here. Again, this is probably the most complex part of Richcast, and it's literally a drop-down menu. So let's say the player has chosen the gun. The system needs to know that the player has chosen the gun. We can assign a number, or we can make this a Boolean variable, which means it's true or false. And that's it. So let's say they've chosen the gun. We want to set the variable to make the chose gun become true, because now they've picked up the gun. Chose gun. Very, very easy. So now when we go down this route and the player says, I'm going to pick up the gun, the system's going to know that's the option that they've chosen. And we can refer to that later on. So for example, if we got to the end of the story, if we've got the gun, we might be able to shoot the monster. If we picked up the phone, we haven't got a gun, so we can't defend ourselves, but Joe might say, let's call the police. So we're just going to repeat this for each item that we could choose. We're going to set up another variable. Let's go for chose phone. And we're going to set that as a Boolean. And then on here, we're going to set the variable to chose phone to true. And lastly, same thing again for the keys. So we're going to set chose keys to true. And now we know that whatever choice we make, the system is going to know that that's the item that we've picked up. So what we might want to do now is, let's bring the monster in. So let's go for a sound effect here. Now again, these are uploaded to the system already, so we've got a nice monster noise here. maybe a monster growling might be nicer. Sounds a bit like a dog. Let's try this one. Okay, that'll do. Let's turn that down a little bit. And now what'll happen is we'll link that up so that once we've chosen an item, the next thing that's going to trigger is the monster sound. Now because we can hear the monster, let's have Joe jump in again. The monster is in the room. So Joe's nice and scared. Now, what we can do is now refer back to these items that we've already picked up by doing a quick check in the system. And we do that with what's called an if check. So we set our if up and we have, let's have if chose gun is true. So what this is saying now is, if I've chosen the gun, I'm going to go down this path. So if the gun is chosen, I'm going to go down here. If I chose the phone, I'm going to go down this route. Now what we also need to do when we're doing an if check is make sure that one of the options is always an else. So in this case, an else would refer to if I chose the keys. So we're saying if the gun was chosen, we'll go this way. If the phone was chosen, we'll go this way, or else we'll go this way, in which case, or in this situation, it would be the keys. So this is how we really make Richcast customizable and immersive for the player, because we want to make them feel like the choice they've made does have an impact in the story. So in this case, we're going to refer back to the items we've got. So we've got Joe saying the monster's in the room. If we've got the gun, Joe's going to say, shoot that thing. If we've got the phone, call the police. Call anyone. Maybe the phone's not the right choice. I think I'd have gone for the gun personally. And then if we've got the keys, unlock. Can't type. And let's get out of here. So we've basically now got a very short interactive story. So what we could do here is we can build onto this. So we could put a separate page for shooting the monster, which we could link to. So maybe the next page where we shoot the monster leads to a different bit of action. You know, we shoot the monster and it's wounded and we have to find a way out to escape because we've bought ourselves some time. If we call the police, that could link us to a different page, which, you know, let's say we've called the police and we now need to hide in the house and wait for them to arrive. Or we've got the keys, we maybe go to the car, unlock the car, but we find the battery's dead, and that means that we then have to go and find a battery to fix the car to get out. There's really pretty endless things of what you could do. So we're going to leave the demo there. Hopefully that's shown you exactly how you can build a short story really quickly. It's very simple to use, but we need to make sure we can test it and make sure it works. So we're going to do this on the mobile phone. So we've got the stormy night and the eerie music.
What are we going to do?
Let's take the gun.
The monster is in the room. Shoot that thing.
And there we go. So that's very brief, but it gives you an idea of how you can actually build an interactive story in there. As I mentioned before, there's page functions, so I can build a different page in here if I want to. So these effectively act like internet browser tabs across the top, and that just helps you organize things. So for example, if you have various rooms in this house that you wanted to go to, maybe you've got the lounge, you've got the basement, you've got the kitchen, you've got the bedroom, you can separate these into pages and that will really help with your organization. Another key thing that's worth doing is having some comments in here. So we're really keen for Richcast to be used as a collaborative tool. Comments can help you if you're coming back to something. So, you know, reminder, needs audio. So when I come back to the project, if I think, oh, do you know what, I need an extra sound effect in there, I can jump in and do that. Similarly, let's say you're collaborating with Joe. Joe, rewrite this text. So when Joe comes to it, maybe Joe's our script editor. When he comes to the project, he can see that and I'll think, okay, I'll rewrite the text, and that's his job done. So yeah, that's Richcast in a nutshell. Hopefully you can see how easy it is to use. It's something you can pick up very quickly. If you do have any questions about it, you can email us directly at community@panivox.com. If you want more information, you can head to richcast.com, and that will give you a bit of a help guide, as well as some details on how to get going with your first interactive story. But yeah, we hope you enjoy Richcast as much as we do, and anything you need to know from us, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
You are a field agent of the Omega Institute. Dr. Alexander Kane has attempted to change history by interfering with the assassination of Julius Caesar. You are not to attempt to alter history, or you will be fired.
We have to go back in time and collect evidence by talking to people and snooping around. Let's go. Just tell me where and I'll be right behind you.
Let's go to Rome.
You've arrived in Rome. The year is 44 BCE.
Right then. Let's get a move on.
Hey there, welcome to the Magic Show. Now, I'm going to ask you to place your left index finger on your pinky finger. I'm going to ask you to move a total of 5 times. I'm going to do it too. Ready?
My hand is ready. Let's go.
You're on your right index finger. Isn't this fun?
Can you use regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
What should I do?
Okay, stay calm. What can you see in the room?
Can you use regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Hello, global game jam developers. I'm Sergey from Avatar team, and I'm here to walk you through a tool that we believe that can take your game to the next level, the game experience to the next level, and to immerse and engage your users on a level that was not possible before. So I'm here to present Avatar. Avatar is a next generation avatar platform that allows you to turn into 3D playable avatar anyone from a 2D photo in a couple of seconds. So let's jump right in to show what is Avatar, how it works exactly, and how you can integrate it into your game, whether it's Unity or Unreal engine driven in few minutes. So let's start. Okay, so this is Avatar website. You can start right away here. Effectively, in the website, you have two main functions. You can start right away by creating your own avatar, or you have here the integration button, which as a developer, you probably want to start there. Let me start by showing how the creation of avatar happens. It is really easy. Effectively, all you need to do is to take a selfie, and that's it. Avatar generates a perfect digital identical avatar of you with your face geometry and face texture. So in my case, I already did, of course, multiple selfies, so we'll just choose one rather than to do it here live. So let's choose that one, and here we go. We have my avatar. It looks exactly like me. It has my own geometry and my texture, unlike other avatar systems that are using pre-made limited pool of 3D assets. Avatar generates your avatar as a 3D asset, a unique 3D asset that contains your geometry and your texture. So the input can be up to 4K. You can use the back camera, or the front camera, whatever. But the avatars themselves were built to be high fidelity, realistic, but also light. So you can use them in WebGL environment, Unreal environment, Unity environment without slowing down the system. So yeah, like after the user created the avatar, he can customize everything in his avatar. So it's starting from the body. You can choose here different body types. For male, you have certain body types. For female, you have female body types. Then you can change the hair, and using you can either change kind of like for standard colors, or you can use our RGB system, which allows you to change to any color of hair, even if it's kind of like less realistic. You can choose multiple shorts. As a developer, you can even upload garments. And you're entitled to that as a global game dev developer. The free package does not include customization, but your package that you're getting within the global game gem includes the customization of uploading garments and uploading your own game icon into the iframe as well. So go in and sign up to avatar.me as a developer. Yeah, so you can choose here like multiple garments. You can choose sunglasses. You can even change the color of the shades. It is that customizable. Let's choose kind of a cool red one. And of course, shoes. We have here super cool shoes available to you from the get-go. And of course, there are a few animations just like kind of to show that the avatar is animatable. All avatars are pre-rigged with a humanoid rig, so they can be animated instantly using Mixamo or whatever animation you want to apply. It is a standard humanoid rig. So yeah, the next thing that we do is we click save, and that's it. The avatar is ready. Now, let me show to you how it looks from the user perspective if Avatar is being integrated into the game. So this is a WebGL example. I know that the majority of the developers on Global Game Jam are using Unity, so we'll start from that. But of course, the same example is available at Unreal as well, and all of the examples are available to download in Avatar channel on the Global Game Jam Discord server, or you can go into our Discord server where we offer as well live support 24/7. So let me show you how this example works. So this is a pre-made avatar template that you made, okay? Within your game, the avatar can have certain game logic, certain animations. It has a humanoid trick. Now, let's assume that this button is create your avatar, and the user clicks on it. The next thing that happens, exactly, avatar and iframe opens up. The user quickly chooses his avatar, and then save kind of in order to play with his avatar. And here you go. You have the avatar of the user in the game. Now imagine the user playing as himself in your game, or maybe if it's a multiplayer game, playing as himself and seeing his friends in the same environment. That's like a whole new emotional effect, which makes the game more immersive and more engaging. So the entire integration takes about 15 minutes, not more than that. It is very straightforward, whether it's Unreal or Epic, and whether it's Unreal or Unity. And you can even download the samples and just copy paste them. It is as easy as that. Just make sure that you use your own subdomain in order for that to work properly. So the integration, kind of the middle step between the, what I've showed of the creation of the avatar to the final product, where the avatar can be created from your game environment and exported back to the game environment by the user. It is very straightforward. So you go into Avatar, into Docs, and let me show you the example. So this is a sandbox example. You can just copy paste it. Essentially, it's an iframe integration. So whether it's Unity or Unreal, you open kind of like a WebView plugin and add an HTML page in order for that to work. Line 106, very important to change. As I mentioned, your subdomain. So if your, let's say, development company is called, I don't know, Epic, so epic.avatar.dev, you should get assigned your own subdomain by submitting your request to developers program. It is being approved pretty much immediately. So you copy paste that, and this is, let's say, your HTML file, and that's it. You have Avatar available in your game, in your app, in your environment. The way it interacts with your environment is that once the user clicks on save, it shoots out the GLB to the front end. So we're having an API as well that we're releasing now, but right now it just shoots the GLB into the environment, the external environment. So if the game is here outside of the iframe, basically it will replace, similar to what I've shown on Unity. So the avatars I mentioned, they're coming in a GLB format. They're realistic. They're containing the geometry and the texture of the user extracted from the 2D photo, the selfie that he's done. They are light, so although they have high fidelity and they fully customizable, the avatars themselves are a couple of megabytes and not very high on the polygon count, so they don't take down the performance of your game, even if there are multiple tens, hundreds of avatars in your game. So that is Avatar. You're welcome to go to avatar.me and sign up as a developer, or just to start creating your avatar to get a sense of what Avatar can do. We are available on our Discord channel, and you have all the resources available on Avaturn channel within the Global Game Dev Jam, including the Unreal example, Unity example, and video guides of how to integrate both Unreal, Unity, and how to animate with Mixamo. And of course, you have the documentation on our website as well. So I wish all of you good luck on the upcoming Global Game Dev Jam. Please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We're also available at our email, hello@avaturn.me. And I really hope and looking forward to see what you'll be able to create with Avaturn in the upcoming week at Global Game Jam. Thank you.
Can you use regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Hello everyone, Kim here from Yahaha. Today I'm going to do a similar presentation to the one that I did on Wednesday. So if you saw that one already, welcome back. If you're new to Yahaha, then welcome for the first time. So we're going to jump straight into the presentation here. It's going to be part presentation about what our platform is, where we're from, and then a second part where we're talking about how to do the things that we let you do. So we're going to actually jump into the studio and work a little bit with creating a space. So if that sounds exciting to you, then I recommend you already go to yaha.com and download, install, and log into the platform, so you can follow along and kind of figure out as we go. But we're going to start off with some introductions real quick. So who am I? Well, my name is Joachim Linna, my given name, but I usually go by Kim, and as you can see there in the middle is my avatar that I've created. And my job is being a product evangelist. Now, what's that mean? Well, it's basically technical marketing. So I really dive deep into our platform and try to understand how it works in every different way that it works. And then I talk to the community and do cool things like this, be able to be a part of the Global Game Jam. That's awesome. Like, I'm super excited that I get to be a part of this. But enough about me. Let's talk a little bit about what Yaha is, specifically the company. So we are a very young company, but we're a very strong team as well. So we have people all over the world. We have people in Asia. We have people where I'm from in Northern Europe, as well as tons of different other countries. So we have a very diverse team, and it's really cool that we're all really pushing this democratization of game development. And you're going to see that later how we do that. But basically, we're a really cool team with R&D in Asia, and then in Finland we have our headquarters doing operation stuff, which I'm part of. So moving on from that, let's talk a little bit about our products. And I'm going to actually open the comments as well, so I can keep track of if anyone has any questions during. We're going to do some Q&A afterwards as well, but just want to keep an eye on it as well. So our product line is split into two parts. We have the studio that we're going to be playing in later. So we're going to get into detail there, but basically it contains a bunch of ready-to-use 3D assets and has a no-code system so that people who want to use logic to create gameplay mechanics can do it without code. There's other options as well, but we're going to get to those. And then the second part of the platform is actually the Yahaha app, which is available on Android and iOS. And that serves more of a social function where you can play games, you can create your avatar, and you can chat with your friends. So those two parts are kind of divided up really nicely. So moving on immediately, we're going to look at a product video that we've put together just to give a sample of kind of what the platform is all about. So I'm going to switch over to that quickly, and hopefully the sound works. If it doesn't, then that's unfortunate. And I'm going to be quiet while it's running. Sorry about that little switch back there. So that was a very general look at the platform, kind of what it's about. But I want to highlight first, before we move on, this this challenge that we have on the side of Global Game Jam. We're going to come back to that and talk a little bit more about it. But that's definitely a pace to go because we're doing it at the same time as Global Game Jam. So if you're already joining Global Game Jam and you intend to use Yahaha, I definitely recommend looking at that. We're going to come back to where you can find it at the end of the presentation. But I hope you got a little bit of a sense of what it's about. We're going to dive into detail right now. So looking a little closer at the ecosystem, you can see here that we have a third sort of item, which is not a separated part from the platform, but it's something that you use quite a lot while you're in the platform. So in the center here, we have the studio, which of course is where you create all your spaces, and you have to have some kind of place where you can find the assets. So that's what the asset library is for. We have a bunch of different 3D assets, as well as other modules that you can add into your game. So those two are connected really closely. On the other side, you have the app, which is not connected at all to the asset library, but it's connected to the studio in the sense that you're creating spaces that are playable within the app. So these three parts are sort of the parts that you're going to be interacting with the most when you're using the platform. And if it feels like a lot right now, don't worry, you're going to get into it. So I want to highlight some features a little bit closer. Again, the asset library, definitely a place to explore. That's something that I do a lot myself because we have so many 3D assets. As you can see, over 1 million 3D assets. And then we also have the animations, audio modules, and skyboxes, templates, and videos that you need to create your spaces. So it's a really good place to find the vibe for your game. And then if you have a really good idea, you can definitely find what you need to accomplish those goals. Then we're getting into the creation part. So that's sort of where I'm most comfortable, is creating spaces. I do that quite a lot, actually. And what's nice about it is that if you find assets within the asset library that you want to use, it's as easy as just downloading it and then dragging it into your scene. So really quick process there. Now, if you're someone that is a 3D modeler or you're a programmer, you can actually import your own 3D models and Lua scripts. And we also have our node graph system where you can create sort of look like blueprints. You can create logic without writing code line by line. So really cool. And then we also have the systems on top of that that help you without code to create really cool mechanics. So some of those are, of course, the AI and NPC modules and the dialogue system, which we're going to dive into shortly. And then for the playing segment, you can actually play cross-platform, and it's already set up for that when you create your space. So if you're creating a multiplayer game, then everyone can play it as soon as you publish it. And we also have a bunch of features that let you create leaderboards and more social interactions within your spaces. So that's a really cool part of the platform, is sort of the multiplayer aspect to it. And then final part of this, of course, is the publishing. So the publishing process in Yahaha is really quick and simple. It's a 2-button operation, and it lets you distribute all across our platform between client platforms. So again, Mac, Windows, and iOS and Android. And everyone can play together, and everyone can play at the same time. Which brings us into my favorite segment, which is the Let's Create segment. So we're going to actually create a game together. But first, we have to get through some basics. So we're going to start off by creating a project within the desktop application. Then we're going to set up some basics with the space. We're going to look through the interface and sort of how to navigate it, what you need to keep an eye out for. And then we can actually start getting into putting stuff into our space. So we're going to create some objects that have simple components. And we're also going to add triggers, which are part of the no-code logic system. And then we're going to round that segment off with creating a pickup that we're going to use later for the final part. And the final part is creating a quest, which is going to have dialogue. And then we're going to assign that quest to an NPC that will give us a quest and give us a goal to follow. And that goal is going to be to kill an enemy, which will drop the pickup that we prepared earlier. And then that pickup is going to be the final goal of the space. So we will have sort of a full game loop that can be, published and played by players, which is going to be the final part. We're actually going to look at how you publish a game as well. So if you're ready with your desktop open, we're going to get into it. If you're not, that's fine too. I hope you have fun watching me do it. So I'm going to jump into the desktop application right here. I'm going to start off at the news area. So the news tab here can give you a lot of good information about what's going on in the platform at the moment. So right now we obviously have the Global Game Jam event visible. And then on the side here, we have previous events that we've had. And at the bottom, we have our blog posts where we share interesting information about what's going on the platform, or sometimes inside looks into the organization as well. We're not going to look too much at the play area, but I recommend you look through this on your own and play some games if you want to find some inspiration, or you're trying to get an idea of what you can do with the platform. Really cool place to explore. But moving on from that, I want to touch on the resources tab before we move on to how to create a project. We're going to come back to this later. I'm going to remind everyone that this exists. But this is where you can find tutorials and documentation to help you through your process of creating a space. So this is also available online. The documentation has its own website, and the video tutorials are available on our YouTube. But it's really good to know that they're here and ready for use. So moving on from this, I want to look at the templates tab. This is somewhere where I start all my projects because that's my preferred process. And it contains a bunch of templates of different styles and different complexity that let you get started with your space. So you have here in the top left corner, you have a base template that contains barely anything. It's just a spawn point and a plane. So that one's really good if you already have an idea and you don't want any influence. However, there are other ones that, in my honesty, I like to use those because it helps me along with the process. So those are really good if you just want to get a vibe. These are the ones that don't have gameplay in their name. The ones that do have gameplay, they have actually gameplay logic set up already. And it can be different from template to template. This one, for example, has hide and seek. So if you want to look into an example of how it works to create a game, you can definitely look at the gameplay templates. But again, if you don't want any gameplay already set up, I recommend picking one of the ones that don't have a gameplay in their title. So that's it about this tab. And we're going to move on to the dashboard tab. So what we have here is all the spaces that I've published. And then we have a smaller tab here where you can look at all the ones that you are currently working on, your projects. So I've already created a project here just to make it easier for myself during the demonstration. But to create a project, you click Create a Project here, and then you select a template. And if you choose to go through my process by going through the template one, you just click on the Create from Templates button that shows up when you hover over a template. So now that you've created your project, I'm going to switch over to the studio and show you what it can look like. So I've picked one of the templates. I'll actually look at what it was called. I apologize for not remembering. The Suntail Village base template is the one that I picked. And I picked this one because it has some terrain features already ready for me. and it also has sort of a semblance of a town, which you can definitely start working on. There's a little square here and some flowers. It's really nice, in my opinion. So this is where I'm starting with. Now, immediately, I'm moving around the scene, and that's probably where we're going to start this. So to move around the scene, I'm using these keyboard bindings here, and that is using the mouse right-click and moving the mouse to rotate the camera, and then using WASD to move. And using those together, you can sort of float through the space and look at what you have. So now that we have sort of a place to look at, we should probably look at what more is in this space. So we can go to the Explorer here and look at all the things that we have inside the space. Now, these items that are combined under Nature, which I should click off, those come with the template. So I'm not going to touch those. Instead, I'm just going to lock them so that there's no worries about me accidentally picking one up and moving it. Cool. So now that we've sort of locked our flowers, I want to look at how you can actually move things within your scene. We're going to click on the spawn point here, which is one of the things that I usually like to move, put it in the right position. And we have here at the bottom the tools that you can use to move your objects around. So the first one is grab, which works really in a simple way. You grab the item by clicking and holding, and then you can move it around. So I'm going to move it over here to demonstrate how it works with the terrain as well. Because when you grab it and move it over terrain, it actually locks onto the terrain beneath it. So that's a really good way of locking things to the base of a space. And I use that quite a lot, probably more than any of the other tools, because it makes it really easy to just get everything exactly where I want it. I'll move this over here so I can look at the chat as well. So there we go. So that's that for the grab tool. And then if you want more precision, you can actually select the move tool and move either on an axis or on a plane. And if you want even more precision after that, you can go to the, I'm going to do that again, either click the transform button, and that's going to give you a smaller window, or you can click the more button, and you're going to get information about the full object. So as you can see here, we have the respawn point component. We're not going to look too much into that, but we're going to look at other components later. You can see if it has any trigger boxes, colliders, and you can change the transform information by numbers. So I'm going to change this, for example, to be 145 exactly. And if you wanted to change in a more gradient way, you can actually grab the letter of the position and move it side to side, and it's going to move within the space. You can, of course, do this with rotation and scale as well, or use the rotation and scale tools down here. The final tool at the bottom is the transform tool, which lets you have scale, move, and rotate at the same time. I don't tend to use that one as much because of my process, but if you find a use for it, definitely use it. So that's that. Okay, cool. Well, now that we've moved our respawn point, we might want to use some other objects. But before we do that, I will actually go into the hamburger menu up here and just highlight some shortcuts, or actually all the shortcuts for the whole studio. So if you're ever looking around for how to do something, take a look here and see if there's a keyboard shortcut for it. There are a ton, and I definitely recommend you look through it on your own time. We're not going to go through it in detail. But again, you can find it through the hamburger menu in the top left, go to help, and then shortcuts. So really, really important feature right there. Okay, cool. So we're going to move straight on actually to the asset library before we take a look at the training gameplay tabs, because I want to definitely highlight this a little bit extra. The asset library is really important to me because I'm a programmer, so I definitely feel the need to find the models that I want in my spaces rather than create them myself. So as you can see here, we have tons and tons of models, and we have categories for them as well. So the cool thing about the asset library that we have is that you can search and filter. So for example, if I'm looking for a land vehicle and I want to look for something specific like a car, then I can both search and filter for land vehicles, and I will find whatever I'm looking for. So for example, this one I think looks really neat, and I want to use it in my space. So I'm going to add that to my assets. And there we go. I've gotten the asset into my asset resource box, which is down here. And I can find it within my models, within my assets, click it, and drag it into my space. And this one seems to be pretty good size, but I'm going to scale it up just a little bit anyway, and then go back to the grab tool and move it over here. So there we go. That's the drag and drop feature that I was talking about before. So that's really cool. And as you can see here, we also have a collision box already set up for this car. And if we wanted to change that, we could either click here and change it by using the circles here, or we can change the values within here. But I'm going to leave this as is. So there we go. Now, there are, of course, other models that are a little bit more simple that you get without going into the asset library. We're not going to go into detail on those, but they're really useful for example, creating moving objects that are by default have movable components on them. And there's also the blocking out objects, which I'll actually grab one just to show that it's a very simple cube, for example, or cylinder, whatever you need to block out your level. So I use those quite a lot when I'm starting off with the level. And I clicked delete there to just remove it from the scene. The final thing that I want to highlight before we start getting into the second stage of this is the assembler. So in this area, you can find a bunch of different assemblers that help you set up certain mechanics or features without doing it by hand or manually. So for example, if you want to add a single time rotation to something, you can click it and then select your object. We're not going to do that, but we can select our object, choose the axis, choose the direction, and set how long it's going to take. So if you find that something is not explained in the way that you need to understand it, take a look in the assembler. And if you have more questions after that, you can definitely come to us in Discord. We're going to show where that is later. Or you can go to the tutorials or documentation or reach out if you need more help. But definitely take a look in the assembler if you need some instant help. So there we go. Now, moving on from that, I want to take a look a little bit at the terrain tool, which is really, really useful for creating a base for your space. So we're going to look at just in general how it works. We're not going to go too much into detail. But as you can see here, this terrain is already set up for me. And if I want to, I can actually just start drawing with my tool. And if I feel like it's a little bit too strong, I can lower the strength or size down here, and it will affect the terrain less. So we have a couple of different tools here, and I recommend you play with this by yourself because it's quite complex. But just in general, you use these 5 tools here to change the shape of your terrain. You can use the paint tool to draw materials. You can use the decorate tool to draw objects into your space. And then the final feature that I want to highlight is actually the sea level tool, which I've prepared before so that it looks quite nice. But if you want to change the height of it or change the settings, it's already down here. So for example, if I want to add some foam to my water, I can edit the foam value, and you will see that it changes right here. So play around with the terrain tool. I've seen people do amazing stuff with it. So really excited to see what you come up with the terrain tool here. All right, moving on from that, we're going to look at the gameplay tab. So the gameplay tab is probably the most complex thing that we're going to look at right now. And it's exactly where all the settings for your space reside. So in this case, we're not going to go into detail on everything, but it's definitely a place to look if you're trying to change the functionality of your space at large. So you can change general settings like the game type. You can change settings about your avatar, like the speed you're walking at or the speed you're running at. And then you can also create items with power-up effects. You can create crafting recipes. You can create leaderboards, quests, and dialogues. We're going to come back to these two later. But right now, I'm simply going to set the game type as item collection. If you remember what I was talking about a little bit ago, we're going to create a space here where you have to do a quest and then collect an item at the end. So I'm just going to prepare that for now and set the pre-game timer for 0 seconds so that we don't have to wait every time we go into the space. So now that that's all set up, and before we go into using our first simple component, I want to actually just go into the game and see what it looks like. So I'm going to click the play button up here, and we're going to jump straight into the space. And there we go. So now we're in our space. We can walk around. We can collide with our car and rotate the camera with right mouse button, move with WASD, and run with shift, and jump with space. So there's not much in here right now, but we're going to set all that up in a second. So now that we're comfortable with the car size and everything like that, we're comfortable with our space as it's looking, let's move on to stage 2, creating our first object with a simple component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my assets within my models, and I'm going to select the elevator object that I've downloaded from the assets library. I'm going to hide the collision right here because that's not interesting to me right now. And I'm going to add a component to it. So here is where you can find the most generally used components. And we're going to go to the complex components later when we're working with NPCs. The My Assets area is where you can find all the asset library components that you've downloaded. And the imported area is from community components that you've imported into the platform by hand. So we're going to go back to the gameplay tab, and we're going to click the move component. And as you can see here, a yellow line has entered our scene. Now, what does this yellow line mean? Well, it starts here from the start position and then moves up to the relative position. If I click on this relative position diamond and I start moving it, you can see in the window on the right, or the panel on the right, that the number for Y relative position is changing. So I'm going to put it somewhere around here. And then for the state time, I'm going to set 0 on both, just so it doesn't wait before moving. And then I'll leave the move speed at 5. So we're going to go in, start playing, and see what happens when we do that. And as you can see, it moved up immediately. Well, an elevator is no good if it just goes up. So let's go back and change it to go up and down infinitely. So I'm going to go down here to looping mode, and I'm going to change move number to infinite times and type to 2-way. And now that we enter the space, you're going to see that it's going to move up and down. There we go. Simple as that. Now, even though we set it to not wait for any time by default, we can actually tell it to wait to start moving until a player has moved into its area. So in this case, I'm going to add a trigger box, which the player can enter. So we're going to click on this, and we're going to scale it up. And when the player enters it, which we can set here on enter, this object that has the component move will trigger and start moving. So let's see how that works. So there we go. You can see that it's not moving yet. As soon as we enter the trigger, it's going to start moving up and down. Perfect. So that seems to work as intended. So let's exit out of that. And let's move on to creating a pickup that we're going to use later. So to create an item that you can pick up, you go into the gameplay tab, you click item, and then you create a new item. So in this case, I like shiny things, so I'm going to select a sack of gold, and I'm going to call it gold, and set this description as it is shiny. There we go. Now, I'm going to set the max pickup value to 99 and the max stack value to 1. It won't affect our space too much in this case, but it's a way to limit how much of this item you can have in your inventory at one time. I do also want to show, after creating this item, to create an effect for your item. You just click new effect here. You give it a name, you set a duration, and you can set the attribute that it's going to change. So for example, life or attack damage. And then you can tell it to subtract or add, and then set how much it's going to affect that value. So we're not going to use that, but if you wanted to use that, you can actually go into your item and choose it from a list. So if you want to use that for the jam, I recommend doing that and having fun with it. You can definitely explore a lot of complex solutions there. But we're going to leave this as is, and we're going to try our pickup item by going into the resource box, going into space content, dragging our newly created pickup item, and I'm actually going to scale this up so we can see it a little better within the space. And then I'm going to move it around. I'm actually going to use the grab tool to set it to the ground, and we can set it over here. So as you can see here, it has a component that is called pickup. So that's what enables us to pick it up into our inventory. So let's go into the play mode and see how that works. All right, so we can see our pickup on the ground here. And if I move towards it, you can see that we acquired gold. And then in our inventory, we see our name of the object, we see the model, and then we see that it's shiny. That's our description that we set. If I want to throw it out, I can click here and I can throw it out. Yes, I'm sure. However, that doesn't really make for a very fun game. So let's move on to the final stage of this creation process. So I'm going to select this sack of coins and I'm going to delete it from the space. And instead, I'm going to add a NPC to the space. So I'm going to go into the resource box and select some NPC models that I've downloaded earlier. So right now, I'm going to grab the pirate because that's one of my favorite models here. You can see he's got a really nice mustache. We're going to set him on the ground in front of us. So that's going to be our quest giver NPC. And as for the monster that we're going to kill for our quest, we're going to grab a mage and put them over here. They don't necessarily look evil, but they're going to be evil for these purposes. There we go. All right. So how do we go about turning these into functional NPCs? Well, it's actually quite simple. So we click on our NPC, we go to the component menu. I'm going to go to complex. And for this quest giver, I'm going to select character. We're going to name it pirate. And then we can just head into play mode and check out how that works. So as you can see here, the model that we gave an NPC component to is animated. It's doing an idle animation right now. And the one that we didn't give an NPC component to is standing in a T pose. So that's what the NPC component does. It gives us a lot of different things. And we're going to see on the other NPC how the monster component works, because it adds a couple of different behaviors that the regular NPC doesn't have. Let's click on our mage and give it the monster component. All right. As you can see, the NPC component is added by default. So we're going to call this one mage. And then we also get a behavior and an attack. So since we're going to be fighting this one, we're going to want the attack component for handling things like life, attack, and defense. And then the behavior here is going to be its move behavior. So for this example, I'm going to pick patrol. You can see here that a blue circle has appeared in the scene. So this is basically how far it's going to stray from its spawn point, which is right here. So I'm going to set that range to 5 meters, just to keep it moving a little bit. I'm going to set the interval to 3 seconds, so it changes direction often. And then I'm going to set the speed to 3 so that it moves decently quickly. And then moving on from that, we're going to go to the attack component. So for this example, I'm going to set the life to 1, which wouldn't really make sense in a regular space that you want to publish. But just so we don't have to fight the NPC too much for right now, I'm going to leave it at that. And then for the attack mode, I'm going to set it to fight back, so it doesn't actively come attack us. And I'm going to set the alert range just to 3, just in case we get chased, and it won't chase us outside of this circle. So I'll leave it at that. And then for the resurrection, I'm actually going to turn that off, so it won't respawn after it's killed. And that's that. So if we go into the play mode now, we can see that both of our NPCs are animated, and we can actually come up and fight our monster over here. Here we go. Bang. And he's dead. And he's not going to respawn. Well, that's almost everything we need to have our space fully set up to be published. However, we do need to set some goals for this. So we're going to create a quest, and the quest giver is going to need a component that allows for it to hold on to a quest. That component is actually called a quest. If you want to interact with the NPC by talking, just a narrative NPC, then you would select the dialogue one. But I'm going to select the quest one, and I'm going to tell it to start the quest when it's been touched by the player. So when we walk into the NPC, it's going to start the quest, and there's going to be some dialogue to it. So right now we don't have any quests and we don't have any dialogue, but that's easily arranged by going into the quest tab and creating a new quest. And I'm going to call it Kill the Mage. It's going to be a monster kill quest. There are a couple of different ones to pick from. For the quest sketch, which is the description that is going to show up in the quest log, I'm going to say, kill that mage over there. And then for the target, I'm going to select the mage. And for the reward, I'm going to select the pickup item that we prepared before. So when we've killed the monster, it's going to let us collect this as a reward. And then we're going to be able to set this final goal of the space to be the same item, so that the quest being collected finishes the space. And of course, we need some dialogue for this. So So I'm going to create a new dialog, which I'm just going to call quest dialog for now. And we're going to say that the NPC is going to say some little things here. It's not going to be very advanced. There we go. Then we're going to add a final sentence here. And there we go. That's going to be our dialogue. So with our quest setup and with our dialogue setup and with our space goal setup, we can go into the scene again, select the kill the mage quest, and then select the quest dialogue that I've prepared. And now if we start playing the space, we're going to see that we can actually get that quest, have a dialogue, and finally complete the space. So I walk up here, he starts talking to me. And then when we talk to him, we're going to get a quest log up here. You can see here that our goal is to kill this mage. And then we're going to get a reward by killing that mage, and we're going to get some gold. So let's go do that. I'm going to run over here, attack this mage, which again is going to get defeated in one punch. And now that we claim this quest, it's going to give us the reward item, and we're going to win the space. So I'm sure that when you're playing around with Yahaha, you're going to figure out really cool ways to do complex quest lines and figure out cool ways to use pickups and use different goals for your spaces. But this is a very simple example on how you could do it. So if you're happy with your space as it is, I'm going to first remember to save. And then I can close out of the studio, move over to the desktop app. I'll go into my dashboard and I can edit this. I'm going to call it GGJ Workshop Game. There we go. And if you would like, you could copy this link and send it to your friends, and it's going to be a private draft. So it's not going to be available for everyone that's on the platform, but it's going to be available for the people that you've sent it to that have access to the link. And it's, again, still available cross-platform. However, if you want to publish it so it's available for everyone, you click this little publish button here. And then either you can use it to update a previous space, or you can publish it as a new space, which we are going to do. And here you set the name. I'm not actually going to fill anything in here because I'm not going to click publish because it's not finished in my sense of the word. But if you think it's finished, then you fill in the name here. You set the max amount of players in one session. And then you add your thumbnails, which I definitely recommend putting some work into the thumbnail. As we kind of looked at a little bit in the play area, people do put some effort into their thumbnails, and it's really cool to get a quick view of what the space is going to be like. And I definitely think you're going to get some more plays if you put some effort into the thumbnail. And then you can add tags that are going to be used for searching for your space, as well as a description. And then when you click publish, it's going to be instantly available to play on all the platforms. So cool. And that's about it for the workshop here. So I'm going to go back to the presentation, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we actually went through. So just to summarize, I know there was a lot of things that we went through, but we did go through the creation of a project. We went through how to navigate the studio, where all the different buttons are, where you can find keyboard shortcuts. And then we went also into the asset library and talked a little bit about how to download assets, how to sort and filter for them. We also moved on to working with some simple components, using triggers instead of code to trigger mechanics. We created a pickup. And then we use that pickup within a quest and assign that quest to an NPC. That quest was to kill a monster. And then we also talked a little bit about how to use that to finish the game for the player, how to have a final goal. And then we finally published the game and made it available to everyone. I didn't specifically, but you found out how to do it. So I hope that was a comprehensive little presentation on how to use the platform. But I understand that there might have been some lost information within there. So we do, of course, have some more resources for you to take into account and take use of. Of course, the ones that are available within the desktop app, the tutorials, and then the templates that can either give you a start on creating an environment or creating gameplay features as well. And then, of course, the documentation that's available both through our website and through the desktop app. And say that isn't enough, you need some more help. Well, we're also, of course, available on Discord. And on the final slide, you're going to have a QR code there so that if you want to go to the Discord directly, you can do so. That's a really good place to communicate with other people that are using Yahaha, and also get some advice or get some ideas from the community. Really social and caring community, which I'm really happy to be a part of. So I do recommend you going there, even if you don't have any questions or need any help, just to sort of get the vibe and atmosphere of who's using Yahaha, what can I take part of, what fun is there to be had. So really cool place to be. And if you're going to use Yahaha for the Global Game Jam, I do also recommend that you join our challenge, which has this nice little prize pool. It's definitely not something you have to do, but if you're using Yahaha, I do recommend you do it because you're going to have a lot of fun and you're going to get the chance to win some prize money as well. That's totally optional though. So I want to thank you all so much for listening to this and watching and maybe even working with me as I was creating a game. If you want to go to our website, it's yahaha.com. However, I also have some QR codes for some specific links that I want to highlight. So the first one here is our Discord, which again, I recommend that you join. It's a really fun place to be and can be really helpful if you have any questions. And this is a direct link for the Global Game Jam event on our website. So if you have more questions about how that works, how it's linked to Global Game Jam, take a look at that link as well. And then finally, I'm going to have to move my head a little bit. This is a link to our official Twitter, which is a really cool place to find the latest news about the platform. I follow it. And if you are interested in Yahaha, I recommend you do so too. So that's the end of the presentation. That's the end of the workshop. And if you have any questions right now, I'm happy to answer. I still have a couple of minutes, about 15 minutes to sit here and answer questions. So if there are any questions from the audience, I am quite happy to answer those right now. And if there aren't any questions, that's fine too. Oh, we have a great question. What is my favorite part of Yaha's functionality? That's a tough question because there's a lot to talk about within Yahaha. There's a lot of systems that simplify a lot of things for single developers or small teams. So I recommend definitely taking an extra look at the usefulness of combining quests and triggers. That's probably my favorite part. It's sort of a cop-out to answer that because that's a combination. But using the triggers to trigger further quests and the simplicity of that quest line process is definitely my favorite part. So in a general sense, the answer is just the simplicity of setting up complex functionality. I thought I had to program everything. That's like what I sort of started out my game dev career with. It's just programming, and I still do program, but I don't feel the need to do so when I'm in Yahaha, because I can use other sort of systems like the logic components to set up things anyway. So yeah, definitely coolest part for me is the no code aspect. But close second is the asset library, just because of the sheer breadth of assets that you can find. So I hope that answers the question. It's a little bit, it's hard for me to choose. There's a lot of cool aspects. Okay, another question here. How long does it take to learn? There's definitely stages to it. So I chose to set up the workshop in that 3-stage way, because that's sort of how you learn. You start with the basics, and then you move into the simple components, and then you get into the more complex stuff where you're combining things. But if you've gotten that far, then you've learned the platform, and then all you need to do is perfect it. So the level of entry is really low, but the skill ceiling is really high. So I definitely recommend you look at the play area of the desktop app to see sort of how far people can take it. But learning it to be able to use it doesn't take more than 1 or 2 or a couple of sessions, especially if you're looking at the tutorials, looking at the documentation, and if you're joining our Discord. So I would say that the process is really quick and simple, and it's up to you. What you feel like is learning the platform is up to you. But I learned it in just a couple of days, so not really a problem there. I have a little thank you from a viewer. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. Hope it was helpful. Yeah, I can tell you a little bit more about the prize pool. I don't have the website up right now, but basically there's going to be winners on different categories, and then there's going to be an overall winner as well. So that prize pool money is going to be divided up accordingly. And all you need to do to take part in the prize pool is submit both to the Global Game Jam and to our separate page, which is right there, the one that with the QR code. And so taking part in both of those will enter you into the prize pool, or sorry, taking part in both the Global Game Jam entry and our separate entry will enter you into the challenge and let you have a chance of taking home some prize money. But I definitely recommend you go to the website to find all of the details. It's very clearly printed out there, so take a look there and you're going to find all the answers for that. Thank you so much for having me here at Global Game Jam. I really appreciate. It's very much an honor. So stoked to take part in this. And just to finish off the presentation, I want to say good luck to everyone. Either if you're using Yaha or not, I hope you have a really good jam. Hope you have a lot of fun. I hope you learn something. Don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to sleep. And yeah, take care. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I'm going to the jam. We're doing a on-site thing next week, of course. So it's in Helsinki, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I will make sure to have my water bottle with me at all times. But I'm super excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. Well, cool. So if we're all done, I'm going to leave, give back the slot to Global Game Jam. And within a couple of minutes, we're going to move on to a different slot. So thank you everyone so much. I'll see you later.
Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome. Hey, Tadej, how are you? Can you hear me
Hey,
fine?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. Can you hear me
It's
fine?
Friday. Happy Friday.
Yeah, thanks to you. You too.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going blind because I only have one screen to stream, so I don't see what is actually going live. So Tadej, you're gonna be my eyes, I hope.
Yeah, all good, all good.
And welcome to everyone who's online at this hour. It's Friday, so the week of live stream, the prep week of Global Game Jam, is almost winding to an end. For us here, I'm in Italy, so for us it's 9 p.m. My name is Ciro. I work at Coherence, and we're going to go over what Coherence is in a moment. And I'm a game developer, probably like you. And with me is Tadej Gregorczyk. He's our CTO. And he's going to be helping me with the chat and, managing your questions. I always say this at the beginning of my presentations. I really want presentations to be interactive, please, because it's really hard to speak, to a wall. So if at any moment you have a question, just drop it in the chat. And Tadej, please feel free to interrupt me at any point. I actually like it. And then we make it a little bit more interactive. Okay?
Will do. And just so you know, I'll be sharing the links to everything you're talking about. So just assume it's already shared when you know.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so Coherence. What is Coherence? And, what is the role in the Global Game Jam? Coherence is a new multiplayer technology. It's new. We just released the first public version, I would say. Coherence really makes it easy to create a multiplayer game. It's a framework. It offers, kind of like the whole stack. It's a server technology, and then we have an SDK for Unity. We have a powerful management of projects, of teams, and stuff like that. It's really flexible. I want to highlight that actually because, I've seen Coherence at work a little bit, and I really realized how it really allows you to create very different types of games from the big worlds. You can see the keywords here, auto scaling and stuff like that. So we really enable big worlds and games with many players, but at the same time, it goes really well all the way down to small games. And that's what we hope you will create at Global Game Jam with Coherence. As I said, we have a Unity SDK. So for now, if you want to use Coherence, you have to use Unity, but we have more engines coming in the pipeline. So we will start with Unreal for sure. And then maybe Godot, we'll see. The website is coherence.io. I think Tadej is sharing this presentation with you. So if you want, you can go along in the presentation with me and click on the links as we move forward. Again, my name is Ciro Continisio. I'm a game developer. Tadej Gregorczyk is with me. Our team is a team of game developers like you. We're mainly based in Scandinavia. Me and Tadej, we work from Malmö in Sweden, but we have members all over the world. Feel free to ask questions at any time. As I said, we can answer in a bunch of languages. Podemos responder en español, in italiano, se volete. So Tadej can speak Swedish and Slovenian. We're working on French. I'm working on my French. So feel free to even ask in other languages. So now to the big question. And you might be thinking, we're crazy, right? Multiplayer at the Game Jam. Maybe we are a bit crazy, but the idea here is that we really think Coherence brings, a really nice workflow, a really fast workflow in making a multiplayer game that actually works even in a game jam. We're not talking an MMO, we're not pushing you to make an MMO right now. That would be crazy. That would be literally crazy. So stay, sane, stay, manage your scope. But it might be the right moment to try something multiplayer. That's what we're proposing. So why would you use Coherence at Global Game Jam? Well, as I said, it's pretty easy to use. So it takes around 5 minutes when you know what you're doing to set up basic networking with a game. It would be a great opportunity to make your first multiplayer game. Maybe you never made one. Maybe you're like me. I used to be very scared of making multiplayer games. And, I kind of like overcame my fear as I started with this company. And it's not that bad, especially with Coherence, I would say. Obviously, it's a very long way to go all the way to publishing a multiplayer game. But to get started, it's not that scary as I thought. So you might take this chance to do it. It's really cool to play with your teammates and with your friends. Maybe your friends at Global Game Jam are online somewhere else. Maybe they're not in your same venue. So it's really cool to be able to test the game with them, as you as you work, even as you work during Global Game Jam. I think is a pretty cool thing that you obviously cannot do with a single player game. On top of that, we also add a pot of prizes. We know that Global Game Jam is not a competition. This is worth repeating. So as you are a Global Game Jam, don't compete with the others, help each other. But if you happen to make a game with coherence, you can enter it in our jam on itch.io, and you might win one of these prizes. We like to put this as an extra thank you, as an encouragement, to make something multiplayer this coming weekend. And we will be helping you throughout Global Game Jam, throughout the coming weeks, and after Global Game Jam as well, actually. Especially if you want, you can jump on our Discords. There's plenty of links here and there. We're always there, and we really we love to engage with questions, and we provide we like feedback, and we provide answers to your technical doubts. We don't lie when we say that you can use coherence at game jams. We actually tried ourselves. We try ourselves basically every coherence release. Every time we release a new version of the engine, we take a week, we stop, and we make a game jam internally. The first link is a video reel of the outcome of one of these jams, where you can actually see, as I was saying before, how coherence lends itself to several types of games, 2D, 3D. It doesn't really, just model itself on top of a genre, but it can be used in several ways. Last November, we also had a game jam in Sweden, in our office, in the building that hosts our office, and we invited some people. And I want to click on this link, actually, because I want to show you. This was the game jam. It was invitation only, so the numbers were pretty low. But despite that, we still got a few nice games made at the game jam, including from people that not only never used coherence, but never actually made a multiplayer game. There were so many cool ones, but we wanted actually to play one of them, Duck Planet, right, Tadej?
Yeah, let's do it.
If you click on this link with me, and I'm addressing, people, not just Tadej, but even people on the stream, like if you just click on this link, coherence.io, games coherence jam 2022, Duck Planet, you can play let me click on it myself, one of the games that was made at the jam in November. As you start, you will see here we can select the world, and then I can type my name and connect. And we just wanted to highlight this game because it's really fun to see, how you can actually make a multiplayer game very, very briefly. Who is this? Tadej, hello. So in this game, you can see these little ducks. You have to go around. You have to grab this crown, and you're the king of this little duck planet. And then I lost the crown. There we go. And then other players can bump into you and use this rotating attack and push you away. And then there's these comets. It's a very chaotic game, but you can really see how. Actually, we like to highlight this game also because, in terms of networking, it's not doing a lot. It's just syncing the position, the rotation of these players, and the actions of attacking people, and then it's parenting the crown to the players. But you can see with simple things, you can get a lot of interactivity, and gameplay that you can actually have running in a matter of, I don't know, an hour. Even if you're just new to the framework. So this was a fun game. Sorry.
Importantly, as you're wearing the crown, you're not able to do any attacks. So this is why I'm able to knock it off your head so frequently.
Yes. Yeah, I cannot attack while I'm wearing. Can I? Actually, I can. Maybe it's a bug.
Oh, maybe because the developer said, when you're wearing the crown, you have to set a good example.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it is a small bug. At the end of the day, it's a gem game, right? But yeah, we again, I really like this example because it shows how you can do a lot with little, I would say. But let's move on. I wanna keep going because you have a lot of stuff to show you. So let me go back into the presentation. So as you can see, with coherence, you can easily, through Unity, making a WebGL build, and then you can share it on our portal, and just literally send the link to somebody and then they can play with you. This is a super cool way to test the game, or a cool way to distribute the game after the jam, or even during presentations at the end of the jam. The only thing I would advise is that WebGL build takes a little bit long, so it makes sense to only make them at the end of the jam, but we'll see that in a second. I think you probably don't like people talking and showing you slides, so why don't I show you Coherence in the Unity editor? As I said, Coherence for now is only available in Unity. It's an SDK that you basically download into Unity and then you network your game. So how do we do that? It's pretty simple. To get started, you just go to the project settings as a first step. You open the package manager settings. Oh my God, the resolution is killing my Unity. And then you insert your scoped registry that will basically allow you to pull down the package of Coherence, and this data is in our documentation, so it's pretty easy to find if you just open the docs. So you do this, you add the scoped registry, then you open the actual Unity package manager, and 3, 2, 1. You can then go to my registries and find Coherence and click the install button. So you can see that I'm really starting from zero. Coherence wasn't even present in my project up to a second ago. You click that, the package is pretty small, so it will install like pretty quickly. Last famous words.
Gotta love the beach ball.
Yeah. Okay, it's reloading script assembly, so it's installed. Little error, I don't know where it's coming from. But now I'm kind of like clean slate, right? Like, so there's nothing in my game that's networked just yet. So if I press play, you can see that I can control this character. And I really want to point out that this character for now, as you can see, I can already play the game. So I'm, playing offline if you want. The character, the setup is really nothing crazy. It's just the usual rigid body, capsule collider. There's a script to manage input, and there's a script that actually moves the player from the input. So the script just, adds a force or sets the velocity actually of the rigid body. And then it does some kind of animation, some animation stuff. So you can see how Coherence, you can actually very easily, you will see, put it on top of your game. You don't have to modify your game a lot when it comes to simple syncing. So how do we make this character networked, right? First step is to, let's start from setting up our scene, actually. And I will use something that Coherence gives me to help myself. If you go to Coherence Hub, you open this window, which is kind of like a control center for Coherence. It's full of options. I usually like to dock it here at the bottom or, next to the inspector. And actually, let me put it next to the inspector this time. And here, the first thing you can see is I'm logged in. So we also have a cloud system. Through this, I will be able to upload my build and stuff like that. But I really want to go first to the scene tab. And the scene tab helps me set up my scene for Coherence. I just need a couple of game objects, really. The first one is called MonoBridge. MonoBridge is a script that goes on top of a game object that will manage my connection. So through MonoBridge, basically, I will be able to connect to the Coherence server, the replication server. That's it. Like, you just click that and you insert it in the scene and it's ready to go. Second object would be the live query. What is the live query? The live query is a tool that basically allows us to say which areas of the world we want to be updated about. As you're connected to a replication server, there might be a lot of data going on the server because maybe the game has a lot of players playing at that specific point in time. And maybe you're not interested in all of them because maybe they're far away or you're not looking at them in your game. This really depends on the game. So the live query is your tool as a developer to say, I'm interested just in this area. And the live query with the radius of 0 is basically endless. But if you put any radius, like for example 10, you will notice that the gizmo shows me that now I will only receive updates from this area. So this really allows you to optimize your game. You can actually move the live query during the game, so you can query only individual parts of the world. And this is what allows you to optimize as a game developer the data that is pulled down from the server. But let me leave it to 0. It's the easiest case. I'm just asking for everything because this is obviously just a small demo. And then the last piece, like right now, we're already ready in terms of tech. The only thing we need, which Coherence gives us, is this sample UI. If I click this, then you get this nice UI that allows you to connect just by using the mouse to rooms or to worlds. These are two kind of like topologies that you can give to your online world. So rooms is a classic, small environments. It's great to make the game with rooms when you have a match-based game. So the game starts and ends very, very quickly, and you put like a bunch of players together. They jump into a room, they play their game, and then they get out to maybe some lobby. The world is more ideal for games that have a big world. So all the players are connected at the same time. They might be far away in space, and then you use the live query to query only the parts that you're interested in. But you really can use any of them, and you can potentially even mix them together in the same game, which is what I find actually pretty cool about Coherence. One of the first things that excited me when I heard about the tech was to mix these two things and create a game with a big world that also has rooms, which kind of like reminds me maybe of World of Warcraft and its dungeon instances, if you want. I'm going to use words because I want to simplify things. So now I have my UI, I have my mono bridge to connect, and I have my live query to request which areas of the world I want to be updated about. I just need to tell Coherence which data do I actually want to sync over the network. And it's obviously related to my player. So how do I network this player? I will need to Coherence reasons with prefabs. Prefabs are like the let's say the unit of networking in Coherence. So this player is already a prefab. I can select the asset, which is here, and then I will just add, or actually let me go into prefab mode just for more clarity. And on the root, I add this component called Coherence sync. With Coherence sync, now this prefab, we're able to network it. And once I added this component, I can click on this configure button, which will open a new window, again, provided by Coherence. And I usually like to dock it here as well. And this window really shows you, in a way, the power of Coherence, in the sense that now, with just a couple of clicks, I have the possibility to network all of the properties of this prefab, of the scripts on this prefab, of the components. So here on the root, I have a transform, rigid body, capsule collider, and you can see that I can literally just click and ask Coherence to network these. You will see here on the inspector, here it says interpolate. Well, it will be updated every frame, basically. So once I configure this, and you see position is already enabled for me, and I cannot unenable it. Rotation, I've just clicked on it. Here you can choose, some more options, like for example, the interpolation. You can choose how to interpolate this data when the data is not coming through the network fast enough. Oops, I disabled it. This you can customize, but I'm just going to leave it to default interpolation. I was just giving you a small tour. Here at the top, you can see that we are in a tab called variables, because this allows me to network variables, but then I can choose to network methods. So to expose methods to Coherence in order to be able to call them remotely. And then there's the components tab. The components tab allows me to quickly perform actions on components as I connect, for example. These scripts, I might, for example, disable them. Why would you disable them? Because these actions will happen only on non-authoritative game objects. So it means that if this player belongs to me, I want the script to be on. But if this player if this prefab belongs to another player on the network, then I might want to disable these scripts because I don't want to control their player. And so you can see how you can quickly just do this with a click of the mouse. Keep in mind that all of these things, if you're a programmer, you might be thinking, I don't want to do these things in Unity. All of these things, including these checkboxes, you can do it in code. But this UI just makes it nicer for a first-time user. Let me start. There's more stuff that I want to configure, but let me start by testing this thing out. So I said that I want to network position and rotation. In my components, I maybe want to make the rigid body kinematic when I'm not controlling the character, and I want to disable the scripts. Once I've done this, I can go back. The player is ready to go, right? As it is right now. The coherence sync is there. The only thing I need to do is I need to tell coherence that this prefab is, where this prefab is. There's several ways to do it, but I think I will do it. Here we can say load via resources, for example. So this prefab right now is moved to the resources folder, I think.
Yeah, just create the resources folder.
Okay. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah, the same happened to me earlier.
All right. There we go.
Yeah.
So now that it's in resources folder, it's kind of ready to go. There's many more options. I'm not going to go over them. You can see that we have lifetime management. You can make prefabs unique. You can decide when and how clients can request authority on them. But this is really like the simplest scenario. So once compilation is done, am I forgetting anything? I don't want to do the thing. It's like live demos. The only missing piece we need, and if I press play, you will see this actually. If I press connect and I'm trying to connect to a world, the UI will return me an error. It says connection failed, because actually there's no world running, there's no server running. So the only thing I need to do here, and I can do even when I'm in play mode, is to go to coherence, local server, and then I run local world server. You can do this also from the coherence hub. Servers, run world. So if I just click this button, you see that the coherence SDK starts the world in the console, in the terminal, and now the world is running. You can see here there's kind of like an output that will show me like connected players and stuff, and I'm ready to connect. If I press connect, I'm now connected. So now I'm actually online, even though I'm running the whole thing on my machine. You can see that here the monobridge has a little icon that shows me that I'm connected. If I go to the inspector, it shows me connected. Client connections, this is me. It shows me the entities that are present. There's my player here. You can click, it selects it. So you can see how nice this SDK is in terms of usability. If I select my player, you see it shows that it's currently being networked by coherence. It shows me connected, who has authority on it, and all these things. It's a really nice experience to use it in Unity, to be honest. The player is connected. I think I can make a build now to show you, two players, but
not playing alone in a multiplayer game.
Yeah, it's not fun. But first, I wanna network animation as well, because I know that if I make the build right now, the player will just rotate and not be very interesting. So how do I network animation as well? Again, I go to the prefab, I get in, right? Before I was on the root, and I had, if you remember, I had enabled position and rotation, components, actions, and stuff like that. But now I will go down the hierarchy and network other things. And if I go to this object, where is it?
I think it's player. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this one that has the animator. You can see how with coherence automatically you can just check all of the animator parameters, in this case like floats and bools, and coherence will just network them for you. So as you set them locally, they will just be passed to all of the other clients, and all of the state machines will be kept in sync on our client. So if I walk on this machine, it will show the character as walking on the other machine, which is just kind of like magic, right? The other missing piece I need is for triggers in the state machine, because they are not parameters that have a value, but they're more like method calls. So I jump into this tab. We have methods. I have the animator. I can network all of the methods, but the one I'm interested in is set trigger. And then I just choose that I want to send this method to everyone. At this point, I have to jump into the code. This method has been exposed to Coherence, but I need to tell Coherence when to send it, right? Because you need to have control over when you want to send things over the network. So how do I do that? I go to my my root objects in the move script. Let me double click. I open the script in Rider. I think I can make it a little bit bigger, maybe. I don't know. Is it visible today?
Yeah, I can see it fine, and I have the window really small. Maybe
Okay.
a little bit. Yeah, this is perfect.
I just wanted to say again, if you have questions, or you want clarifications on what I'm saying, just write in the chat. Today is gonna write something to me. But let me finish this section, and then we go to questions. So how do I tell? You see here in this script, I have a reference to the animator. So at some point here in the script, I do set float, set bool. So these are taken into account taken care of by Coherence automatically. But there is the trigger that I mentioned before. So I need to do this over the network. So super simple. You just basically pair a reference to the coherent sync component that we saw before. Rider has added the coherence toolkit for me here at the top. So I declare this reference, and then I want to say that I, how do you do it? Initializing start. So this is going to do for me a get component coherent sync. So now that I have a reference to this component, right, which is basically from here, I'm getting a reference to the component here. I can then just go where I was calling the set trigger, and I do sync dot, and it's called send command. Send command, I will tell Coherence to send it to an animator component, and I want to call a specific command named set trigger. Exactly the one that I'm calling here, basically offline. I call it online. And I tell Coherence to send this command to others. So I don't want to send it to myself, to this entity. I want to send it to other entities on other machines. And then the parameter I'm going to pass is the name of the trigger I wanna call, which is jump. So I do this, and now this line is ready. I save the script. I go to Unity, and now I have the certainty that this set trigger will be called also for other clients on other machines. So let's see how this works. I save this scene, and now I'm ready to go. I can now make a build. How do you make a build? Nothing simpler. You just make a build like usual. So you make sure that the scene is included. You hit build, and you select the location, GGJ Prep week, and you hit save. So again, I just checked the variables that I want to network. I exposed a method that I want to network, and then I made sure to call the method in the code, where it was needed. And I think I should have baked. Let's see. The thing you need. Sorry.
I think it might still work. Let's see.
Really? It will be a miracle.
With reflection.
Well, since we're here, let's try.
Yes.
So I'm making a build, but the cool thing is you can always use also Unity as one of the clients. So you don't need to launch two builds, but you can launch one build and one Unity and the Unity editor as one of the clients. Now I need to probably take Unity out of the full screen. And but let's see from here very quickly.
run on your server too, right?
Yeah, the server is already.
But I think you need a new one. No.
Let's do a new one. So I will just terminate my server.
Yeah, every time you make changes to what you're syncing, you usually want to restart the local server or upload to the online one. But yeah, I'm curious to see if this works now.
Let's see. So I'm running around. Well, it is telling me something down there. So let's see if it works. It doesn't.
Yeah, we need to bake. You were right.
So let me bake. So this is good actually. So it allows me to show you, the whole process. So because we changed the entity of what data we're sending over the network, I need to bake. So it means that I will select the player, select the prefab. Actually, sorry, I will do it from the Coherence hub. So there's this tab called schemas, and the schema is basically the description of the data that's being networked right now. So because I changed it, I need to bake again. It's a very quick process. It's almost instantaneous. The longest thing is the recompile. And Coherence creates all of the net code for you. So it's recompiled and now it's ready to go. I will kill the server again, just in case. And then I go Coherence, local server, run. And I think that if I play now, should work. I baked, right?
I think you did.
Yes. So let me run the server, and then I need to rebuild.
Maybe save your scene, but maybe that doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, it will ask me anyway.
How do you like build times these days?
I mean, as you can see, the building for non-WebGL is actually pretty fast. You can see down here it says 13 seconds, so it's okay. Could be instantaneous, but 13 seconds, I can live with that. Oops. All right. I think we're there. You can see now the two players are networked. They move, they rotate, they play all the animations that they had to play. So you can see that if I move around, all of the work cycle is respected because of remember the animator parameter I synced. And then if I press space, even the trigger that is used for the jump is played. There's a slight delay, of course, there's network delay, but you can see that everything looks correct. And if I move this one, it will sync in the other window as well. So, I hope I've shown you how quick it is to set up these things, like import package, set up the scene, and then set up your player. Just a bunch of clicks in the Coherence configuration window, and then call the code. Where is JetBrains? Call the code when you need to call actually a method over the network. So
amazing, Ciro. And just wanted to remind everybody that I also posted a video in the chat showing this entire process recorded, where within 5 minutes we do all these steps and some other steps as well. So I encourage you to watch that as well later. If you missed anything that Ciro showed you right now, you can very easily remember when you watch that.
Yeah. Are there questions in the chat?
Right now, there was one question about one viewer came a bit late and was asking if Coherence is a plugin for Unity or an engine on its own. And I already answered that in the chat itself. So Coherence is a network engine, a platform, and an SDK that you use with Unity or other engines. So it's not a game engine on its own, but it's a tool for you to turn any games that you're making within, for instance, Unity into multiplayer very easily. But also not just easily, but make them powerful and use all the architectural features that Coherence has that gives you a lot of flexibility. And Jiro I'm sure, will tell you a little bit more about that as well.
Yes. I'm wondering if to keep demoing in the editor or jump into first steps.
I think it's yeah. I think the first steps could be nice in the editor, at least for one scene. Then we can show how a build can interact with the editor, and you can maybe pull some boxes in while I'm in WebGL, or I can't do that.
In the in first steps.
Yeah, maybe.
I fear that that version in WebGL is an older schema, though.
Oh, okay.
But let me show you the game itself, the demo itself. So the maybe I'll just show something more in here, just to show persistence. Since we have quite a lot of time.
Yeah, we can do the cube and we can do the flower and all that stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I'll just show you something else, because obviously here I just move the character around, but how to add actual gameplay, how to actual functionality. So one thing we prepared is this idea of you have this character, you're moving around like, kind of like Mario, and you want to jump under a box and a flower spawns out of the box. So how do you do that? And how do you do it online, actually? So we have this prefab here, this crate. This crate is, again, like I really want to point this out, nothing else than just a mesh with a box collider with a rigid body to detect collision events. And I made it kinematic so it doesn't fall down. You can obviously, duplicate it and move it around. This is a prefab. So then we operate on the prefab and we make our changes. What was I going to say? To make it networked. Oh, and then we have a script which I want to add to this, which is called, it's in scripts, smash block. So if I add it here and we take a look at it, again, the code here is nothing, network inherent. It's just offline. So it's kind of like on collision enter as usual. We call a function which is called spawn flower, which just instantiates a flower prefab above the cube. And then here we just need to connect which prefab we want to spawn, which is in here. And I do this. And actually, if I press play and I connect, now I'm online, but like these cubes are offline, as we said. If I can catch them, you can see that I'm spawning flowers as soon as I connect, as soon as I collide with them. These flowers are, again, nothing online so far, which means that if I stop the game, obviously they disappear because they were spawned by play mode, while in play mode. So how do I make them online, and how do I make sure that if I spawn a flower, it appears on somebody else's machine? It's quite easy, actually. So you will just take this crate and you would enter prefab mode, and then you add a coherence sync component like we did before. And then here I will say load via resources, as we mentioned. What do we do here? We don't want duplicates, because if we allow duplicates, what happens here is that as I connect, I bring this cube into the network simulation, but as somebody else connects, they will also bring the cube into the simulation. And now we have two cubes in the same position. So in this case, we want to make sure that there's no duplicates. And we add this helper component, which basically makes sure that every instance of this crate has a unique ID. And this uniqueness will make sure that when I go online with my cubes and I bring them into the simulation and somebody else comes online with their cubes, the IDs match, and then coherence doesn't duplicate these cubes over the network. Manual destroy.
Maybe do orphans. Are you going to do it? Make it persistent or session based? Maybe you can explain the difference between that as well to everybody watching.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm going. Basically, now I'm just improvising. So bear with me. Session based and persistent. Was saying as Tadej was saying. So this is another option that you have for game objects, and this really depends on the game you're trying to make. Session based means that when I connect, I bring this entity online, and when I disconnect, the entity goes away with me. Persistent means that the entity will stay as I leave the session, and it will stay on the server. And it means that if somebody else connects, they will see that entity in the same position where it was before, with the same properties that it had before. Before I disconnected. So if I select persistent, you can see how there's an option that lights up down here, which is auto adopt orphan. And this connects us to the idea of authority. As we mentioned before, you remember when we talked about these actions that happen for the components. Every time you are online and you bring an entity online, you have authority over it. And if some other client comes online and brings its own entities, like the other character in this case, they have authority on that character. So for me, that character is remote. And when you have persistent objects, as you disconnect, the object stays, but there's nobody that has authority on it. So they become, as it says here, an orphan. Very sad concept, which means that no client has authority over that entity. And then you can enable this thing to basically the next client that comes online will auto-adopt that entity. So you can see Coherence has a very flexible and creative, I would say, system of authority. That
one thing, if you don't mind me interrupting a little bit, one thing just to keep in mind here, you can see under simulate here, we have client side. And, for those of you who have worked with networked engines, of course, client-side simulation is one way to go, but it's also a way to go that often in production-ready games that go towards like competitiveness will not be used that much. Then you would say you would use server-side simulation and have one authority that takes care of the entire world. But because we're in a game jam and we don't have much time, we don't care about if somebody's going to hack our game and cheat with it. I think client-side is more than enough for this context. And this shows you also how flexible you can be with Coherence when it comes to authority. So you can freely transfer authority between all the clients, all the dedicated servers on the fly. And we'll show you that a little bit later in another demo.
Yeah, and it also means that you might be making your game with client-side authority and then only switch to server-side later on. So if you need to test things quickly, you do it with client. So it's really like something you can change even during development. So yeah, I also think this is a pretty cool feature, I would say, that is really embedded deep into Coherence. I think it's pretty much ready. So the cube is now, networked, although I'm not networking much. And then
it does have rotation, right? Did you? I think it don't have rotation right
I don't
now.
know if I have enabled it. No. So yeah, rotation.
And now maybe we need to bake as well, right? Maybe this is a good opportunity to just mention what baking is, because we brought it up a little bit. So when you click bake, Coherence will generate optimized network code for you. You don't really need to use baking when you're prototyping, because we use something called reflection in C# to do a lot of the things for you. But that's not very performant, so you're gonna wanna bake when you're sharing a build with somebody.
Yeah. So right now, if I build, I will already see these cubes online. But shall I make the flower networked as well very quickly?
Why not?
Why not? So how do I do this?
Yeah, because it's not going to appear because collisions between two kinematic objects, maybe in your project settings currently, will not register.
No, they should work because these crates are already kinematic. Yeah.
Yeah, but if
Characters.
you have two kinematic objects that interact, the default physics settings I think, register them. And if you can either enable that and you have client side will pop up both the flowers, or what you're doing now is even better, I think. It's like that default contact pairs mode. I usually set this guy to enable all contact pairs, and then all of them will register kind of on collision enter.
Okay. So the crate, we have it in resources, and then the flower, I'll actually move it to resources manually. And then to network it, I'm going to go a bit faster now. So coherent sync. And then we do resources. Okay. Bake update. And I want them to be persistent as well. And auto-adopt, why not? Flower is ready. I might network the rotation as well. And this should be enough, I think. So the crate will spawn a flower on collision. And because the flower is also a networked object, it should appear on the other client. Shall we try?
I think we should.
We should.
Could you just check if all the IDs are different for all the crates?
Yes, good point.
Yeah.
I was gonna shoot myself in the foot. Now they should be. So now the crates have unique IDs per instance, so they're not gonna.
Do the first and the second one have? They looked very similar.
No, they should be okay.
Sorry, it's just my frame rate.
So I will now bake again, right? I always want to make sure that I baked the latest network configuration and build. So we'll build on top of the old build. Hopefully Unity is not going to betray me now. And the last thing I need to do is I need to start the server again. I just killed it. You probably, I don't know if you saw it, but I will then, as soon as the build is done, you see 13 seconds, record times, I will start a new server. So local server, run local words, server is running, and now I can press play. So I have a build running here. Connect. What is happening here is that I brought this player online. This player is a session-based entity, which means that if I disconnect, it will go away. But the cubes are there. And the cubes are persistent. As I connect here as well, I do this, you can see that now we have the two players, we have the crates. The crates are persistent, but because they have the same ID, they haven't been duplicated. And you can see here in the editor how, and I don't know if I can zoom in like this. Is it zooming in?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So you can see how these crates and the other player have an empty coherence icon because it's showing me that they are remote for me. Because the crates have been brought online for the first time by this client, which is the build. So this client has authority over them. And you can actually notice that if I disconnect here, they become a full icon because now I have authority on them. So you remember this auto-adopt orphan thing. I can reconnect. And it's all very, very transparent and managed for you. So what I can do now is I can go and try to hit these crates, and then a flower gets created. You will notice that I'm playing here in the build, so I'm moving the build character. As I hit the cube, this cube in this instance generated the flower, but because the flower is a coherence object, it has been spawned in my Unity editor as well. So it has been spawned on the network. And because the flower is persistent, if I leave this session, if I were to close the build, the flower will stay for this player here. And if I were to leave play mode and press play again and connect again, I will see the flower again because it was persistent, right? So it's there on the server. And because I'm syncing position and rotation, I could technically, if I go, I'm just messing now really like randomly with the game. I could go to the crate, I could take the flower, and I could then, I don't know why there's another copy here.
Do you think you could show side by side with the editor and the
yes,
client?
yes, I wanted to. I don't know why there's two flowers, but I think it's because
because it's not it doesn't have the same ID, I think.
Yeah, and I haven't cleaned the scene as well.
Yeah.
But you will see that when I connect again, I see, oops, these characters are a bit messy. I see the same situation here in the build. So because these entities are on the server, as soon as this one connects, I could have Unity closed. I will get exactly the same situation. And then as you hit that, as you hit this, they get created into Unity. So you can see how easy it was to network the flower, network the crates. It's a really quick process.
I have one question. When you're opening the build, when you have the build open,
yes,
and the editor open, can you just on the fly drop in?
I know what you're asking me to do. Yes, and that's actually a pretty cool. Thanks for mentioning it. It's a pretty cool feature that Coherence also has, because as I mentioned, Coherence is prefab based, right? And now that I have these prefabs networked, like the crate, for instance, I can literally let me put this thing.
I don't think you're connected yet in the editor.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks. It's good to have Tadej watching over me.
Sorry.
As I demo. No, it's good. So now I'm connected on both clients, and you will see how, as I take this crate and I bring it to the scene view, literally as I bring it in, oops, it left some flowers. They got created.
Because you touch the other client, the player, right?
Yeah, but you can see how I can now move this crate in the Unity editor, and it's immediately, the state is reflected here, because the crate, you remember, I set it up to sync its position and rotation. So as I take it here and I move it around, Coherence knows it's the same network entity, and then it just allows me to manipulate it in the Unity editor. And because I'm manipulating synced variables, then they immediately get reflected. And I don't know what you think, but I think it's super cool. We actually have one of the diversifiers in a global game jam about this. So we are throwing, not only we're throwing the challenge of making a multiplayer game, but if you feel brave, accept the challenge of the diversifier. And the diversifier is about making a game where basically players are playing in the build, right? They're like maybe these characters. And then there's a dungeon master that is using the Unity editor to manipulate the game world, to delete things, to spawn things, and to mess around, with the game state, and basically mess with the game world. And I would literally going like random
video now,
doing random things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope you understood how to set up a game, how to network, something simple, and you really don't need much else much more to start to get yourself started at Global Game Jam. I think you will have a lot of fun even with these simple, interactions, position, rotation, and simple stuff like that. If you're if you found this interesting, we're approaching the end of the presentation. We have a really nice
9 minutes left. Maybe we can show this a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We have this demo called First Steps, which is a pretty nice demo, if I can say myself. I made it, so. And it's basically a long, not long, but contained, but very diverse tutorial that shows various different aspects of the Coherence framework, and it guides you through them, and it possibly shows it in a nice way. The entire project is available here on GitHub. You can download it from our repo. There's some documentation which it really guides you through the different concepts. And also, we made some WebGL builds. So now we can try it all together. So if you click on this link on the presentation, it will open the game in WebGL. As I said, from Coherence, you can always build WebGL. And you can see here we spawned 3 servers, 3 world servers, but we're going to use the Europe one just because we're in Europe. So, if you're in another geographical area, just join us in Europe. You're going to have a little bit of lag, but then we can meet each other in the build. Enter your name, click connect, and let's take a look at the first demo. Tadej was already there. So you can see the same characters. They have a little bit more functionality. You can walk around. You can press the Q button to wave. And you can hit the C to change your appearance. A few accessories and skin tones to choose from. As I said, the various scenes, they show different aspects. In this one, you really just see like movement and animation and what was the thing? Sending network commands to do animation triggers. But if we go, for example, to physics, things already become a little bit more interesting, and we can see how in this scene we can network physics. Did you see the boxes like just jumping, snapping somewhere? Can you guess why? Leave it to you. Can somebody in the chat guess why the box is snapped to a certain position? I'll spoil. It's because they are persistent boxes. They were already on the server, and as I connected, they resumed the position that they had yesterday when I demoed this thing last. But now that we're connected, we're simulating them. Where are we simulating them? Well, if you hit the tab key, we introduced in this demo this nice visualization that shows you who has authority over these entities. So in this case, the blue ones I have authority on, so I'm simulating them on my machine. The physics are being run on my machine. And the orange ones, including Tadej's characters, are being simulated on Tadej's machine. So it means that the physics are basically distributed in a sense. Like I'm running my own physics regarding my boxes, and Tadej is running his own. And as I touch a box, they become simulated on my machine, and they become kinematic on Tadej's machine. So you can imagine how, as Tadej mentioned before, this is not a production-ready scenario. You wouldn't do this in a production because then people might cheat. But if you're making a game jam,
you can do it if it's a fun game like Among Us or something. You don't care.
Yeah, exactly. If you're doing a game jam, or as we said, as Tadej mentioned, if cheating is not a problem, or maybe you don't want to go over the cost of running a server, because obviously running physics on the server has a cost. There's a variety of scenarios. Well, Coherence allows you to do it this way, right? And you can run physics on the player's machine. That's what we're doing here in this simplified demo. If you go to live query, we can take a look at Creo. You remember the live query I talked about before? It's these cubes that allow you to query just for a certain area of the world. In this case, we give them a visualization. So you can see how Tadej, I can visualize his character as long as he is inside the live query. But if he gets out of a live query, then he disappears. He's still on the server. It's just that I don't see him. I don't get updates about him. In fact, you cannot see this, but he will be able to basically go through me, because right now I'm not on Tadej's instance. You cannot see his screen, but he's not seeing me. And then as I do this, he will see me, right? Because I'm in his live query. So live query allow you to partition the world into spaces, and you can, as I said before, you can move them around. So this is the visualization of a graphics visualization, but they're obviously invisible. This is Tadej's favorite scene, right, Tadej?
Yes.
It's
like
the
trains.
It's the moving platforms one. Join me.
I am on my way.
So in this scene, you can see these moving platforms, and this scene demonstrates basically another thing that is kind of hard to do in a multiplayer scenario, which is parenting an object, a network object, to another network object. In this case, I'm parenting myself, my character, to the moving platform. But you can see how this is super solid. Obviously, my character is being run on my machine, but today's character is being, simulated on his machine. Despite that, you can see how he just. Oh, yeah, we lost him. But you can see how. Enjoying the train of fun. Oh, there's a web user. There's another player. Jump on the platform. Come on. No. I don't know who this person is. But thanks for joining us. No, they disconnected. That was the dream. Anyway, as I was
maybe a mobile user.
excited.
maybe the user was mobile. Unity's WebGL is not that optimized for mobile yet, I think.
It could be another player.
Cool.
Could be, yeah. We don't have mobile control. No, he's moving, or she's moving.
Yes.
There we go. You can see how we have these two users that are actually remote. Oh, Fran is also here. Nice.
Hey, Fran. You seem familiar.
Now I like it.
Yes.
You see, this is exactly. Thanks, everybody who joined. Hello. Because this is exactly what you might be able to do at Global Game Jam, right? Like you share your link on Twitter, and then people just jump into your demo, and I think it would be pretty cool. I will do it. I know for a fact. Hey, Fran. So yeah, sorry, I got derailed to make a joke. So you can see how the movement of these characters is perfectly synchronized with the moving platform that they're on, even though the moving platform is being run by my machine. And actually, I want to show you one thing. If I disconnect and I connect again, I lose authority over that platform. And what's happening? Local word, sorry. I think I made a mistake. I will need to reload.
No, actually, the platform had stopped moving for us. I think maybe nobody has authority, or somebody needs to take it.
Really?
Yeah.
Sad.
It doesn't matter. It's really fun to see. Here we go.
I thought they were an auto-adopt.
Yeah, maybe.
I ruined the fun for everyone.
Super fun demo, Chiro. We have 1 minute, 0 minutes. Maybe we can just remind everybody of the URLs.
Yes. So I think this one's yeah. I mean, plenty of words. I said. I hope you got something out of it. We would really love to see you make a multiplayer game this weekend or this upcoming week. Thank you so much for watching this presentation. Hopefully, you'll make a multiplayer game. If you do, submit it also to our contest. So in addition to Global Game Jam, you then send it also on our each jam, which you will find at this URL. And maybe you'll win one of these prizes, maybe you don't, but we are sure that you will have some fun, and maybe you will make your first multiplayer game. Tomorrow, the Global Game Jam will reveal the theme, so tune into their live stream on Twitch, and then from Monday we will all start jamming. I will be jamming in Rome, in Italy. Tadej, where will you be?
I'll be jamming in London at Goldsmith.
Cool. And I hope everyone is gonna find a site to jam and have fun.
Yeah, and don't be shy. Ask questions. We're here for you. Our team is following Discord, our forum, all our social channels. So if you have any questions about coherence, if you're worried about anything, or if you're super excited about anything and you have a good idea and you want to share it, please join our Discord. We also have a coherence channel on the Global Game Jam Discord. And thanks so much, Global Game Jam, for having us. We're very proud to be one of the headline sponsors this year. And yeah, looking forward to jamming with you. And I'll be with you tomorrow, I think, the same time, at the same time during the theme reveal. Very excited
Mhm.
to learn what it is. Tim, will you tell us?
Cool.
No, I think it's, yeah, but thank you. Thank you so much.
Team wants
And
us to stay. We can stay. I can stay.
All right.
I know there is the next presenter.
Yeah, I think Charlie is presenting. And yeah, good luck, guys. We'll tune in and listen.
Yes.
And see you next week and tomorrow.
Yep.
Thanks, Chiro.
Hey, hopefully my audio is okay. And oh, there's the chat tab that I hadn't clicked on this whole time. New softwares, right? Well, welcome everybody. In this tiny window, you can't see me gesticulating wildly. Feels unnatural. I gesticulate a lot. Cool, I can be heard. Awesome. So I couldn't get desktop audio to come through. So if you guys want to hear anything, or if we talk about sound at all, you'll just have to come play games with me. So I was asked to talk about polish and finishing your jam game and testing, quote unquote, which varies a lot by the tools you're using. So we'll see what I can find to say about that. But I thought while we talk about things, we could play some games. So I'm in our hub world here. Sorry for the harsh camera movement. And as others have shown on previous days, we have a global game jam hub with all kinds of resources and other goodies in it for you guys during the jam. If you happen to use .Big Bang for your jam experience, of course you don't have to, but we've got lots of stuff in here to check out. But come check it out. And we've got a link somewhere, I think, and I don't have it because I'm a brain genius. Let's see. There are too many windows on my computer. All the windows, maximum windows. So let me find a game for us, and I will post a link. If I can post a link, I don't know how this works. Well, I'm going to go hop in Terminal Junction, Digital Monkey Master, if you want to drop a link for everybody, if that's something we can do, or should the host do that? I don't know how that works. I suppose I can paste a link in the chat here, and we'll see what we can get up to. So this is just like a little sort of, I think the term now is boomer shooter, quote unquote. Just like a little sort of arcadey, chill, low pressure FPS game. But I figure we can just play a few rounds together. There's quite a few people in here, actually. Yeah, we can just run around and have some fun. And so, I don't know. I was asked to talk about quote unquote finishing or getting your game over the line in a game jam. And I've only done a few game jams. Some folks have done a lot more game jams than me, but my experience with it has been that it's really a question of leveraging your time. And it depends on what you want to get out of the jam, right? Like, do you have to finish a jam game? Do you have to make a quote finished product? And really the answer is you don't have to. It can be exhilarating to like pull it off, right? To like make a jam game that feels like a finished enough game that people can play through and complete in some sense. And especially something like a multiplayer game, getting that to a playable state is really can be really gratifying because it's a big job to do for a game jam. But really, a game jam is about the experience of creating your game. And the most important thing is that you have fun in the process of the jam. I've done a few things over the years, like coding competitions, which usually are very high stress. Particularly, like when I was younger, I would do coding competitions to try to get, like, college scholarship money or things like this. And in those situations, the process is only enjoyable if you're really good at the process, right? But with a game jam, you're much more free to have a good time, and the whole purpose is to have a good time, in my opinion. Uh, so I don't know. To me, that should always be most important. Like, finishing a game is kind of arbitrary and more or less up to you what that entails. So, but what's important is, like, whatever finishing means, whether or not you achieve what you want to achieve is going to depend on your ability to manage the limited amount of time that you have. So the way that I would describe it is you want to maximize your leverage. And, like, staying on task in a jam is about maximizing your leverage. What is that lag spike? Probably because I'm streaming. So sorry. Maybe this is not a good thing to try to multitask. I'm just too engrossed and caffeinated. Oh my goodness, it's mayhem down here. So what I typically, like, there's a bunch of strategies you could employ. And something that I typically do, not just in jams, but in, like, actual work games as well, and in personal project games, is it's easy to it's easy to get nerd sniped by something. For any game that you want to make, unless it's very nailed down, there's kind of an infinite amount of work that can be done. And so your job as somebody on the team is to figure out which work you can do that will have the most impact right now, right? Because you can talk all day about, like, here's what we would like to have in this game. But you have to look at the experience that as it currently is and say, what can I do today that will move it forward the most? And I don't know if this strategy works for everybody, but for me, if I focus on doing whatever I think will have the biggest impact, usually I get a lot more done than if I just think, what does the game need? Because if you think of the different parts of your game as like bars on a chart, you could spend an infinite amount of time making one bar really, really tall, right? And then all the other bars are still at the ground. And to get a complete game, you need all of the bars up some amount to some place, right? And the more you invest into one thing, the farther it goes from everything else. So, like, if you're working on combat, for example, but you want to have all these other elements to your game, if you spend 6 months working on the combat and not thinking about anything else, then when you finally finish, you're finally satisfied with the combat and you go to work on something else, maybe it turns out that, like, well, you were kind of making the combat in a vacuum, so now it doesn't work with the rest of the game anymore. You have to rework your whole game design or something, and maybe you can make something that you like, but maybe it isn't quite what you originally had hoped to make. Something like that. So I don't know. For me to kind of preserve the initial vision of something and make sure that I'm consistently moving toward that, you want to break something down into small enough chunks that you can, like, okay, this week I'm working on dialogue, and next week I'm working on, like, I don't know, ambient sounds and weather, or, like, next week I'm working on making some more enemy types, or, things like this. And a jam kind of forces you to get really good at doing that kind of breakdown. Because in a jam, you have to make do with less time than you might otherwise have for a project. So you have to be able to say, okay, looking at my game right now, what is missing the most? And maybe it's, maybe you have a really cool movement system, but you haven't made any levels yet. And I've been in the situation of having a game where at the end of the jam, I had basically made all of these systems for the game, but I hadn't made any actual content. So like I had made like a mission system, and I had made all this cool scoring stuff and like all of these mechanics. And there were no actual levels to play, so I didn't submit my game. And so if you always look for what is lagging behind the most and work on that, that usually helps ensure that like you keep things more or less in line with each other, and like no one thing gets too ahead of anything else and kind of gets you stuck. And also doing those kinds of things where you're doing the hi Ashley, where you're doing the kind of like, I don't know, it also helps you learn to be expedient in a jam, because there's an infinite amount of work and a very finite amount of time. It's kind of, what can I do not only that will have the most leverage, but what can I do the quickest and cheapest that will have the most leverage? And that kind of ties into the polish thing that we're going to talk about, because when you are trying to polish in a jam, you're like, okay, how can I get the most bang for my buck polishing? Like, how can I animate something with the least amount of effort on my part that will have the best like visual outcome and seem the fanciest in the end product? And we'll kind of go through how to do some of those things. Like you might notice a lot of UI elements in this game kind of like bounce in and bounce out. That's like a one-liner of code. At least in .Big Bang, it's probably a one-liner of code in a lot of engines and frameworks. I would hope it isn't all of mine, but luckily it is in .Big Bang too. But we can actually, if I swap over, if I stop paying attention to the game and claim that that is why I'm losing, I can go into admin mode here and we can look at the guts of this game, and I can show you how stuff works. So this game, I was the main programmer on this game, and I would say this game it's not really that polished and that's me judging my own work, not anybody else's. Like, a lot more polish could be put on this game. But we kicked it out in like a couple of months or something, I don't remember. But and shipping is better than not shipping. And when there is, like I said, an infinite amount of work. So like you could just keep polishing forever. Better to get it out the door most of the time. But we can go and look at how the what is it called? Is it like is it messages? It's not messages. Is it HUD? It might be HUD. I have to make sure I select myself, and somebody's going to accuse me of hacking in comments probably. Somebody's like, what are you doing? Maybe I should get out of the multiplayer session. Maybe it's rude to be doing it in multiplayer. But let's see. All right. So whenever you finish the game, if you get a first, second, or third place, you'll get a medal that pops up in the middle of the screen. Otherwise, you'll get the little X and square brackets that I got before. This match has a bit of time left, and we'll see it again. And I will once again have no medal. So it kind of bounces in and bounces out. And it takes very little time, there it is, to add something like this. And it adds a lot of visual interest, because like we could just have, you got the gold medal, there it is, and then it just like disappears, right? But you can pretty cheaply add things, cheaply and expediently add things. So here is the actual animation for that. So we have a timer on each. This text is probably too small. That big enough? That's probably big enough, right? Maybe. I don't know. Usually, well, because the screen is in the tiny little corner. Maybe it's not big enough. I don't know. I'll do one more. Nope. Started to type format because I pretty much only use this menu for formatting the document. That's readable, right? Okay. So this does the actual animation for that. So just if there's it's called a message. The little thing that pops up is called a message. So if there's a message, yeah, you totally can. Mea11T1 in the F1 menu, you can go and change the. Yeah, this is Monaco. This is just the same text editor as Visual Studio Code that we use at Big Bang. So for each message, we have a timer for it, which is just a number. So whenever you spawn the message, we like set that timer to a value, and then we just count it down every frame. There's other ways to count a timer, but this is how we do it in this case. And so if the timer has ended, we remove the message. Otherwise, so we have this animation length here. So if we're under the animation length, that's the like pop in and then pop out. Then we just get our timer, and then we just linearly interpolate. So the opacity and the size. And we use these easing functions. So we've got t, right, which is our timer, which is a number between 0 and 1. So we're subtracting it from 1 because we want to reverse it. And then we're applying this easing to it. And this easing is just, I'm about to get kicked from multiplayer, I think, when I do this. So there's these Robert Penner's easing functions. These are kind of classic easing functions that I don't know why people have latched onto in particular, but here's a visualization of them. And this is just kind of a small set of easing functions that have been implemented in like basically every language, written in lots of different ways, by the way. Like some implementations I like, and some of them I'm like, why did you write it like this? It's confusing. But so all this is each one of these is just you give a scalar quantity n, which is the x on these graphs, and then it gives you back a y, where the restriction on these is at 0, y is 0, and at 1, y is 1. But in between, your value gets animated along a curve. And that's super useful because what that means is I can count up from 0 to 1 and animate anything on one of these curves. So in the case of, in the case of this game, I'm animating things like text sizes and icon sizes and opacity and stuff like that along a curve. Or even whenever, when the game starts, whenever I shoot my little bullet, the little line, the tracer for my bullet, that is just being interpolated the same way. I don't have a curve on it because it's so fast that you wouldn't really get to appreciate the animation. It's just linear, I think. Actually, it might be ease out. We can go check. I don't remember. We'll go look at the game manager of the running game, and we'll take a peek. Bullet FX manager. Why is that? Why are they both here? Oh, right. This is the old one. I don't want to show you the old one. I apparently missed that when I was updating things. Really? Oh, wait. It's called like Bullet Trail or something. Yeah. Okay. So here's the script that manages the little bullet tracers. And if we go take a peek in here, we can look at how it works. Oh, my window's like off the screen. Hang on. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to do this. Well, that didn't work how I thought it would. Oh, I'm screwing up my editing. My bad. Okay, there we go. Okay. So if we go and look in here, so every frame we're going to, I have to make it bigger again. Whoops. So we have a list of bullet trails, and each bullet trail is just an entity. So it's just like a little game object where I've got like a little colored cube, and then I stretch it out between 2 points. So here we just go through each one. We go through them backwards because if we remove one, I'm like accidentally shooting. If we go through them backwards, that way, just if we remove one from the list, we can keep going, and where we are in the list doesn't have to change. So we get each one. Each one is just an entity. It's got a little wrapper around it. This class here, trail, just has a wrapper. Like, here's where the line starts. Here's where the line ends. It has a color, a thickness, and a lifetime. And then all we do is every frame we tick it. So we figure out how old this is, which is going to be, and we use that to figure out T, which is just the normalized age. So it's from 0 to 1, how old is this bullet trail? And then once we have that, which is just this age over this lifetime, then we apply easing to it. So easing exponential n, I wish I could pop this out and not get, well, I can pop the game out, haha. So which one was it? It was exponential n. So let's go grab exponential n. So it'll be like ease in expo, I think, on this. Yep. Ease in expo. So here you can see it's an exponential curve, right? And I just realized, is my cursor not visible on the feed? That's annoying. Oh, well. But so this is an exponential curve. And if you look here on the right side of this, whenever I hover over it, it will show a little pip on the right hand side that kind of, let me see if I can zoom in, kind of animates up the side, and you can see that it speeds up exponentially. And that's what our bullet trail does, is it's shrinking over its lifetime from the gun to where the bullet hit, right? And that speed is increasing exponentially like this. So at the start, we see the full line from the gun to the target. And then as it goes on, it goes like whoop. And so this is just like a one line function that we call. And using that, we can animate all kinds of things. So here we're using it to set the scale of our little bullet tracer and animate it. But we could make it something else. Yeah, easing can be done in pretty much any engine. And like I said, with these easing functions, somebody's ported these specific ones to basically everything for whatever reason. You can also write your own easing functions, but everybody likes to use these ones just because I guess they're easily understood and everybody's seen them probably somewhere by a certain point. But yeah, so like, I've seen these easing functions in JavaScript. I've seen them in C. I've seen them in Hacks. I've seen them in C++. I've seen them in just about everything. And then I ported them to Nim for one of my own projects. So those functions get around a lot. But what we can actually do, since I've got these trails here, to illustrate, I'm just going to go change this. So instead of exponential n, we could change it to be like elastic n. This will get compiled, and I can show you when the next match starts anyway. Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to go and change the lifetime to be longer because, which I think the lifetime gets fed in from the gun. So we might not be able to override. Well, I mean, we can override. We can just do this. I'm going to make it 5 seconds, and we're going to see bullet trails everywhere. Or we're not. Oh, right, because I'm editing the other script. Sorry. We'll go edit this one. This one is less clean, but that's okay. And where's our easing at? Not here. There's no easing in this version. It uses my own lerp. Gross. Back before I knew that lerp was in the API. What about Zig? It's probably in Zig. I don't know. I haven't used Zig enough. I'm not very familiar with it, but if it's not in Zig, you could just use the excellent C interop of Zig to use a C version of it, which is also true of Nim, but I just wanted to write it in Nim because I was learning Nim at the time. All right, so we've got our T here. So we're just going to, where are we doing? Where are we calling this from? Where is this get point called? Oh, right. This is, okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say T equals easing elastic out, or no, we want, or yeah, out. We'll make it out. Sure. I don't know how that'll work for something shrinking. It'll probably look weird, but we'll see. It doesn't appear to have done much. Oh dear. Well, we have made a bit of a mess. Okay, let me see. Lots and lots of arbitrary editing. There we go. So there's a really slow bullet trail now, where we can see that it lives for 5 seconds and it just goes ever so slowly. And let's see if we can make it a wee bit. Actually, we don't want that here. I think we want that somewhere else. Where is it? Okay, we rebuild the geometry we set the length. That's what we want. Set the length. Where is that coming from? Where is the set length from? Don't know. But this is what we wanted to mess with. So we can have easing elastic. Make it in, and it'll go crazy at the end. All right, so maybe 5 seconds is too long. So you can see it kind of goes woo. So there's elastic easing, and I'm getting destroyed, which is fine. Let's. Where did I set that to 5? Maybe 5 is too long. There we go. Let's make it 2, which is still pretty long. Yeah, there we go. So you can see how they do. And let's find our easing that we had, and we'll change it to a different one so we can have it be bounce out. And you'll see that it's quite different. So it kind of, you could imagine how the bouncing could be used for something like a door closing, which I can also show if we go to another game. But yeah, so just like, whoa. So easing is like, I don't know, a personal favorite thing to use to just add like a little bit of polish for like 0 effort. Like you can write a few easing functions or borrow some easing functions, and then you have them in whatever environment you're in if they're not built in, and then you can just go in a single, as long as you have a way to count time, you can animate anything with easing without having to really think about it that much. And you can apply easing to more or less anything. So you can apply it to something like the scale of an object to have it like go blah, 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 or like something like this. You can use it on like different axes to make something kind of squash and stretch. So like if you were making like a Crash Bandicoot kind of like pickup item that kind of like squishes and stuff and like floats in the air, you could do that pretty easily. I should go to a game and show something. It's really easy to do, and I probably shouldn't be here. There's secrety things in here. Let me see. Where's another good example of easing? Do I use easing in that? I don't know if I use easing in that. What do I use easing in? I'll just go back to the hub so there's not dead air while I think about things. But yeah, so like you can apply easing to scale, rotation, position. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. So he's got it. This person is very good at fishing. Has a ginormous shark. Good work. But let's see. What's a good example of some easing that I could show you guys? I didn't mean to throw a snowball, but that's okay. Let's see. Well, I could go to another one of our games. Let's see. I feel like there's a lot of stuff in or is there a bunch of stretchy stuff in there? No, maybe. Hang on. I'm going to go to the secret off-screen world here for a second. And I'm going to go find a particular game I want to show you guys. Okay. All right. So this this game has been renamed to Easing Examples because folks have asked me about easing on occasion, and I've pulled this up to show them things. So this game has a bunch of examples of easing. So here we have these doors that fly open and fly closed, and the animation looks pretty okay, right? And it's just a one-liner. Again, it's just a one-line easing function. Can I zoom in, please? No. Excuse me. Okay, my keyboard's not dead. That was a scare. What the heck? My F1 menu is no longer cooperating. Can I zoom in from here? And sort of. Now it works. That's weird. Silly browser events. All right. So we have a door, right? And the door has an angle when it's closed and an angle when it's open. Oh, thank you, somebody, for posting that. That was fast. I should also drop a link. I don't know if it works in multiplayer, but we're going to try. I'll drop a link in here for our lovely host. But yeah, so here's this game. This might completely explode when multiple people show up. But you can check out all these examples. And you should, let me make sure you can before I say it. Yeah, you should be able to remix this game if you want. If you have a .bigbang account, you can remix this. You can go and read all of the code. You can use all the code. You can see how everything works and inspect it while it's running. So here's just a visualization of every easing function that's built into .bigbang. And these are those Robert Penner ones that I mentioned. So here's how they look on different stuff. So here's if you don't use any easing. This door uses, quote, linear easing, which just means it interpolates in a diagonal line from 0 to 1. It doesn't do anything. And so you can see it's a constant speed when the door opens and closes, right? There are cases where this is what you would want visually. So like, let's say maybe you're opening a bank vault and it's like really heavy and it just kind of super like slow and ponderously opens. Maybe you want it to move at a really slow, constant speed, right? And so you might do something like before it starts moving, maybe you like show some dust or like rusty, like crinkly sounds. And then it like goes like, and then when it gets to the end, there's like, you know? But oftentimes you want not linear, you don't want a constant speed, you want something more like this. So this door uses exponential easing and it goes fast and then it goes slow at the end. So, and this one does it eases in and eases out, which means it starts out slow, gets up to speed, and then ends it slow again. So you can see how that looks. And so in animation principles, you would call this slow in and slow out. Easing doesn't have to mean slowness, though. It just commonly does. So this one is called back. And so for this one, your number, it actually goes past the target a little bit and then comes back down to it. So you can see with the door, it kind of like swings shut and has some like, it like overshoots and then goes back. So this can look really nice for certain kinds of things. And then here we have elastic, which is the same as those other doors. We have bounce. So the door like falls open and kind of clicks. Hello, the French community. Thank you for greeting. And so here I kind of alluded to Wumpa fruit sort of situations. So here's just a bunch of little floating fruits that have different levels of, I guess you could say, juice applied. So here's, it just moves up and down in a sine wave. This one has like a glow effect on it, which is again in a sine wave. This one rocks back and forth, which is a third sine wave added to the mix. You can do a lot with a sine wave. That's my polish tip for today. Everything can be a sine wave, and you can just slap easing functions on stuff, and you can get surprisingly like complicated, interesting looking results with like so little effort. It's mind boggling. So here's just a bunch of different little effects, right? And then, okay, this was somebody mentioned I should do a treasure chest, but actually already did a really cool treasure chest on her stream. But I have this prehistoric one that I made a long time ago. It just kind of combines a bunch of different little, like it has a particle system and it has some easing and it does squash and stretch. So it's like trying to make a complex animation with like really simple stuff and not a whole lot of effort. So here's this. There you go. Just a simple little animation. And then you can also apply the same strategies to other stuff. So we've seen a bunch of examples for like rotation and scale and things. Here is position. So whenever I walk up to this cube, some little fake like HUD stuff comes in, and when I walk away, it all goes away. So these kind of come in and then settle. That's just the back easing from before. So the door that goes past the frame and then comes back to it. This is just that same function, the same one-liner, but it's going from some position off screen to some position on screen for each one of these UI elements. So it doesn't have to be tough to do something a little bit interesting. And then here we have the same kind of stuff applied to whenever the fields change. So whenever one of these changes value, it does, I believe it's elastic easing to give it this kind of like wiggle. It's nothing absurd, just really basic stuff. And we can look at the code for that too. Oh my goodness, I forgot how many things there are here because it's meant to support every kind of thing for example purposes. Maybe that's a bad example. That's a little too overcomplicated for this moment. Let's see. What else can we do? Kind of went off on a tangent here, but that is okay. So, yeah. So, like in summary, before I got super sidetracked, just like to get your game over the line, you have to decide where the line is. Like, you can do a jam game. You can do a jam game because you want to make a finished product. You can also do a jam game just because you want to have the experience of, you might want to try something new. So I haven't done many jams. The jams I've done, I've taken as an opportunity to kind of explore something that I don't normally explore, because it's a good way to do that, because you can go down the rabbit hole on a topic forever, but if you tackle it in a jam, there's a deadline somebody else set for you. So it makes it a little bit easier to kind of dip your toe in the water in a low risk way. It's like, well, I can't get nerd sniped on this because I know I only have a week, or I only have a month, or I only have 2 days or 2 hours or whatever the jam length is to explore it, right? So I like pixel art, and I do some pixel art. And do I want to show my embarrassing jam entries? They're off.big bang. It'd be kind of off brand if I showed them. Maybe I'll show them. We'll see. I'll think about it. Okay. Well, I've been told that I should show them by DMM, so that means I'm gonna have to show them. So here's one of my crummy jam games, and it's absolutely not finished. So I really like StarCraft, and I like pixel art and low res jam. Last year, I tried making a 64 pixel by 64 pixel StarCraft Brood War, because why not? Because I don't do a lot of super low res pixel art. Game Boy Color is about as far as I go down in resolution. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll try to see if I can make some ultra low res pixel art look okay, right? So this gave me an opportunity. This low res jam gave me an opportunity to explore things that I had not really done. So I hadn't written an A-star pathfinding before, and this gave me an opportunity to do that. I don't remember what any of the, is it M for map? It is. Okay. Let me jump the screen down here and uncover some more of the map. So I had never written a pathfinding algorithm before. Here's some Zerglings that don't do anything. They just exist. So I'm just going to take my little SCV around. But so I'd never written pathfinding, and this gave me an opportunity to do so. So I've got my mini map here, and if I just go jump someplace, you'll see that he starts trying to navigate to wherever my cursor is, and it happened to be up here. And so I couldn't spend a lot of time doing this or overthink it or over engineer anything, because I only had like a week or whatever to do it. And so I learned about how to do a 2D raycast for this game, and I learned how to do pathfinding for this game, and I got a bunch of experience doing ultra low res pixel art and seeing kind of how far I could push that. The game is not finished though, by any means. Like, you can't actually do anything or build anything. This little guy just runs around and follows you, and that's it. But I still had a great time with the jam, and like, I'm happy with this result. Like, making StarCraft Brood War was an idea, but the actual value of the experience was I tried 3 things I'd never tried really, and found out they weren't so bad, and they weren't that difficult actually, and I learned a lot, and that was really cool. Yeah, that would be kind of the funniest thing to do, Punkarella, would be like rebuild, build like the StarCraft 2 like ship cantina in Big Bang, and then have an arcade machine with this on it, and then have an arcade machine in this with like an even smaller thing on it. Just like, it's StarCrafts all the way down. But so I was happy with this, even though it's not finished by any means, and it's just like a little toy thing, and it's not a finished game, but I got tons of value out of it. And like, that's what's cool about a game jam. If you're there because you want to try to make like if you're there because you want to try to make the next Celeste, you can do that. But even if you don't make the next Celeste, you'll probably have some fun, and you might learn something if you use the jam as an opportunity to give yourself space to explore things that you don't get to explore day to day in your job or your other projects. So yeah, like finishing, it's up to you what finishing means. And it's also kind of with the polish thing, polish is all relative, right? So like, the art for this is all pretty consistent in quality. And it all has pretty simple animations. So this one's not a very good example of that per se. But let me see. I'm just going to close that. So polish is relative. So like, if you have a game with really simple graphics, then having a little bit of like flourish and animation or color can go a really long way. So like, if art isn't your strong suit, that's fine, because you can make all of your art really simple, and then the one thing in your game that's really complex will stand out a lot. And also, like, using there's tons of free assets around the internet, and of course, if you use Big Bang, there's tons of free assets just on the platform that you can use. But like, there's a lot of flexibility, is I guess what I'm saying. Like, it's up to you what it all means. And let's see. So something else for polish, which I can't really demonstrate, but I wanted to touch on it. I can't demonstrate it because I couldn't figure out the audio routing on Mac OS through OBS, through other things to the stream. But if something that in jams, often it's the case, like if you work with a team, this is less likely, but if you're one person or 2 people, it's more likely that like there will be some area of development where nobody involved feels particularly like confident about it. So like for me, I'm not especially good at like, I don't know, composing music or something. Um, and I struggle with art and things like this. And so it can, but something I've noticed participating in some jams and like trying to play as many of the entries as I can is like, um, sometimes it's very easy to neglect sound in jam entries just because people worry about and focus a lot on like development, like programming aspects of development of like, you know, I need to get all the systems for my game and stuff. And then people are like, well, I got to have levels for my game too. And obviously you need visuals to represent anything, although like you can just have colored squares and make a fun game. It's possible, I promise. Um, but I've played a lot of games that are just like totally silent because audio has a bit of a mystique. Part of that's because hardware is really expensive. Part and software is kind of like every audio software feels like Blender for some reason. Like there's a lot of knobs and buttons and things, and it's very overwhelming to somebody trying to get started. But there are good options for like getting into audio and getting into game audio. And if you are willing to kind of like, if audio is something you struggle with, if you can like muster up the courage to dip your toe in it, it's really not that bad. And there's lots of stuff available to you around that you can use. So I wanted to mention the site freesound.org because you can just go make a free account and you can get sounds that are community submitted. So you can like search for anything that you want. And you can go find sounds that people have made themselves that have a license that says you can use them. You can go and find something that you're allowed to use in your jam game or in whatever else that you want to use it for. You can take a sound that you like that has an appropriate license, and then you can go and edit it yourself. You can go, you know, layer it yourself and make it your own if you don't just want to use it straight. But in a jam game, it's very convenient to be able to just go find something appropriate without having to spend 3 hours kind of obsessively fiddling with it in FL Studio or something. Not that I would know anything about that. But Freesound is great. If you've never done any audio editing and you want to learn some simple stuff, if you haven't used Audacity, check out Audacity. It's also free. You can use Audacity to do really basic like waveform edits. Like you can add fade in and fade out. You can trim out silence. You can pitch shift things. You can add reverb. So oftentimes I don't like waiting for programs to start up, and Audacity starts faster than a lot of bigger audio programs. So sometimes if I'm just making a temp sound or like a simple sound for a jam or something, I will get like a bass sample that I like. I'll just drag it into Audacity. It'll give me the waveform, and I'll just go edit it in Audacity and then export it as a wave and then forget about it. And it's nice. It's really nice to have at your disposal, and it's also a free program. And what else? I was going to suggest, I don't know if BFXR is still around or if there's like a different project based on it or what, but BFXR used to be this really cool BFXR. Oh, wow. It's been a while, huh? BFXR there's a new one called, is it CFXR? Is that what it is? Nope, I'm thinking of something else. Well, there is a browser version. I know there is. I can't remember what it's called. But it's just a convenient little free program for making 8-bit sounds from scratch. You can use different oscillators like sine waves, square waves, triangle, stuff like that. And you can make sort of Game Boy NES sounding sound effects, and you can layer them and you can transform them and stuff. And it has some presets, like you could pick a preset that's like coin, and then you can go and change all the values. It'll give you some RNG values and you can go change them. I remember BFXR was really popular back in like 2012. I remember a lot of Ludum Dare games at the time were making sounds with BFXR just because it was really convenient to quickly make some sounds for your jam game. If you are on a Mac or an iOS device or an iPadOS device, you can use GarageBand completely free. GarageBand has some limitations, but you can use it to make production quality music. And in a pinch, like I have edited sound effects. I've edited sound effects and voiceover in GarageBand because it's all I had, and it's not bad for it. You can totally do that. Just pro tip. You might need, given that GarageBand makes certain assumptions and will like add silence onto the end of things and stuff like that, you might want to have Audacity or something handy so you can trim the output from GarageBand, but you would be surprised how much you can do with GarageBand for game audio. And also like just in terms of like licensing music and stuff, like there's tons of royalty free music around on the web. There are things that are kind of super well known, and there's 4 or 5 tracks everybody's heard 1,000 times over the past 10 years, but there's lots of other stuff. If you just search around, you can find tons of musicians who are kind of on their way up, that are kind of working for exposure, and they're like, look, here's an album of things that I'm not selling licenses for. They're free. You can use them in your game jam. You can use them in your project, whatever it is. So if you don't have time to make music, or you're worried about music, or you're not ready to explore making music yourself or something, you can definitely find music around to borrow. And apart from music itself, like depending on the kind of game you're making, you don't necessarily have to have songs per se. You could have a 30-second loop as long as it's not super abrasive. If you just have like if you have, maybe you don't consider yourself a music aficionado, but you have some software like GarageBand or FL Studio that has some loop packs in it, you can go make a 30-second looping MP3 with some loop packs that's just kind of ambient to whatever style of game you're making. So a puzzle game or an adventure game or whatever it is. You don't have to compose from scratch all the time if you don't want to. You can make something just experimenting, and oftentimes, especially for a jam, in a jam setting, something is better than nothing. And so some audio is better than no audio for most games, because you can add some feedback to actions that happen, and having at least a little musical touch can like add a lot to the environmental feel of the game, the vibe that the game has. You can communicate a lot with just music. Like you could have like a 2-color, colored squares game where there's no defined characters or anything, but just with motion and sound, you could make that a horror game without having a single like illustrated thing. You could make a horror game just by the feeling of the audio. So consider things like that. I'm going to stop ranting about game audio since I can't demonstrate any of it. If you want to hear the audio, you gotta come join the game. Come to the Big Bang Hub and hear the seagulls and the splooshes and the jetpack noises. Something else that I wanted to say is just I wanted to say this because it's something that I've struggled with in general, not just in game jams, which is if you're like me, it's easy to be a perfectionist. It's easy to be hypercritical of your own work, and only see the good things in other people's work. And it's easy to feel like you don't measure up, or that if you don't make everything perfect, people will be judging you for your jam game. And hopefully that's not true, first of all. And for most people, it's not. And if somebody is judging you, that says something about them, not you. And also, it's a jam game. It's not expected to be perfect, right? You're doing something in a time limit for fun. That's the point. The point isn't that you've made the next hit indie game in a jam. That doesn't happen often. It does occasionally. I mentioned Celeste earlier, which is a great game, but the jam game of that took like a week or something, and the version on Steam, which contains the jam version, took a couple years, probably at least a year. I don't actually know, but probably at least a couple, I would say. And the jam version was made by 2 people, and the full version of the game that came later was probably, at least 10. I don't actually know. I don't remember. Haven't seen them credits in a while, but it's probably at least 10 for the initial version. And then if you include things like localizers and social media teams and marketing, probably more like 50, right? So if you're making something in a jam with 1 or 2 people, you really shouldn't worry about the output of your 1 or 2 people in like a week or whatever it is. Yeah, the Pika 8 version, I believe, was for a jam. And then the sort of full game that was made out of it took a lot longer. And there's a little hidden arcade machine in the game with the Pika 8 version, which I thought was really cute. But point being, like, don't be too perfectionist about your jam game. It's not about the product, it's about the experience. And the product is a testament to the experience that you had during the jam. So think of your jam game. If you're worried too much about your jam game being perfect, don't be. Think of your jam game as a postcard from a trip that you went on. Like, the trip is the important part. The postcard is just there to remind you that you went on the trip and the people that you were there with and the fun that you had. Like, that's the point. What was I going to say? I wrote all these cute little quips in my notes, and then I haven't said a single one because I get nervous about public speaking. But one of the things I said was, let me take a drink of water actually, so I can hear. A jam is about exploration, not attachment. There's your Buddhist lesson for the day. Don't be overly attached to, like, oh my God, my pixel art isn't perfect on the jam. It's fine. Nobody expects it to be perfect. Have fun. That's the whole point. And what else? Let's see. These notes of mine are just ranting. Ranting. Another thing, which I don't know. I haven't had as much time to spend watching other Global Game Jam presentations as I should have. So I don't know how much of this kind of thing has been covered, and I don't want to be preachy at all. I just want to make sure that people have fun, because that's what jams are for. And I think Global Game Jam definitely is about having fun. And so I just want to say that, like, whatever you should use, whatever you want to use to make your jam game. Yeah, sure, I'll hop in. DMM has just posted me a link for one of our recent games. I'm going to put it here for the host as well, so it'll get to all the platforms. This is one of our recent games that we made in collaboration with Preston from YouTube. Preston, whose last name I can't pronounce, so I won't. But yeah, we made this in collaboration with him, and as you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm allowed to say that because I didn't work on this one. This game is beautiful. Like, I would come and check up on this game when it was being made, and it's so fabulous. It is just such unbelievable quality. Every time I see it, I'm just like, oh my God, I have got to get good. This is phenomenal work. This is a game we made. Oh, hi, DMM. Preston Plays, yes, sorry. Preston Plays with a Z. But yeah, this is a dropper game where you can jump dream level. Okay, you want the visual spectacle? We'll do the visual spectacle. All right, which one is the dream level? I'm particularly good at this game. Caves, lava, dream. Okay, here we go. I haven't played this in forever. I'm gonna suck at this game. You guys are goading me into having a bad time here. And of course, there's no audio, so enjoy this. But God, it's trippy. But I was just gonna say, use whatever you want to use to make your jam game. Something that I've witnessed a lot over the years is people have strong opinions about what tools they use, and that's fine. I certainly have strong opinions about the tools I use, and I can get very grumpy about it. And that's all fine. But I'm bad at this game. I'm really bad at this game, you guys. But it, you know, it's about having a good time. And what matters actually, the only thing that matters is what makes you happy. The only thing that matters is what is fun for you in the jam. So if somebody is I don't know, I guess you could say a tool snob or a snob tool if you like, about the game engine that you like, or the language or languages that you like, or the tools that you use, or the kind of game you're making, don't let that opinion get to you. By the way, with the like macOS OBS Chrome lag issue, this is like twice as hard for me. So I just want everybody to appreciate how much I'm nailing it a little bit with this game, despite not being able to see where I am every few seconds. But yeah, like use whatever you like to use. The main thing, if somebody says, "Oh, I wouldn't use such and such a thing because it's for babies and people only make bad games in that." First of all, you could probably go dredge up like 20 hit indie games that were made with it. That's definitely true for certain engines and frameworks that people like to rag on. But in addition to that, it doesn't actually matter. What matters is that you enjoy using it. Yeah, it is twice as hard. Thank you very much, Meh11C1. It's at least twice as hard. Really, I should be given an award for this stellar gameplay. I just like said that and instantly died. That's perfect. I don't know. I guess this is maybe more. I don't know if artists have that kind of like, I don't know, dogmatism about like, oh, you use Paint Tool Sci. Ugh, I use Photoshop. Ooh, like I don't know if they do that, but programmers certainly do. And it's very stupid. And if anybody is kind of bullying you about what you like, just ignore them. You make your game however you want. Does Paint Tool Sci even exist? Did I just make a 2006 reference that nobody's going to understand? Oh geez. Oh geez. Okay. I've missed some hearts. Oh yeah, you're already down here, DMM. You're just waiting for me. Troll. Absolute troll. Waiting for me to catch up. Something else I wanted to touch on, which I know the right thing to do would be not to apologize and just keep going, but it's hard for me not to apologize at least a little bit for rambling because I am bad to ramble. But oh geez, oh geez, oh geez, I'm getting distracted by the game again. This is the same thing that happened with the FPS. Well, if you don't dive, you get hit. That's the secret. You have to dive to get through. Okay. I can't see where I'm going. Oh dear. Okay, we made it. We made it. We made it. We're not getting the hearts. I've given up on the hearts. No, 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 no. Oh, jeez. Okay, come on. Come on. Sorry, I'm like way too focused on getting through this. I can't be shown up by DMM in a live stream. That's just not cool. Okay. Stop waiting for me. Ugh. I feel patronized. Mostly kidding. This one always kills me. Yep. I always mess that one up. Yeah, you should all come check out this game. It's very high quality, and I was so impressed with it all through development, but especially seeing it complete. Like, just like very well done, like both design and like quality, like just art quality, code quality. Everything is fabulous, except my gameplay. Excellent, excellent. But what else is on my list to like ramble incoherently about? So one of the things that was on my list of like points to touch was testing, and testing varies a lot by what tools you're using. But whatever tools you're using, you should check what's available to you in terms of testing, and leverage it fully. So, and here's a cutscene that we can't hear, but that's okay. You'll hear it if you finish the level. I think this will take me to the, which I don't want to spoil. If it does, yeah, it does. I don't want to spoil that. So just going to go back to the hub. You guys will have to do that yourself. Not hearing means no spoilers. Yeah, that is true. It's intentional. Yep, 100% intentional. Let's go back to the Global Game Jam hub because it's so cool and topical. So for testing, general advice is like whenever you're working on a game, you're testing the game. Usually, sort of, you're testing like the thing you just made, and you're testing it sort of intentionally. Like, oh well, I just added this thing. I'm gonna go make sure it works, right? You do something like that. Here are some game jams that have been made in previous years on Big Bang. So here we have Paint by Plunder, made by Brad, Heather, and Zaz. There's a teleporter to it here. I'll go ahead and post a link to this hub here quickly. You can come here and go through this teleporter to go check this game out. It's really cool. There's amazing art. There's this game, ESP by Ashley and DMM. This one is also really cool. You have to switch back and forth between characters to solve puzzles. It kind of makes me think of something like 2D and Top D, if any of you have seen that. It's a really cool game. Oh, I can't platform on the things. Bummer. But yeah, this hub is so awesome. I've like not given it enough. Like I've not seen it that much. It's just like it's so cool. But anyway, very cool. Lots of things in here, and information and resources and stuff. But it's easy when you're working on something, particularly under time pressure for a jam, is you're testing the thing you just made. Like, I just made a door. Does the door work? Yeah, it works. Okay, moving on. Go decorate my booth. Oh, okay. Where is my booth? Where my booth is. The like modern things mixed with like Mac OS 8, Mac OS 9 aesthetic. It's really cool. Out here. This is so neat. January weekly art challenge. Okay. Got lots of stuff up here. I think the booth is probably back down at the bottom, isn't it? Let me go up here then. Make my way back to the start. Oh dear. Did it wrong. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, Summer is in here live editing the game, putting in the weekly art challenge entries for the week. Pretty neat. Ooze Tank. Wandering Doodle. He looks shifty. I don't trust this doodle. He's clearly up to no good. Whoa, look at that. That is so well made. That is a nice explosion. Wow. Very well done. Should go put that in my playing game if it's usable by others. I recognize this character, but I don't know what it's from. Anyway, Let's go find this booth that we're supposed to decorate. But easy to test whatever you're like currently. Okay, I can parachute out. Fabulous. I found something. Found a paintbrush. I don't know where it went. It went somewhere. Okay, and there's a little doodle. There's a wumpus. Yeah, I think that's called a wumpus, right? X. I don't know where these are going. I'll probably see them eventually. Okay, there's booths here, but it's not one of these booths. Oh, there's a hat. I thought I could get the hat. I don't think I can get this hat. Oh wait, I'm wearing the hat. Sorry, ignore me. Can we get on the ring? Maybe we can. Come on. Yes. Swag. Okay. But you're like working on something, so you're testing the thing that you just made. And so oftentimes that leaves, holes in coverage, right? And so eventually there will be unexpected things that you find and you'll have bugs. So something that I've noticed that I have done and that people do when they're under stress and they're working on programming something is, especially if you're under time pressure, like you're in a game jam, sometimes people kind of get to this really agitated place where there's something wrong with their game. They don't really understand what's wrong with their game, and they feel kind of overwhelmed with the fact that it's broken. And so they kind of start trying random stuff, hoping that they kind of, oh, here's my booth with all my stuff. Okay, cool. So I've got a paintbrush, a wumpus, a Twitch emote, an axe. What else is there to find? Oh, I've got some books. Okay. There's another one of these, seemingly. Is that a planet? What is that? Okay. A poster. Okay. So people just kind of start trying random things, kind of not really like a rational thing that happens, but it's just like this kind of like exasperated, like, oh man, my stuff isn't working. And it's like there's this kind of like ego thing that creeps in where you're like, which I don't know. You usually aren't cognizant of this, but you're like you're offended that your game is broken. You're offended that there's a bug. You don't because it's obviously the bug isn't in your mental model of the thing, and in your mental model, whatever you wrote is perfect and beautiful and fine. And you've tried to figure the bug out. You can't figure the bug out. You're mad. You're kind of offended that the bug is there. And so people will start trying random things and like editing a bunch of code or something to try to fix the bug that they have. Oh, that's so cool. Look how snazzy this conveyor belt is. That's awesome. That is so cool. And it looks amazing. Wow. Very fancy. Yeah, Brad and Heather made a bunch of example stuff for you guys. So if you do want to check that out, just come in here and go in this teleporter. There's all kinds of cool tutorial stuff and example stuff. We can go check it out, in fact. Yep. Tons and tons of examples are in here. Lots and lots of information. Oh, that's so cute. They got a little, oh, that's red. Which, I don't know. I don't want to read a bunch of paragraphs of text on the stream. I feel like that would be less good. But, oh, that's interactable. What is that? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's so cool. That's so high quality. I love you guys. That's rad. That's like this little example is like better than half the games I've made. So kudos. Jeez. That's really cool. What else do we got in here? Oh, we got some folks with different skins, some NPCs with different skins. Jeez. Emotes. I don't know what the deal is with. Oh yeah, got emotes for different seasons in here. Got hints and tips. Oh, snowboard, that's interesting. That's cool. That's really neat. All right, let me go back to the hub. Yeah, Prefab Sprite says, I feel like during jams, sometimes I'll try to restart coding something from scratch in hopes that I'll eradicate the bug, but just cause myself 1,000 times more stress. That is relatable. So there's like a fine line there, right? It's like sometimes I will do what I call like, which is kind of like doing code sketches. So like I will write a bunch of code that I know I'm going to throw away because it's like if I'm working on something I haven't done before, I know my code's going to be junk because I'm figuring out the problem for the first time. So like I'll sit down and I'll just like waste half of a Saturday or something, just like writing crap code. Like I'll write 1,000 or 2,000 lines of code, and then at the end I'll be like, okay, well, what I wrote is not remotely useful or what I need it to be, but now I understand really well what the right thing is, and so then I will like throw away a bunch of code and just start over. But like I've also done the thing that you're describing where you like start over in anger because you're like, I cannot figure out what is wrong with this code. And rather than drink some water and take a little walk and then come back with a clear head and try to fix it or whatever the right answer is in the situation, I am going to just like, select a bunch of stuff and slam my delete key and like start over. And like, I don't know, it these are dance floors apparently. That's amazing. But yeah, try to resist that urge. And like, it is easy under stress too to just be like, oh, forget it. I'm so mad. I'm gonna start over on this. And then you end up in the situation where you're like, oh, I need to go back and look at the code that I deleted 2 hours ago. And oh, I didn't check it into version control. And oh, now I can't. I have no idea what I wrote, and I needed this piece that was actually correct, and I have to figure it out again or whatever. Try to not put yourself in that situation if you can. So if you ever find yourself kind of, I don't know, debugging in anger, oh, press E to cycle. Okay, I thought it just picked one at random, which I also thought was cool. How do you do that the right way? I'm just bad. I'm never gonna make it up there. Well, I could get the, I'll get the jetpack and cheese it. But if you're ever debugging in anger, just try to take a little break. Even though you're under time pressure in a jam, just have yourself a little break. Go walk around, drink some water, do something. And because your brain, like the human brain is really good at like batch processing. So, okay, our logo's up here. That's cool. Human brain's really good at batch processing. And so when you're too focused on something, your brain can't batch process. And so oftentimes, if I am debugging in anger and I have the moment of clarity and I just go walk around for a while and try not to think about the problem, my brain will go think about it like behind the scenes in the background. And then I'll just realize what the problem is 20 minutes into the walk. So taking a break is super, super useful. Yeah, that's true too. Prefab Sprite says during a jam, there's definitely something else you could work on other than the bug in the meantime. And that is also true. You could go work on art, you could go work on sound, music, whatever. There's always something you could do to take a break, even if taking a break means working on something else because you're in a jam. So other than debugging in anger, I guess I don't know. We could talk about some strategies for like debugging or testing in general. One thing I would say, which isn't so much debugging but testing, showers. Yeah, shower thoughts are good. I would say uh, the way that you play your game as the developer of the game is going to be different from the way that other people play the game when you post it. So if you have friends or family that you can cajole into playing your game to test it along the way, absolutely nag people to play your game. Like if you've got friends, family, a partner, a friend, somebody, if you can get them to play your game, get them to play your game because they will find things that you won't find most of the time. Um, they will try things that you didn't think to try, especially since it is a jam and you're like stressed or a little bit or whatever, and you're kind of trying to hurry. Having somebody who's not jamming, who doesn't have any of that on their plate, they can come and play. That's another thing. Yeah, if you can post your game online somewhere, or if your game just exists online, like on .BigBang, you can go in a Discord server or something and say, hey, here's a little link to my game. Can folks please go play it and give me feedback? If you have a community where you can crowdsource that kind of stuff, it can be really helpful, especially since you only have a limited amount of time yourself that you can play test. Something in terms of, I don't know, I have some debugging stuff to talk about, but I don't have a super convenient illustration handy. People tend to talk about debugging as if it's all about the tools when it's really more about your strategy and process. Pretty much like some environments have really cool debugging tools that are like super advanced, and some of them have, less debugging tools, but pretty much everything that I've ever used has a fairly similar set of debugging tools. So if you're using like a systems programming language or a Chromium-based browser, you have what's called a graphical debugger, which is you can pause your code and step through. I'm not going to do it in this game because we're in multiplayer, but I'll go to, hello, Sparky. I will go to, do you want to say hi to the people, Sparky? You want to say hi? Oh, you're heavy. Say hello. Hello, peoples. I say the game needs more bones. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. You want me to put you down? Okay. That's a good boy. In the evenings when I work on my side projects, Sparky comes and sleeps like right here and tells me to put more bones in the game. That's his job on the team. Somebody called you a good boy. Are you flattered? Let me see if I can summon somebody to let this boy outside. Apologies. All right. Good doggo. Yeah. Let's see. What else could we do? We'll use this. We'll use one of my games that nobody's in. So I just opened the Chrome Dev Tools here to the right, and what's cool about this is, so let me go grab a script somewhere, and we'll open the script, and I'll zoom in on the. Excuse me. That's this way. Caps lock. All right. If I come in here in this tick function, something really cool about JavaScript and TypeScript stuff which .big bang is TypeScript, I can come in here and I can just type debugger, and you'll notice that the game is now frozen, and that's because if you do this, it invokes a graphical debugger. So here you can see my same code again. I don't think I can zoom in on this per se. I can, but not in a good way, really. But it has my code here. And I can go here on the right and I can look at all kinds of stuff. I have a watch window, I have breakpoints, I can look at locals, I can look at the call stack. I can go look at everything in here, which is super useful. Yeah, or hit F12 as well. You can, Digital Monkey Master says you can press Command Shift I or Control Shift I to open the dev tools. You can also hit F12 to open it. You can also go up to the menu, and it's somewhere in the menu. But so if you're using something like C or C++, you'll have one of these debuggers in Visual Studio. If you're using a Chromium-based browser like Chrome or Brave or Edge or a bunch of others, you will have this available to you. And this pretty much is a full graphical debugger on the order of what Visual Studio has for C and C++, or Remedy BG if you're a cool kid. So that's pretty cool. Different programmers debug differently. So some people will write code and then immediately run it in the debugger to see how it works. Other people will only open the debugger if they're having a very bad time. And it's up to you what your own style of debugging is. Yeah, so Digital Monkey Master says, I'm a console logger. I do that for everything. That is also true for me. I will log something out pretty much always. Like judicious use of print statements is often all you need, and pretty much any environment will provide that. Where we are, TypeScript, we provide console log. The cool thing about JavaScript and TypeScript is you can log out just like a whole object to the console, and then in the console it is inspectable. So like you can open it and see a hierarchy of all the data and like read everything. Super useful. Some other languages and environments have similar tools. So Hacks probably has something like that, although I don't remember. Nim has a little function called repr, which is like reprint, and you can repr an object and it'll give you a debug representation of the whole object, like all of its fields and stuff. Super handy to have. But so whenever there's an unexpected thing that you're trying to figure out, the trick is to narrow down where it is. And so sometimes, desperate times, you just start commenting out big chunks of your game and then turning them back on bit by bit. But usually you have a better idea of where something is vaguely. And so you can go into, like, I don't know, you're working on a door that opens with a key, door doesn't open, what's up with that? So you go and look at your door code. And sometimes just reading through, knowing that it doesn't work is enough. Sometimes you need to go and you could put in, print statements at different parts. So like, maybe you have to check that the player is touching the door, and then you also check if they have a key, and then you also check if they pressed X, right? And so what you can do is at each of those checks, you can print out like, does the player have a key? Yes or no? Does the play, did the player push the button? And so then you can just look at your console and go try to open the door, and you can see which part is failing, right? And like, this is a super basic thing, but whenever somebody's learning to program, sometimes it's easy not to, especially if you're under stress, or you're kind of baffled that there's a problem at all. Sometimes the things that seem obvious aren't so obvious. And it's easy to kind of, in the moment, like in the heat of the moment, if you're like, oh, I'm never going to get my jam game done, it's easy to kind of forget to try kind of basic procedural things like that. But yeah, I guess that really is kind of the fundamental thing, especially if you're stressed, is debugging is about systematically going through and isolating where your view of the game is different from the game in reality. And it's a lot easier to do that if you can get to a calm place. Because when you're angry or you're panicked about the time limit or something, you're working from this emotional place where you're kind of bargaining with the game to work, and you're like, uh, you just don't know why it's broken, and so you try something random and it doesn't fix it, and then you get more stressed out, and you're like, well, I just don't know, and you're kind of like casting around trying to find something that sticks, which is ultimately unproductive. We can have a fireside chat here in the Big Bang Hub. Let's see. Something else, which again is a kind of obvious thing that's easy not to do just by habit, is if you have a weird bug and it takes you time to find and it's like really annoying, if you've written a bunch of little print statements in the process of dealing with the bug, don't delete them when you find it and fix it. Leave them there. You can comment them out and just go uncomment them if you have a similar bug again later. Or in most programming languages, you can just have a little flag that you set that's like, is this, like, let's say you have a monster and the monster shoots arrows and the arrows are just shooting in the wrong direction. You aren't sure why. You end up adding some prints. You fix the thing. Just go add something to your monster that's like debug mode. And then you can have like, if debug mode is on, print all this stuff out when we're shooting an arrow. And if debug mode is off, don't do it. I'll give you a thumbs up as well. Exceptional 3D. Hi, DMM. How's it going? I'm going to self-immolate now. But that's what we call fossil fuel. Haha. But so just like keep your debugging printouts. Just keep them. Don't leave them all turned on, particularly if it's a performance hit, which it almost always is. Doing logging, like copious logging in real-time applications, is always usually going to cost you something. So turn it off if you're not using it, but don't delete it. Comment it out or put it behind a flag or something, because you might need it later. And if especially your time's at a premium in a game jam. So if you have 20 print statements to find a bug, you find the bug, you delete your 20 print statements, and then tomorrow or later today the bug appears, you have a regression, it's the same bug again. Oh my god, now I must have misunderstood what caused the bug, and now I've deleted these 20 print statements I have to go manually put back and waste all this time. So like, try not to put yourself in situations like that if you can help it. If you set up any kind of little scaffold for yourself, just keep it forever. I even have, like, on my projects, I'll have a file that's called like Scratch, and I'll just, if I'm going to delete a big chunk of test code or something that's like out of date or whatever, I will just copy it into the Scratch file, because maybe I'll use it later. Maybe I'll need it for something. Maybe I'll need to come back and like take a peek. And I don't know, so I'm not going to delete it for a long time. Yeah, it's cool to like hang out around the campfire with people. We need to add marshmallow roasting to this. What else? Another thing about testing and debugging stuff is like, try to set yourself up for success as much as you can. Tools vary a lot. If you're using a game engine that lets you set up things, just figure out whatever you can set up with the tools that you're using, and kind of have those techniques in your back pocket, right? So if you're using a game engine, or if you've written a game engine and you have like a replay system, abuse that for debugging. If you can figure out how to reproduce a weird bug, then you can save a replay of it. And then the way that you fix your bug is you just play the replay until the bug doesn't happen in it, right? things like this. I don't know that many tools that have replays built in as like a first class feature, just because it's hard to make like a general purpose game engine that can do that well. Dragon Ruby has replays. I don't know how robust they are to like data changes and stuff because I haven't used them, but most things probably don't have replays. But so in absence of things like replays, you need a convenient way to set up the situation that a bug happens in, right? So if you were doing sort of more traditional software development, you'd have maybe a unit test framework or something that you could lean on, and you could do mocks. If you don't have that, like if you had the replays, you could use the replays as unit tests, right? But if you don't have either of those things, you can set up little test areas in your game where like, okay, I'm working on this bug, so I made this little level that just has what I need to reproduce the bug, and so I'll just micro studio game engine. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna write that down for later to go check out. Micro studio. Yeah, replays are it's a really cool thing. I understand why people don't do it often, just because it's like it can be very brittle to maintain, and like it's a complicated thing to implement to start with because you have to architect your whole engine around the fact that you're going to have the replays. So like I get why it's a niche feature. Just in situations where you can have it, it's really awesome to have. But when you don't have it, you can make a little test level that just has the stuff you need to reproduce the bug. Oftentimes people are working just quickly in place. And so they'll do something like they'll do a little test in the level they're already making. And then when they fix the bug, the test gets deleted and the level development continues. And I do that a lot. Sometimes it can come back to haunt you though, because you delete your little test setup and then later it turns out you didn't actually fix the bug. It's just like the print statements. You should have kept it somehow, right? So a good practice is just to take my avatar's head is too big for all the hats, just like real life. So you can, take the 2 seconds to make a little extra level that just has your debug test in it and save it forever for the rest of your game's development. So you'll have it. If the bug comes back, you can just go open the test level. In a longer term thing, you might have an organizational strategy for all those little test levels, but in a jam, you probably just have like a little folder, or you just have the name, have test at the beginning of it or something. But definitely keep those kinds of things. So if you find a weird collision bug in your game, make a little level that reproduces that collision bug so you can fix it, and then keep that level around because you might need it again. So set yourself up for success by making it as easy as you can to go test the thing that you're trying to fix. If you have to boot your game up, load a save file, and then play for 20 minutes to test your bug, it's going to be really hard to fix. Unless you fix it on the first try, because you don't have that kind of time, right? It'll be much easier if you can, okay, well, I have a quick load where I'm at the place where it happens, or I have a special, I can launch the game with a command line argument or something to go directly to the place I want to go to check the specific thing. Or if you do have something with some replays or automation, you could just have it running the replay over and over while you're coding, and eventually maybe you have a little thing to notify you hey, this value is different now, you fixed the thing or whatever it is. So there's a wide spectrum from printf debugging and all the way to I run everything in the debugger so I know exactly what it does. The main thing is just to have some strategy and have some conscientious habits around it so that you can figure out what works for you, what strategies work for you. Because I know amazing programmers who run every line of code through a debugger, and that's just their process. And I know great programmers who don't use a debugger at all because they have different habits that prevent them from needing one, right? And that's not one way is better. It's usually they're coding in different environments that encourage different things. So if you're coding in a dynamic language, that will nudge you toward behaviors that coding in C won't, and vice versa, right? So there's not a wrong way to debug. You will pick up habits that are useful to you, and as long as you can figure out the problem, that's all that really matters. Let's see. What should we talk about? Doodle Safari? Yeah, let's go check out Doodle Safari. This is another Brad and Heather experience, which I believe somebody said earlier has lots of easing and other cool stuff in it. So it'll be a good example of polish. Oh, and that reminds me of something. Oh, I'm some kind of not cyberpunk. I'm some kind of steampunk automaton. Hello, good sir. Spend your coins on accessories. Pimp my robot. Yeah, sorry, it's Chacklepack. Chacklepack and Punkarella made this game in the chat. Is it? Who am I talking to? The grass? Oh, I can take a picture. Oh, interesting. This is fabulous. Haven't actually played it. I haven't had an opportunity. Oh my god, it's so polished. It's so polished. Ugh. I'm shocked that Boo Radley was taken. There aren't a lot of people who would be like, yes. I mean, unless maybe they were referring to the band, or they were really leaning into like being sallow skinned or something. Like, I don't know. There's a small number of reasons to pick that name, aside from like in jokes, I guess. Ooh, a treasure chest. Oh, that's nice. Very polished. The thing I was saying about polish being relative, just like which this game all looks fantastic. But you know, one of my jam games last year, in fact, was just colored squares because I didn't have time for art because I was making a kind of puzzle game that I haven't made, and I knew that I was going to spend all of my time. That was terrifying. I knew that I was going to spend all of my time figuring out how to make the game mechanics work. So I set up front to myself, like, I'm just going to make, I'm just going to go and make. I should also paste this link, I guess. I should go and I should just focus on that, and the art will just be colored squares. And I stuck with that, but it was actually really cool because when the game was closer to done, the jam was closer to over. What was really cool about having decided that was I could go and animate my colored squares aggressively because they were just colored squares. So I could go add some little one-liner animations and stuff. And because the art was so simple, those animations really popped and made a difference. And so having a little bit of like flashy particles or having a little bit of easing on stuff and having some sound effects made like a huge difference to the quality of the game because the art was so basic. And so it was a way that because I knew I couldn't spend time on the art, I leveraged what time I had for the art by making things as simple as they could be so that I could put in a tiny amount of effort and get a huge return polishing the art at the end with things like animations. And so, I don't know, something to keep in mind. Yeah, I wondered what the deal was. I was like, I haven't seen a single doodle. These environments are so cool, though. Gotcha. Hello, Sparky. I will let you out in a few minutes. Do you think you can hold it? Do you think you can hold it, buddy? Do you want to say hello again? You want to say hello to the people? Say hello. Say, I'm a handsome boy. Yes. You're a good boy. Want to say hi to the people? No? Scruffy, scruffy, scruffy. Okay. Is it your turn, Cheese? Oh, don't be mean. Be nice. Sparky, you're in her space, dude. Anyway, okay, found one cool doodle. I'm apparently really bad at looking because I haven't spotted any of the others. Shroom. Neat thing, whatever that is. Glowy plant thing. I don't know. We've got a few minutes left to hang out and explore stuff. Does anybody have any like questions about anything, or I've kind of run out of things on my rambling list? Otherwise, we can just keep playing Big Bang. Got other games we could play together. What is this? Okay. All right. That's cool. Treasure chest. Now I'm like looking at every nook and cranny because there's goodies to be had. Aha! Gotcha. Thrives in the dungeon. All the little like animal variants of the doodles are really cute. I like them a lot. Really excellent stuff. Feels like a thing. I already got that. Had I gone over here though? Yeah, I did come over here, didn't I? Doodles. Your favorite part of using the .Big Bang engine? I think my favorite thing is probably how quickly you can throw something together, like when you're experimenting with something. With the like live script updates and like with being able to use assets that people have made public, we just have this huge library of assets, and so it's very convenient to just get going with something. It's like, oh, today I want to make a game where you drive a car, and like you can go find a car and find a road and find a bunch of stuff, and have like a little mock-up of your idea pretty quickly. And the scripting system is pretty convenient, especially when you're in that like exploration phase and you just want to like go make something. We found the bookcase. I don't know. I think I found 3 doodles or something. I might have missed a doodle. This game is gorgeous. Did I miss one in this area, or is there not one in this area this time? Ah, I did miss one. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Sorry, I got engrossed in the game again. I trade my pictures. This guy. I can. Oh, I can buy stuff. Interesting. I want the green ascot. And I don't know. Oh, you can buy diamonds, or am I trading diamonds for gold, or am I? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Are these persistent? So I've got to save up for the backpack. I had more coins than I thought I did. That's wonderful stuff. Favorite game and .Big Bang. That's kind of hard. I don't know. Like I haven't gotten to play as many games on .Big Bang in recent memory. I love the map in here. That is so nice, and honestly, all these props are really fantastic. Actually, that's really cool. Excellent. Look at all the doodles I've got. That's really cool. That's so rad. Excellent. Oh, I can sit on a little cushion. Oh, sweet. That's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, no, like favorite game, that's really putting me on the spot, man. That's really putting me on the spot. There's so many good ones. Like, I don't know. I actually which like Thrust Heroes is fun. I also would feel bad listing my own games in the list, but some of the games are pretty fun. They're pretty fun. Some of the Preston games have turned out amazingly well. And are like the dropper game is just fantastic. Like I was really impressed with that. And I feel like Diamond Dash was pretty okay. That's one of the ones that I worked on. I really like honestly, this game is my favorite right now because I love the kind of like explore, chill vibe, Pokemon Snap kind of thing it has going on. It's so peaceful and chill. Check out the environment example at this link. Why not? Oh, I screwed that up. Yeah, here's the environment examples that Boo Radley and Punkarella made. Lots and lots of examples in here of how to do different things for your game's environment. Just as you can see, this is a massive area with just an absurd wealth of examples. They talk about like subtleties in the collision system. They talk about how you can make different effects, like this bathtub that you can stand in. Talk about all kinds of cool stuff in here. So if you do use Big Bang, definitely come check out this game and the other example games that have been posted because there's just so much fantastic stuff in here. So much fantastic stuff. Oh, Shadow. Are these city chairs? Can I come hang out? Yes. That's how I feel right now, actually. That's awesome. That's so cool. Ugh, I love this game. This game gives me so it's not like it's examples. It's not even intended to be a game, but it gives me so much joy. Favorite game, hard to say. It's a bug. Yeah. What we got here? Oh. That's amazing. Interesting. I haven't even seen some of these examples myself. It's really funny. Is yeah, doing all the classic techniques. It's over here in the across the Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, Infernal Viper, one of our Infernal Viper 11, one of our users, one of our community members, has been making this fantastic FPS game for a while now, and it's just so polished and crazy. I don't want to show it because I didn't ask him if I could show it on the stream or anything, but it is just amazing. Just like the level of animation that he has achieved and stuff is just really, really impressive work. It's really cool stuff. And really, really cool. Oh, these are animated. I hadn't noticed. Really, really fabulous work. What are you guys' favorite games you'd like to recommend? This whole area is apparently made of only 4 objects that have been scaled and rotated. That's pretty impressive. There's like an ice cave. Dashing. Farming simulator. Yeah. Oh my god. How did I not mention the farming simulator? Like like the farming game is like top 3 definitely for me. It's hard to say favorite game, but for any one of the individual, but like it's definitely in the top 3 because just absolutely fantastic Cozy Coffins. Oh yeah, the Halloween example game too. Yeah. It had tons of cool stuff. There's a lot of stuff to go check out. Like the things have accelerated around here the past year in terms of like amazing content being made. There's like really cool stuff to go check out. I think a lot of it is linked in our hub, and like the stuff that isn't linked in our hub is featured on the front page. And then of course there will be things that fall through the cracks from the hub and the front page, but there's lots and lots of stuff that you can go play. Escape the Aliens is really fun. Like when we were playing that pretty regularly, that game is very satisfying. I like playing as the alien more than the human, but playing as the human is okay. Like I enjoy playing as the alien because you control people more as the alien, but if you're the human, you can at least troll the alien a little bit if you get pretty good at it. Here we have the fabulous farming game with the most beautiful art and the fun. I should probably close the developer tools and all of the fun Harvest Moon growing things funness and gaming, the figuring out how to min-max on all of the farm equipment, things like that. This furniture is awesome. Yeah, tons of cool games floating around. Let me see. Let's see. Trying to think the most convenient way to get everybody into a game together. I think I'm just gonna go and pick one of the. I'm gonna pick one of the live. Whoops! I'm gonna pick one of the live games, and we'll just hop in and spend a minute. Fight for a Future is an amazing obby game by Bird King. Fight for a Future. I don't think I've heard that one. I get right. I didn't. Did we pay for Google Ads? Little did I know. I couldn't find it. I haven't played Bird King's latest obby. That sounds exciting. Let's see. Which we could play. Chase Heroes is very understandable, I would say. So for the last minute or so of the stream, come race me. You will lose the race because it's already running. Oh, somebody posted the obby course. All right. Running out of time here, but I'll pull it up anyway. We'll check it out. All right. Last second. Okay. Well, that's fine. Either way. Oh, this is cool. All right. This is a super cool user game. If it's okay with the host, I will drop this link as something to check out briefly. And then I suppose I will sign off. I don't want to go over. It's been an honor to come talk to you all and hang out. Hope everybody has a great jam. Hope everybody has tons of fun, learns something interesting. I hope to see some of you on Big Bang and check out all the cool stuff you make. And we're here to help, of course, if you got any questions or have any needs. But huge thanks to Global Game Jam for having me here. I appreciate it a lot. And hope everybody has a great jam. Thanks.
a todos. Me llamo Clarissa y como vi voy a enseñar sobre Hyperpad. Para eso requeriremos un Hyperpad porque Hyperpad solo funciona con este mismo. Pero voy a presentarme. Me llamo Clarissa, trabajo como Hyperpad. Yo soy la Marketing Manager. Soy de Brasil, entonces hablo como portuñol. Entonces, por favor, paciencia con mi español. Pero estoy muy confiante sobre mi presentación. Entonces, vamos, comenzamos. Voy a presentar slides. Aquí. Voy a share my screen. Bueno. ¿Puedes ver? Bueno. Entonces, yay. Bienvenidos. Voy a enseñar cómo crear un juego de celular usando Hyperpad. Para eso requerimos una Hyperpad, como dice. Es eso. Buenos Global Game Jam 2023. ¡Woo! Bueno, entonces tenemos una gran noticia. Hyperpad hoy será gratuito solamente por el día de hoy. Entonces no se olviden de descargar Hyperpad en la Apple Store. Bueno, y también no se olvide de registrar para el tutorial de hoy. Entonces, es eso, queremos adicionar. Si no sabes dónde registrar, por favor, está en nuestras redes sociales. Entonces, yo voy a dejarlo link después. Ahora, vamos a aprender. Voy a explicar cómo usar los Hyperpad y es eso. Entonces, la primera cosa es cuando abrimos Hyperpad que vemos es el Hyperpad Hub. Los Hyperpad Hub nos permite ver todos los juegos hechos usando Hyperpad. Y también puedes comentar, dar likes, compartir con todo el mundo. Y es muy bueno para incrementar la interacción de la comunidad en Hyperpad y recibir sus sugerencias de sus juegos y tus proyectos. También puedes visualizar la página de Global Game Jam, donde puedes participar del desafío usando tu juego creado para poder ganar premios. Entonces, la siguiente pantalla es donde empezamos a crear nuestro juego, seleccionando New Project. Aquí. Cuando abre, lo primero que ve es esta canvas, que llamamos de canvas, pero tienes varias herramientas que podemos utilizar para modificar su proyecto. La primera herramienta aquí es responsable para pegar objetos previamente copiados. Y lo próximo, esta aquí es para seleccionar objetos individuales. Lo próximo es para seleccionar múltiples objetos. Este aquí selecciona toda área de trabajo. Lo próximo aquí es para seleccionar lo plano cartesiano del proyecto. El Hyperpad plano cartesiano punto está aquí, 0.0. La próxima herramienta es para identificar las dimensiones de tu proyecto, como por ejemplo, si tu game es para un iPad o si tu game es para un iPhone. Este es para aumentar el número de escenas, que llamamos de hamburguer. Esa herramienta nos permite modificar el fondo de pantalla y sus dimensiones. Y no te preocupes, yo sé que es muchas palabras, pero voy a hacer un game contigo y vamos a explicar. Vamos a dar un ejemplo de esas herramientas. Estas herramientas nos permite las interacciones físicas del juego, como la gravedad, los globos. Y la siguiente herramienta nos permite retroceder y adelantar pasos realizados en el juego, los botones de play. Lo siguiente es como volver los siguientes pasos de punto de interrogación es para ayuda. Abajo de esto van a observar una caja. Esta caja de herramientas nos permite insertar lo que llamamos de assets. Tú vas a escuchar esta palabra mucho aquí, que básicamente son los gráficos, las músicas, las fuentes, los spreadsheets, partículas, FR y las animaciones. propias. Si tú tienes tus animaciones, si tú tienes tus propios gráficos, puedes adicionar. Caso no tienes, nosotros tenemos la tienda Hyperpad, que es free, es gratuita. Lo icono que parece un recipiente de laboratorio, abajo, desde aquí, es donde encontramos otros assets, como objetos vacíos, efectos sonoros, bajas de vidas y partículas, indicadores de vida, y también sobre los controles de videojuego que llamamos de joystick. Finalmente, tenemos el murete de objetos donde se encuentran los objetos usados más recientemente. Bueno, entonces, ahora que entiendes cómo Hyperpad funciona, voy a explicar las logísticas de Hyperpad. Primeramente, vamos a hablar de modos de objetos, de los modos de objetos, o cual pueden ser pared, física o escenario. Los objetos de pared son estacionarios, que significa que ya no se pueden mover, y literalmente son como paredes, literalmente es como una pared o el suelo. En la foto puede ver la caja que no se mueve, pero sí colisiona con otros objetos. Entonces, los objetos de modo físico son afectados por fuerzas como la gravedad, la fricción del ar y la resistencia. Como puede ver en la foto aquí, la caja está siendo afectada por otros objetos. Finalmente, tenemos los objetos de escenario que cumplen la función de proveer a la ambientación estética al juego, pero no puede tener colisión con nada, como se ve. Lo behavior, lo comportamiento se llama collided, pero no puede tener collided. Entonces, es eso. Entonces, resumiendo, los objetos de pared son siempre estacionarios, no se reaccionan con las fuerzas activas, pero son cuerpos rígidos. Los objetos físicos, de modos físicos, no siempre son estacionarios, se reaccionan con las fuerzas activas y son cuerpos rígidos. Bueno, lo siguiente que vamos a hablar, después si queremos decir que los cuerpos rígidos son colisionados también. Colisionamos con objetos físicos. Entonces, por ejemplo, tenemos un ejemplo de objetos físicos colisionando con objetos físicos aquí en esta foto. Y también tenemos un ejemplo de objetos físicos colisionando con objetos de pared. Entonces, diferentes objetos de diferentes modos pueden colidir uno con otro. Lo siguiente, vamos a hablar del estado pasable, que en inglés se llama passable. Este es muy importante cuando diseñas tu juego, porque permite que tu cuerpo rígido se transparece. Por ejemplo, tengo mi personaje, Bob, que puede moverse lateralmente, pero se caería si el personaje del piso estaría estado como passable. Entonces, si el piso estaría como passable, si mi personaje Bob estaría como passable, Bob se caería. Muy bien, entonces, como por ejemplo, tenemos también objetos pasables, también puedes pasar y colisionar al mismo tiempo. Como por ejemplo, Bobby pasando por una nube, siendo afectado por esto. Si tienes alguna pregunta, por favor, puedes decirme. Bueno, ahora vamos a hablar de nuestro paquete inicial de plataforma, te enseñar cómo hacer tu propio videojuego, y estás compuestos de dos partes. La primera parte incluye cómo iniciar un proyecto nuevo, cómo adicionar un personaje de animación, cómo adicionar comportamientos de objetos, cómo moverse, saltar, y cómo Bob puede comer las monedas, y cómo reproducir efectos sonoros y sonidos. Y la parte 2 que vamos a hablar de hoy será cómo crear objetos pasables, como hablamos, cómo adicionar los screen follow behavior, que significa siguiendo la cámara, y otro comportamiento llamado life indicator, que son los indicadores de vida. y cómo adicionar las scores, que son las puntuaciones de los behaviors. Ahora vamos a hacer un juego juntos. Bueno, entonces voy con mi iPad aquí, abro mi iPad y estoy aquí. Y aquí puedes ver todos los juegos que creé. Y en estos juegos yo puedo editar mis juegos. Yo también puedo transferir mis juegos directamente para iTunes Store. Y también puedo deletar, puedo branchear, puedo compartir ya mis proyectos. Y es eso. Ahora vamos a crear nuestro nuevo proyecto. Creo clicando arriba en New Project. Clico aquí, New Project. Y puede escribir lo nombre que quieres. Hoy voy a escribir Global Game Jam Spanish 101. Bueno. Next. Este es responsable por las orientaciones del juego. Entonces, como quiere la orientación, nosotros queremos una orientación vertical. No, horizontal. Vamos a hacer un juego horizontal y puedes decidir cuál device tú quieres a su juego. Si quieres un device como un iPad, como un iPhone. Hoy vamos a hacer con iPad y con iPhone. Entonces, clicamos Next. Y tienes dos propiedades. La Side View, que es lo horizontal, el de Bird Eye View, que es lo vertical. Hoy vamos a estar con lo proyecto horizontal. Aquí es donde adicionamos la gravedad. Ahí que pensamos en lo punto cartesiano. La gravedad de nuestro juego hoy va a ser menos 25, entonces cuando pensamos en la gravedad estará en menos 25 abajo. Entonces, creamos este. Y aquí está inicialmente como vimos nuestro juego. Cuando creamos nuestro juego, ¿qué necesitamos? Necesitamos de nuestro escenario, necesitamos de nuestros personajes. Vamos a adicionar esto hoy usando Hyperpad Shop. Entonces, yo voy a clicar en la caja abajo, manual, la caja de herramientas, y yo voy a importar mis propios assets, que son los gráficos. Get Assets, clicando en Get Assets. Clico en Get Assets, puedes importar los assets que quieres, pero yo voy a estar usando hoy la Platform Start Pack Assets, que es que más fácil que yo recomiendo. Puedes fechar y podemos clicar aquí y empezar a hacer nuestro juego. Entonces, para hacer mi juego, yo voy a adicionar un suelo. Mi suelo va a ser un grass, entonces voy a adicionar aquí. Este es mi primer objeto. Entonces, este objeto, yo clico aquí en esta herramienta para seleccionar los objetos individuales. Clico en esta herramienta para seleccionar los objetos individuales. Y clico aquí. Y para yo duplicar, yo clico puedo duplicar aquí. Duplicar aquí. Y clico en este icono y duplico. Bueno, otra cosa que necesitamos saber cuando hacemos ese juego, puedes seleccionar múltiples objetos. Entonces, selecciono múltiples objetos clicando aquí en este cuadrado aquí, selecciono múltiples objetos y también puedo copiar y copio clicando aquí no objetos seleccionado y clico en copy. Cuando clico en copy, yo puedo clicar en esta herramienta, clico aquí y yo puedo clicar en mi tela y adiciono fácilmente objetos que quiero. Pero yo no quiero adicionar solamente eso, entonces voy a empezar haciendo mi suelo, clico aquí y clico en duplicar. Y está puedo aumentar y disminuir con la moncita aquí, mi gráfico. Lo gráfico, otra cosa que tienes que saber es que mi videojuego no es solamente en esta caja verde, ¿sabes? Pues mi videojuego continúa fuera de la caja verde. Pero esta caja está ahí como una referencia de cómo tu juego se va a aparecer en tu screen. Entonces, por ejemplo, yo clico en play aquí, play, arriba. Entonces, este va a ser mi juego. Bueno, entonces clico en quit, pero no estás apareciendo todo el juego, pero tú vas a ver cuando yo creo. otra cosa que yo quiero saber, yo quiero ver el plano cartesiano de mi juego, entonces yo clico en estos dots y clico y veo mi plano cartesiano donde puedo seleccionar, puedo ver los puntos de referencia que es 0.0 en el plano cartesiano, este punto aquí. Entonces pensando, mi gravedad está a menos 25, entonces mi gravedad está aquí abajo. Bueno, entonces solo un punto de referencia cuando creando tu juego. Yo necesito de más caracteres para mi game, entonces voy a adicionar más caracteres. Voy aquí en la caja, voy a adicionar Bob, llamamos de Bob, entonces adiciono Bob, y Bob está walking, not walking. Yo quiero Bob en pie, entonces stand. Clico aquí, Bob está aquí, y de nuevo individual, clico aquí, y Bob está aquí. Ese es mi primer carácter. Bueno, entonces Bob, tú puedes colocar Bob donde tú quieras, Bob puede estar aquí, Bob puede estar abajo, donde tú quieras. Yo voy a adicionar aquí abajo para tu ver como una referencia que para empezar a adicionar los comportamientos del juego. Vamos a colocar que le llamamos de behavior, pero antes de eso tenemos que seleccionar el objeto e identificar si el objeto es un objeto físico de pared o un objeto de escenario. Pero Bob no es un objeto de escenario, Bob será un objeto físico, entonces vamos a clicar físico. ¿Por qué eso? Porque Bob tienes que mover a la derecha y a la izquierda, entonces Bob tienes que saltear, entonces Bob estará como objeto físico y no passable, porque si Bob está como objeto passable, yo voy a mostrarte, Bob se cae, mira, entonces no puedes eso. Es un error que yo cometí bastante cuando estaba aprendiendo a usar esta plataforma, entonces no haga eso. Entonces vamos a empezar a adicionar nuestros comportamientos. Clicamos en Behavior, voy a adicionar Jump Stick, Joystick Control, que esto es para mover a la derecha, izquierda, que es esencialmente los controles de videojuego. Y ahora Jump with Button, que es para saltear. Entonces vamos a testear nuestro juego clicando en el botón de Play. Sí, tú ves que Bob está andando, Bob está salteando, pero los saltear no está tan poderoso, entonces vamos a editar eso. Clico aquí en Exit, Quick. Ahora clico en Jump with Button y clico en el Power, lo poder, y voy a colocar un poder de 20. Y también quiero adicionar las animaciones. Quiero que mi carácter mueve la permite. Entonces voy a clicar en Joystick Control. Voy a seleccionar Left and Right Animation aquí. Y voy a empezar con la izquierda. Animación a la izquierda. Entonces nosotros tenemos las animaciones hechas en Hyperpad Shop. Entonces voy a usar eso. Entonces clico en Walk. Bueno, entonces voy a hacer la misma cosa con la derecha también. Walk. Bueno, entonces vamos a testear cómo funciona. No, antes de eso yo quiero adicionar una animación para saltear también. Entonces clico en el botón de Jump with Button, clico en Jumping Animation, que es saltear, la animación de salto. Entonces clico aquí, clico en la caja y clico en Jump. Bueno, ahora yo quiero una animación cuando Bob estuviera cayendo, entonces clico aquí en Falling, clico en esta animación que yo quiero. Entonces vamos a testear, clicamos en el botón de play, siempre cuando estuviera haciendo su juego, tienes que testear todo su juego, entonces testeamos. Sí, mira, it's working, está funcionando, sí. Mi carácter está andando muy bien, muy bonito. Bob, muy bien, Bob, muy bien. Quid. ¿Y alguna pregunta, alguien? ¿Todos bien? Bueno, empezamos. Ahora yo quiero adicionar más cosas. Por ejemplo, vamos a hablar sobre la background, que es básicamente donde adicionamos la foto que quieres en lo background. Bueno, clicamos aquí en background y puedes mudar la color que quieres. Clico aquí abajo y clico en la color que quiero. Entonces yo voy a adicionar una color con un naranja claro. Entonces, ok. este puede ser tu background. Pero si no te gustas, puedes adicionar una foto. Entonces vuelvo aquí a background, clico aquí y clico en backgrounds y clico en esta foto. Y con esta foto puede ajustar como quieres. Entonces, esta es un ejemplo de background que quieres. Otra cosa que esta herramienta puedes hacer es, si clico en Screen View, puedes ajustar mi screen más quieto, más lejos. Nosotros no queremos que nuestro juego fique mucho quieto ni mucho lejos, entonces tienes que tener un balance cuando haces tu juego. Entonces, haz eso. Ahora voy a mover Bobby porque estás muy perto de los joystick control. Otra cosa que tenemos que saber es las layers. Aquí las layers es muy importante cuando creando sus games. ¿O qué son las layers? Son básicamente capas de sus juegos. Es para organizar sus juegos. Básicamente, aquí automáticamente tú verás Global UI, Scene UI y Main Layer, que son las capas, y estas capas no interagen físicamente una con las otras. Entonces, si yo vuelvo aquí en Global UI, clico en Global UI, yo veo que mis Global UI son de joystick control, que es lo control de videogame, y el botón de saltear. Bueno, si yo voy en el domain, la capa principal son todas las cosas todos los objetos que empezamos a colocar en nuestro juego. Entonces, yo vengo en lo Global UI, voy a adicionar que llamamos las puntuaciones, y voy a adicionar las vidas. Entonces, yo voy a clicar en el botón de flasco, clic en ese botón abajo de flasco y voy a adicionar un label. Los labels son las puntuaciones, las puntajes. So, clico en label, clico aquí y puedes escribir los nombres que quieres, básicamente. Entonces, clico aquí y voy a adicionar como puntaje. Las puntajes. Otra cosa que puedo adicionar en lo Global UI es Life Indicator, que son las vidas. Adiciona donde quieres. Yo voy a botar a lo menú principal, que yo quiero que mi layer esté aquí. Bueno, entonces es básicamente lo que las layers son. Es un poco confuso, pero es muy, muy importante porque estos no se mueven, ¿sabe? Estos no van a se mover cuando estiver jugando su juego, pero estos aquí se van. Bueno, entonces, si tiene alguna pregunta, por favor, dígame. Y vamos a empezar a adicionar más behaviors y más personajes para nuestro juego. Cuando hacemos nuestro juego, ¿qué necesitamos? Necesitamos de más cosas como monedas, como nuestro enemigo. Entonces vamos a adicionar, vamos a volver a la caja abajo, volver a la capa principal. Clico aquí en la capa principal y voy a tocar en la caja y adiciono mis monedas y voy a adicionar mi enemigo. Bueno, entonces empiezo a colocar las monedas. Clico aquí en la moneda y clico aquí. Bueno, una cosa que tienes que saber en las monedas es que las monedas tienes que ser objetos de pared y también tienes que ser passable. ¿Por qué passable? ¿Por qué passable? Porque Bob tienes que poder pasar por la moneda. La moneda no es como una pared, la moneda no es como un solo. La moneda es un objeto que necesita ser pasable. Entonces va a ser como un passable objeto. Otra cosa que tenemos que adicionar la moneda, porque tenemos muchas monedas, vamos a adicionar como tag. Entonces voy abajo y clico aquí en esta tag, clico en la tag y adiciono con el botón arriba aquí, adiciono más y voy a escribir monedas. Bueno, ahora que tenemos nuestra tag, voy voy a clicar en mi objeto y voy a comenzar a duplicar mi moneda. Entonces duplico aquí, duplico, ups, vuelvo y voy a clicar aquí y duplicar. Duplico. También puedo copiar mi moneda, copiar y clico aquí en Stamp y comienzo a adicionar las monedas donde yo quiero. También otra cosa que puedo hacer, puedo copiar múltiples objetos. Entonces clico aquí, copio. Ahora voy a usar esta ferramenta y voy a colocar en mi juego. Bueno, entonces no necesito usar perfecto, pero es básicamente así. Y ahora volvemos a Bob. Clicamos en Bob y vamos a adicionar los behaviors que Bob necesita para poder comer la moneda. Entonces voy en Behavior y clico en Objetos y voy a escribir Destroy, que es destruir en inglés. No, antes de Destroy, voy a adicionar lo comportamiento para eso. Lo comportamiento se llama Collided. Entonces, Collided. Entonces, adición lo comportamiento collided. Entonces, aquí es muy importante para practicar la matemática, la logística, la física. Entonces, cuando Bob toca, y puede seleccionar los objetos individualmente, pero ¿por qué hacemos la tag y no necesitamos hacer eso? Voy a cerrar aquí. Voy a tocar en la tag abajo. Clico en la tag y clico en monedas. Entonces, cuando Bob toca las monedas, todas las monedas, ¿qué haces? ¿Qué acontece? Entonces, yo clico aquí y también yo quiero que Bobby come las monedas de cualquier manera. Entonces, yo voy a activar todas las opciones, arriba, abajo, a derecha, a izquierda. Entonces, todas las opciones van a estar activadas. Ahora, vamos a adicionar destruir. Entonces, destroy. Vamos a destruir este objeto. Entonces, no necesitamos, aquí también puedes seleccionar individualmente, pero no vamos a hacer eso. Vamos a clicar la tag, vamos a seleccionar monedas. Porque cuando Bob come las monedas son destruidas. Y también adicionamos la label, que son las puntuaciones. Entonces, vamos a adicionar otro que se llama add. Otro comportamiento, behavior, llamado add to score. Bueno, entonces yo voy a conectar juntos. Clico aquí. Y aquí puedo decir que yo gano un punto cada vez que yo como una moneda. Entonces vamos a testar. Vamos a testear nuestro juego. 1, 2, yay. Estás bonitinho. Bob, estás comiendo la moneda como debes comer. Está bien. Bueno, pero tú notas que en mi juego la cámara no está siguiendo Bob. Entonces es por eso que tenemos otro behavior, comportamiento muy importante llamado screen follow. Entonces yo voy a clicar screen follow. Yo clico screen follow. ¿Qué acontece? Yo voy a clicar en play. Clico en play y mi cámara está siguiendo Bob. ¿Cómo debe seguir? Maravilloso. Muy bueno. Entonces, es muy importante. Ahora empezamos a colocar lo enemigo. Entonces, vamos a adicionar esta bola rosada como nuestro enemigo. Clico aquí. La bola rosada no será un objeto pasado y será un objeto de pared. Entonces, yo voy a clicar aquí en Behavior porque yo quiero que la bola se movimente en la derecha y la izquierda. Esto se llama patrón. Entonces, voy a clicar patrón. En este patrón, tú puedes editar la distancia que quieres con lo Y y con las verticales y las horizontales. Entonces, puedes editar. Yo voy a continuar con eso, pero voy a seleccionar una animación. Entonces, clico en Patrolling Animation, clico en Selecting Animation y clico en move aquí. Entonces vamos a testear. Está viendo que mi enemy está yendo a derecha, izquierda, justamente en el lugar que necesito buscar las monedas. Entonces es como una trampa, ¿cierto? Entonces ahora yo quiero que adicionar los behaviors de qué haces cuando Bob come lo enemigo. Pero antes de hacer eso en mi game, voy a adicionar muchos enemigos. Entonces yo no quiero simplemente individualmente adicionar cada uno de esos. Entonces voy a hacer lo mismo que fiz con las monedas con mi enemigo. Voy a hacer mi enemigo como un tag objetos, un objeto de tag. Entonces voy a clicar aquí, clico a plus, más, y voy a escribir enemy. Bueno, esos son mis enemies, mi enemigo. Bueno, cuando hago eso, vuelvo a Bob, clico en behaviors, voy a clicar en collided, voy a seleccionar lo behavior collided y voy a seleccionar cuando Bob estás interagiendo con tag, clico en tag porque no quiero seleccionar individualmente los objetos, voy a clicar en enemy, sí. Ahora, ¿qué haces? Destroy object. Bob, cuando tocas en la bola rosada, en la derecha, izquierda, voy a solamente activar aquí la derecha y la izquierda. Bob es destruido. Bueno, entonces, vamos a testear. Clicamos aquí. Sí, Bob, estás muerto. Sí, Bob jumpió en la bola rosa, pero nada se ocurrió, pero cuando fue a la derecha izquierda, Bob se murió. Pero yo quiero que Bob continúe en el juego cuando es destruido, entonces yo voy a adicionar otro comportamiento llamado load scene, que es como volver a la escena. Y cuando yo adiciono eso, yo quiero adicionar otro elemento. Cuando Bob se muere, Bob pierde una vida, entonces voy a adicionar add to life indicator, que es el indicador de vidas. Y voy a clicar aquí y Bob va a perder una vida. Entonces vamos a practicar. Clicamos aquí. Sí, Bob perdió una vida y volvió a lo inicio del juego. Esto es porque los behaviors que decidimos son esos. Bueno, ahora vamos a adicionar qué haces cuando ¿cómo Bob puedes matar lo enemigo? Entonces Bob va a saltear y va a matar lo enemigo. Vamos a adicionar otro behavior, otro comportamiento llamado collided, de nuevo. Collided. Entonces, ahora, puedes adicionar otros, pero vamos a adicionar con Bob. Cuando Bob es interaccionado tienes interacción, reacciona con lo enemigo, vamos a adicionar otro, destroy. Vamos a destruir todos los enemigos. Bueno, ahora conecta. Entonces, HyperPad es como así, es como llamamos de programaciones visuales. Entonces, no estás escribiendo una programación, estás viendo visualmente con palabras y estás haciendo su juego. Es muy fácil de usar. Entonces, ¿cómo Bob vas a destruir la bola rosada? Arriba y abajo. Entonces vamos a destruir. Y cuando destruye, ¿qué acontece? Podemos adicionar una vida más. Entonces vamos a adicionar add to life indicator. Entonces adicionamos y adicionamos como un positivo, like Bob gana una vida cuando mata lo enemigo. Entonces vamos a testear. Tal vez ese juego sea muy fácil. Entonces es eso. Básicamente estas son la cosa más fácil de cómo hacer un platform game. Y también aquí, cómo haces tu game, puedes adicionar más escenas como game over. Aquí donde creamos los overlays, que son los game overs, puedes editar como quieras. Y es esto, básicamente es así que puedes crear su juego de una manera muy fácil. Y voy a encerrar aquí. Y si quiero encerrar mi juego, clico en el hamburger arriba y clico en Save and Quit. Cuando yo salvo, yo puedo siempre volver a mi game e editar, clicando aquí para editar, y puedo también compartir mi proyecto. Si necesitas de ayuda, no sabes cómo hacer su game, tienes una sesión de ayuda aquí. Puedes accesar los manuales, los tutoriales interactivos de HyperPad, y donde puedes hacerlo game by itself, solito. Es muy, muy bueno para las personas que quieres practicar. Y aquí son los foros. Forum es donde tú puedes preguntar, hacer preguntas, y aquí es donde tú puedes tener inspiraciones de cómo hacer su juego. Entonces voy a terminar mi juego hoy y quiero convidarlos a participar del Global Game Jam. Y también quería te dar unos ejemplos de videogames que están actualmente en la App Store, creados por Hakan. Este es un videogame muy bueno, y también si tú te gusta de tu game, puedes monetizar tu game con los ads. Puedes ser un game developer. Sí, es una óptima oportunidad para todos que quieren participar de la industria de games. HyperPad no necesitas de muchas experiencias. Yo no soy de experiencia de coding, pero estoy aquí haciendo un game, haciendo un tutorial para usted cómo hacer un game, y quería convidarlos a participar de Global Game Jam usando HyperPad. Hoy estamos desafiando a hacer un juego para concurso y para concursar por premios. Entonces, los premios incluyen iTunes gift cards, un certificado de terminación del hackathon, y también HyperPad gift codes, que swags, que puedes usar para un HyperPad free si quieres dar a algún amigo. Y aquí son los premios. Primero premio $100, segundo premio 50, y lo tercero 25. Para los que quisieran participar, yo recomiendo mucho. Es una ótima oportunidad para tú saber si la industria de games es para usted, si tú quieres aumentar tu portafolio, y es eso. Por favor, síguenos a nuestra red social. Nosotros tenemos Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, todos que tenemos, interage con nosotros. Nuestra Discord, comunidad de Discord es unofficial, pero es una ótima plataforma para responder sus preguntas, si tienes algunas preguntas. Y gracias por estar aquí hoy, y puedes asistir más luego. Yo espero que sea un tutorial beneficiado para todas las personas que hablan español, y es hora de crear su juego. Entonces yo estoy muy animada para ver todas las submisiones de Global Game Jam, y muchas gracias por estar aquí conmigo hoy. Entonces yo voy a parar de compartir ya. Muchas gracias por estar aquí conmigo. Chao, chao. prepping for an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're gonna host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag, and there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. .BigBang has made
some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Whether you're a team of 1 or 1,000, only one thing really matters: making a game that players want to play. Developers are imagining future games that delight players and require solutions to support their dreams. Players expect games to have fast response times and high-fidelity experiences on any device, anywhere in the world. To achieve this, more and more developers are turning to the cloud. AWS for Games provides a broad portfolio of industry-specific products and solutions from AWS and AWS partners to help you build faster, run smarter, and grow your games. AWS for Games portfolio covers 12 solution areas, spanning the 3 phases of game development. When building, AWS will help you to modernize your architecture and move your production pipelines to the cloud, enabling you to recruit and build diverse teams around the globe, not limited to a physical location. When running a game, AWS can help you streamline operations, deploy the right compute and accelerated networking options to deliver low-latency game experiences, provide real-time and serverless analytics to help better understand player behavior, and help you harden your back-end against DDoS and other malicious attacks. To grow your player base, AWS can help you acquire and retain users with an engaging community experience with Twitch, Amazon Luna, and machine learning tools. With 175 fully featured services and more functionality than any other cloud provider, AWS infrastructure is trusted by over 90% of the largest public game companies, including Epic, EA, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo, Zynga, Rovio, and more. Need help getting started? Visit the AWS for Games landing page for a customized onboarding experience. Take one of our structured learning classes or dive deep into the 12 solution areas. Either way, we want to help you create the next amazing game. Welcome to AWS for Games.
Hello. Looks like today I get to share Polysketch to global game jammers. Super thanks for that option, Tim, Javier also, who helped set that up. So Polysketch is something that I think will be really fun for a lot of jammers. You might have seen that quick intro there. Gosh, that didn't seem up to the standards of the other ones we just saw. But basically, it's a tool that a friend and I, Bill, developed for Game Jam specifically because we tried to use a lot of other really amazing apps like Tilt Brush and such to create. Like we wanted to draw and create in 3D, or sorry, in VR, but it was a bit of trouble to get it into the engine. So the purpose of PolySketch is that it's really just, it's great at building these simple, fun little props and objects, and it's great. You can 3D print it as well. Good fun with that. So you make it really simply. You export it right out as a nice OBJ, and then you pop it into your game engine, Blender, whatever you want to do with it. And it's a lot of fun to do, and it's totally different from a regular 3D drawing app. So I'll start to kind of demo that. And the idea is then, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in. I'll be watching the stream, so I can answer anything if they come up. Feel free to ask me to build something. I'll show how that may or may not work. Cool. So I'll start right in. It's going to get a little silly because I have to put the headset on. That's the fun of doing any kind of VR demo. So let's see here. I'm watching the updates a little bit behind. Okay, cool. There we go. So I'm going to pop into this and do my best to demo it up. So let me set this to cast over. Let's see. One day this will be a little less strange. Okay. Should be casting. It is. My headset is falling off my face. Good stuff. Everything as expected. All right. So a quick demo of this. I'll kind of talk over why we made some of the choices and how it'll work for you. I will just go into something. This was a demo we made recently. Just like a little spiky shoulder shield thing you might make for your game. And the basics of PolySketch are, instead of thinking of your work as, for example, if I were going to build, I don't know, a fish in Blender, and I'll explain what I'm doing a little later, but I might do something like start with some sort of cubish shape in PolySketch. It's a little different, and then kind of start cutting and shaping that into a fish, right? Or whatever example. In PolySketch, it's a bit different. So here you kind of say, well, what do I actually want to make? And if it's something like this thing here, you just sketch out the shape of it and keep going. As an example, I'll start a new scene. That'd make a bit more sense. And let's try that. Create a brand new scene. So the example I said was apparently a set of fish. I guess I'll stick with that. So in PolySketch, works with objects. I don't want to get into the technical stuff yet, but it's made to be very, very simple. So there's basically one tool in it. That tool is draw. And again, the idea is, myself personally, even as a I guess, over 10 years professional artist through various jobs, I just got kind of sick of dealing with axes and gizmos and stuff. And I just want to say, you know what, let's make this. So you just draw. So you start setting your lines, you press A to place points, and we try to sort of help you out with little tips on the controller as you're working. So this is going to be maybe the world's worst fish, but that's okay. Something like that. And it's just 2D for the moment, right? And I can add to that a bit. But the idea is then here, it's just like reach in, move some pieces around, maybe this whole part, or start adding some more. So I'll start here, drag in, and say, you know what, I want to go from here, down to this point. And now I got a little bit I can drag out. So I do the same thing on the other side. That'll get a little different. I'll mention that later. Plus, of course, we need some mirroring. So as you're seeing here, the idea is that instead of thinking about special tools like, do I want to cut or extrude or chamfer or start with a certain object, you just kind of think of it more like you would when sketching. So I want to put like an eye shape in here. So I'll just kind of, maybe a little extra line one there, and then pull it back in, and I've got that. This is the world's worst fish. That's okay. So it works very, very simply in that way. I can sort of add some extra parts here. Maybe I want to just add a bit more detail. Let's see, something like that. It looks a little happier now. That's looking close to something that could be a fish. Maybe I'll add a little fin on the top, right? So just like that. This is a good point. So it triangulates itself automatically. That means you can end up with these kind of wonky polys if you're not kind of tracking those, but you don't need to. Just think about sketching what you want it to be, right? So this looks funny at the moment because I guess because it's just sort of flat here. We need to add, just like you would in a sketch, right? You'd add a bit more, like an extra line. So I'll go in here and just kind of draw across and over and start to pull that out to what I want. And the same thing through here, right? There's just not really, normally in a real sketch, I put some lines across there to get the form of it. Same exact thing here. So I'll just pull across to there, and maybe I'll do the same thing here. Now I've got a little better shape, and that also gives me some more, detail to work with. Same thing might happen up here. If I want to make this more 3D, I'll just draw into here, to there, to there. In this case, I'll need to sort of erase these old lines and then do something a bit different. So I'm going to hit the delete button on that, and then I'm going to go up and over to maybe here-ish and start making some. So now what I've done is started to create some things that PolySketch isn't really certain what to do with here. I'm going to pause for a second, take a peek at the channel and make sure nothing is broken. Oh, thanks for posting the link. Indeed. So I started to build this, and because you can do a lot of crazy things in PolySketch, like just grab this edge and extrude it and go crazy however you want, we can't do some of the super nice things that some other apps would do, where they figure out, of course, as a human, you want this to be filled in. We've got to let you do some of it. And if you think of it as sketching and then just filling in, sort of shading in the lines or in between, that would be what we're going to do here. So we say, okay, PolySketch, I pull down the special thing, and we go, you can see now have the outline tool available. So pull special, and that's there. And again, we try to pop up these little helpers, but make sure they get out of your way when you need them. So once I start using that, I can now go in here and just hit the points around that outline, and it should fill itself in. I must have, yep, I didn't quite connect that properly. Okay, restart. We're not live, right? That's okay. So go from here to there, do that one, same over here, and the same over here. So now I've got, a little more 3D to that. I can, of course, just chop in even a bit more detail if I want to keep just moving this around. What I find I really like about this, I made that terrible. I should not have made those edits. Let's make this a little better. As I was saying, what I like about this, for myself at least, is it really makes me enjoy the creative process and not think about technical things. Because again, the only tool you really have is draw, and you can just go crazy and do whatever you want with it, just like a sketch. And the result is, in the end, kind of by necessity, a really clean, simple, low poly result. So it's great for games, for prototyping. It actually works really nicely for 3D printing, I've found. But we're kind of leaning into it works best as like a low poly prototyping tool, because you can build it up really quickly here, and then you can take that and do nice things like just grab it, move it, and set some copies or whatever you might want to do, and then export. So if you try to make this a little easier to see, if you open up the menu, you can look on your hand. You've got a lot of special options. One of the main ones is export. So what this will do is export the entire scene as one OBJ, or something that was really important to us. You can pick a single object, whether it's this one or one you've made a little different, and then say, I'd like to export just that. So that means you can build sort of like your scene here, pick things. You might have a pillar in it and some grass and some other parts, a table. You can export it and do that. So it lets you have total control over what you're exporting. So let's see, I'll just delete a couple of these. I want to go back to the website just for a moment, take this thing off and show where we've got some of our links and such, in case anyone is taking a look and they want to ignore me and just go look at those real quick. So I'll pop this off for a second. That fish didn't turn out quite as bad as I expected for an organic model. Usually I do hard surface stuff, not so much organic things. So a quick note, I want to mention over here, so on the website, we have a couple parts to it that you might want to check out yourself if this is something coming up later. Number one, there's a few videos I've put up, so if you want to learn how to sort of watch, I go real time through a few things, and you can see how to put these together yourself. There's also an entire just section of documentation with some fancy GIFs and stuff like that. So you can just search through this anytime you'd like to figure out how to use it. And then there's a quick start. So we really recommend, as you kind of saw as I was working there, the mindset of PolySketch is a lot different than working in Blender or something. We get a lot of questions about how do I do edge loops and chamfering, and it's different, right? You want to just think of sketching on pen and paper, except it's easier. And we've been told this, so I'm pretty sure it's true. It's easier than pen and paper because the perspective is taken care of for you. Cool. So anyway, we also have Discord, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all the things, Reddit, in case you want to chat with us. And then if you click over on the download button, it'll take you straight to the Oculus Quest store, MetaQuest. So on here, as it says, it's on App Lab. It's a little dangerous right now because it's not, we're still counting it as beta. We know there's a few issues we're solving, but it works great. I'm using it for my own work, and a few others are enjoying it as well. You can hop over here, download it. We're trying to figure out how to make it free for Game Jam folks right now, but basically it's on a try before you buy situation at the moment. So just give that a shot. And then if you want to keep using it, just let us know. Send me a Discord or email or anything, and I will add you right up to the Game Jam channel that we have, and that way you'll have access to everything. And maybe we'll ship some extra bonuses on that channel. It's kind of the idea is we're going to be working really quickly over the weekend on some special Game Jam focused features, and we'll try to get those to you quicker than you otherwise might with just the regular channel. Cool. So I think I will continue building some things. Let's go back to this, and I'll just work on just some ideas. I think I'll go through ones I've done before. That'll be easier for me to remember. Definitely in the channel there, just ask if there's something you'd like to know or you'd like me to build, and I'll just keep working at it there so you can kind of see how it works. Let's do that. And do some exporting and getting things into Unity is my engine of choice. Kind of biased since I also work there, but that's the one I'll be using, and a little bit of Blender. So let's maybe finish up this thing we're doing and go on to some others. Checking the chat, nothing there yet. Alrighty. So actually, this would be a good time. If you're still here, you're still sort of interested, I will go a little more in depth on how the controls work and how to work with them. So to do that, let me go to a more interesting scene. I'm just going to save this, go home. One neat thing is we have these cool little, I think they're cool 3D icons for everything. I'll go to one of my favorites that I built. So this one here was a nice little example. So working with PolySketch, number one, the first thing to know is try to look at your hands. They have really everything you can ever do. So right now it's saying the trigger can create a new object. I can grab and move things around with the gripper here. So I just reach on something, you see it highlight, and I can pick that up, move it around, undo and redo on the left hand, and navigate and the special tool. So navigate is basic for all VR apps, so it's about the same. So if you pull the left first, as it's saying here, and it says waiting for the right, so you pull that one down. And now I guess you can think of it as, if you haven't used this before, or most VR apps, you're going to be sort of stretching and squashing the world, and then rotating it as if you're holding it with like a steering wheel, or just pushing and pulling it back and forth. So it allows you to kind of zoom in, zoom out, push around, rotate, sorry. And that's how you'd get around in here and sort of move yourself around, just navigate. So that's navigating, sorry. And then second, I think, important thing, I should have started with another item actually, is the help menu that we have. So if you look at the joystick, and you want to actually push it downwards, so you're not going forward, backward, or anything like that. Just sort of click it like a button. And that's going to pop up this cheat sheet that we've put together very quickly last minute. And if you look at this, try not to hit anything with it. It allows you to basically just sort of go through and see the various things, like how do I navigate, how do I create, fill, draw, etc. And it should tell you the basics to get started. And you can also click here and go straight to that quick start video, which again is only about 4 minutes, but it'll really jump you in quickly. So we won't go through this, but just know it's there if you get lost and need it. The menu, if you need actions, is the little hamburger menu icon there. It's got a few things like creating new objects, exporting, doing all that sort of things. But let's work on just sort of manipulating or working on these for the moment. So again, I was saying to pick things up, just reach in and use the grab tool. A nice thing about that is, again, pull the special, and you'll see you have extra things. Just kind of test that every once in a while because it changes based on what you're currently doing. So in this case, it says, hey, I can pick up a copy with that. So that means if I grab this, now I've got a copy. And you'll also notice that the little plus sign comes up here and says, now I can also place copies. So again, we're trying to keep it so that you never have to open menus and change tools and do all that sort of thing. It's very dynamic, and it keeps you updated on exactly what is currently available. So I can place those copies. Also, if I look at my left hand, it says, hey, if I pull in this gripper on the left, it's going to start resizing. So that would be how I would just size this up and down, and also to rotate it around as that. Although I can just do that with my hand as usual. So again, keep watching those hands. They really, really help. Let's just delete these extras, and I'll look in at this one here. So if I want to edit this object, and everything in PolySketch is objects, you can kind of think of them as layers, if that helps you. I don't know if it does, but you can move them around like this. I'm interacting with the whole thing, or I want to edit this, hover on it, and then push the right joystick forward. You'll kind of see that we haven't done a great job of it yet. On the right hand, when you hover your thumb on the joystick, and same thing for any of the other buttons, which is really nice about this, hover on there, it shows a little, like, we hope, edit, an icon that we hope tells you edit. Anyway, hover on there, push forward, and now you see that this object shows all its points and faces and such that you can start editing. So this means that all the same things are still there. Again, we're really keeping it super simple, no special tools and such. Still says grab over here, navigate, etc. So if I reach in on an edge, you'll see a point or a vertex, depending how you want to think of it. And I can just move that around. Same thing for an edge or a face. So really simple. And we try to use terms that are more like, this is a surface, this is a line, but sure, it's basically, this is a polygon, and this is a really crazy n-gon, but it doesn't matter. It all becomes triangulated. You can see it here anyway. So manipulation, very simple. If you want to start drawing something, like it shows on your right hand, it says that would be how you start drawing. So I'll draw freeform off to the side here. If I wanted to make a little square, I'll just pull. And you can see that, again, the add point appears and it's telling you, hey, while you're drawing this line, you can press that to add some extra points. This color that I'm working with here is probably not going to stick out very well when I'm working with. Let's change the color real quick. So open up the menu and go to the set object color, and this will change the object I'm currently working in. And let's just make that something much more interesting, like that maybe. Okay, so that's a good note too. Right now it's only one color per object. We'll get around to, of course, having the ability to apply more colors, and even to vertices and individual faces. You can fade it out, stuff like that. For the moment, one per object, and it works out very well to keep things simple, which is also something we're trying to stick to. So I've drawn this shape here, and that will work for anything that you create that, like if I draw a totally crazy shape, it'll fill that in if you don't miss your last attachment, sorry. It'll just fill it in as best it can for you, even if it's concave like this. If you do something else, let me just undo that whole thing. Oops, I'll undo that also. Let's say I draw a shape that it just has no chance of figuring out what I want, like this. Then PolySketch is going to say, I can't fill that in. There's no definite way to do it. If you did that and then kind of started to adjust the shape, as soon as it figures out what it thinks you probably want, it's gonna fill that in. If that's still wrong though, just hover in the face, hit delete, and then keep working and sketching on whatever it is you're working on. Again, the idea is you're in control. Just sketch out whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about manifold, non-manifold, etc. Just go crazy, and then whenever you're ready, like this is becoming something you actually want it to be, you pull the special, the outline appears, and just fill in the parts exactly as you think they ought to be. So this is just kind of a random shape here, but I guess we keep working a little bit. It's gotten a little messy, so I'm going to remove some of these points. Just use delete, hit that on them. As a note, you can also use the select first. So I'll just pull that, and now push that button and just wave over these points. If I hit delete on one of the selected ones, it just gets rid of them all at once. A little simpler. Getting more complex. If I want to do something, let me quickly make this just a little better. Something like sort of pulling a tube out of the side of this. Extrude is a super nice tool. So and it's the one concession or one extra we've decided to put in there that's sort of a specialized one. If you pull special, you see that draw changes to extrude. You also have a couple other things we'll talk about. But extrude lets you draw things, I don't know, like toothpaste, basically. So if you hover on a face or an edge, start with an edge. I think it's the simplest one. So if I go here and hover and then start doing this, now I've got this part pulled out, and I can continue to place copies. So it works exactly like in drawing mode. So I can do this and keep going until I have that shape. I can also do that on a face. Again, I'll pull special, reach into this polygon here. Polygon is a much better word to use than face. Try to remember that. And now with that highlighted, start extruding, and I can just pull that right out and keep going. So that's really useful for creating a lot of things. You can then go in and like resize this. Again, hover on the face. It's all about just nice, quick physical interactions. So go to that, grab it, use the grab button, and then you can see resizes there. And I can kind of squish that down a bit, maybe do this over here, etc. So for me, this is a great way to make things just really organic and free form. Just kind of quickly create things out, and it ends up looking, like these books over here or anything else. I think really nice and lumpy, chunky. All those good words for something that doesn't look like it was just modeled from a box. It gives it a good style, I think. Your opinion may vary. So that's a good point, actually. You can do different than that. So I'm going to delete this and create something a little bit different. In fact, let's go to an empty scene to do this. I'll talk about using the snapping tool just a bit. First, let's check the channel. If there's anything there. Not yet. Okay. Thanks for neat. I've got one person saying neat. I am happy with the entire stream. Cool. So exit and save. Hopefully I didn't break anything in that one. And create a new scene. So here I'm going to try to create something a bit more precise. So if you wanted to do something more level design-ish maybe, or real hard surface, I'll start a new object again. And now I'll open up the menu, and here you'll see this little snapping icon. So if I turn this on, you won't see anything yet, but as I start drawing, it's gonna kind of infer what it thinks you want to do for snapping. So I'm gonna start on the grid or near it just to help. It's not an interactive grid. And sorry, I'm trying to keep my my view where it works in VR. It's cropping off like half in the view you get, I think. Who knows? So I'm just going to start drawing, and you'll see now there's this little sort of dotted line thing telling you, hey, you're on, in this case, a plane matching that point or directly aligned to it. So if I wanted to make this, just something sort of lined up here, maybe I'm making a ramp is a good example. So I go to here, and I can tell for sure that it's lined up. I can kind of see the distances here. And then I'll just, again, as always, hit A to place that first point. And now this one, you see how this has a dot on it? That means it's snapping. So that one is going to snap. And if I line up to that, that one will. So I can come down here to place the other point. Or something that's really nice with this is I can snap to both. So if I come down this direction, it wouldn't make sense for the ramp, I guess. But I can keep it lined up to this one, to the one up top here, and also to the one down there. So I can nicely align it to both at once. I don't want that. I'm just going to come up here and get a nice straight line to come outward. Well, you know what? I'm going to go backwards a little bit first, maybe come down a bit. And it's nice because I know that I'm on that same plane down to the bottom. And I'll just complete that to start. And then I'll keep drawing the rest, right? So I can pull over this way. I'm sticking to that. I'm going to come up to here, and it's going to align to this one. So here's where the two really help. So I can see that I'm perfectly aligned to that one right there, but I'm also still aligned to this one. So I'm on that same plane. So that way I can snap right up to that and then come back to this one. And I'll just keep going, right? So flop, flop. In this case, it didn't complete filling that in for me, so I might have to do it myself. So outline, pop, 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 and it's done. I'll do the same here. Fill that one in and up. So you'll end up doing a lot of this little sketching, and the main reason is that we just again, we allow you to do anything, so we can't make a lot of assumptions that other 3D tools might. So there's a ramp. That looks pretty nice. I'll add maybe a little side piece to it so I can make sure I'm going straight up this way. I could align myself to this one if that's important. Come over till I hit that one and down to here. Oops, that should probably snap to that. There we go. And then maybe I'll just extrude this right out and use the gripper tool to kind of line these things up. Perfect, I was gonna explain this next. So right now I'm getting a lot of shapes to snap to, or a lot of parts, and that's just getting really annoying, right? I have a couple parts only that I care about the snapping. So let's just use those. So what you do is go into any one of the points and you can say, this is important for snapping. And right now we just use select for that because we don't really know if we want to add special, more keys, more buttons. We're quite limited with just controllers, no keyboard. So if I select that point, and then I think the other one I care about is probably this one up here. Now when I go to move this around, you see it's only caring about those 2 points. In this case, what I probably should have also set was this one, because I really want it to snap up to this person here, or this point. So now, and I'll undo that actually. So what I'm gonna get is it'll snap only to that one, and then I can also line it up to that one. So I get that working. And on the other side, same thing kind of, I'm just gonna say I care about this right here. And I'm gonna just pull it outward a bit because I want that angle. And this one I'll do the same thing. So I'm gonna pull it outward. Oops, I forgot I wanted to snap to that. And in this case, I just want to snap perfectly to it. I also want that one. So that'll hit both of those. It's a lot quicker when you're not explaining it, I guess. There we go. So that's looking pretty good. I'm going to select those 2 and then just kind of push this inward. So it's going to keep sticking to those. And I also am going to need that one now because I want it to snap to that. And now I've got a nice little secondary ramp going on here. So perfect-ish. Let's grab that, pull it out, grab that, and pull it. Oops, we need to set this one here. Pull it out. So pretty easy to also do some snapping, sort of. We're definitely working on the snap tool itself. Oops, I exited the object so I can't see it. Sorry, snap tool. It's a work in progress. So it's definitely one of those things. If you try out the tool, we'd love to have you give it a look-see. Tell us what you think you'd like with it. Again, it's a lot more geared towards organic work. So that one's a bit of a test, but it's been in there since the beginning. So let's see, going through other things you can do with this. I guess I should say that let's put a little like an archway at the top of this, right? And something interesting for the player. So I'm going to go to set a different color for this, and then go to new object. And usually the way I like to do this sort of thing, let's pick a different color because we can't see that. Maybe bright orange for some reason. I missed the point as usual. Okay, so I've got this as like a base of the stone for my arch. And what I'll just do is pull special, reach in, grab this, and then you can release that, by the way. You don't need to hold it anymore, just to draw here. And I'm just gonna go around and kind of draw pretty much as far as my, my wrist allows me to. There, not too bad. I missed a little bit, that's okay. I will just, let's see, I'll exit the object, pick it up, and then use that resize to kind of squish it down a bit, make it fit better. So cool. Doesn't make sense to have this right up here, right? So let's just pull this out. I'm going to abandon my attempt to be precise at this point. Yeah, something like that. Gonna just make this look a little more like some sort of level or who knows what. Oops, wrong button. Pull that out. Pull some things down. How it's got a bit of a shape to it more than before. So we've got some parts here that are looking okay. Those will be better up there unless I want to add some more parts. Yeah, so just kind of organically working around with it now. So that's sort of a maybe a area that this arch makes a bit more sense in. And if I want to add some detail in any of these parts or fix up really nasty end guns like this, I'll just drag across, do that. Or I could go in and, like, let's say we want sort of a tunnel to be going on here. I can use that sort of draw into the shape here. I've got that, and I can pull that inward. Maybe grab it and kind of squish it down a bit, keep going. something like that. Looks very, very exciting. If I were to maybe add a few more details here, I'm just going to go around. I could have done this better if I had extruded it a little more smartly, but it's not important with this app, right? I just kind of keep sketching. In this case, I'll just select these. I could do it a couple other ways. Grab them, sort of squish it in a bit. Oops, it looks like I missed the spot there. That's okay. Good learning example. So what I'll do here is, probably just grab this and reattach it to that there. And now it's fixed, right? So you don't need to do any fancy tools to deal with that merge, whatever. I just put it there, and it is there. Cool. So that looks pretty good. Let's go back to this. So I was going to put a few of these around. So if I hold special, again, that says pick up copy. Normally it just picks it up normal, right? So I'm going to pick this up, and let's say we want maybe one over here, and I'm going to go around to the other side of our little level or something and place one right about there. Maybe this one is just a little bigger. Do something like that. So we can easily place little copies like that, and let's add some grass to this. That's a good addition. In our blue landscape, we'll add some green grass. Go in with that green, and actually I'll draw it over here so it's easier to see. It won't matter, and I'll just say grass is going to look something like that. It's a good blade of grass. Maybe kind of pull in the bottom a bit, and I'm just going to connect these because long-time 3D modeler, I hate to see non-quads where I can help it, but it really doesn't matter to PolySketch. So I'll exit this, and now this grass blade, I'm just going to make a copy or 2 or 3, and I go into this one, change it up a little bit, try and keep things a little more random. Same thing over here, so I'm just going to make this more of a chunkier blade maybe and bends down. Cool, so we got a couple different ones, put them together, and I can, let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good. Grab all of those. I'm gonna shrink them, or actually I'll leave them here like this, and I'll just kind of keep that as like my backup one. I'm gonna pull it over here and start adding these around. We need a little better selection indicator. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's place one there, shrink it down a bit, place it there, scroll it up a bit, place it there. Pretty soon I'm gonna punch the monitor by accident. It always happens. Let's just change this one. We don't want them all to be exactly the same, of course, and set that up. So actually I want a few more over here. So I'm gonna come to this side. Another nice thing we hope to implement soon is sort of a copy paste. I like to say to be similar to, if I can say it, like Half-Life Alyx. Awesome game if you haven't played it. Where you have it like on your wrist and you can just grab it, throw it out of your backpack or something. It's a little annoying that you have to keep re-picking it up. So, okay, we've got an extremely realistic set of grass here. I can delete those. Very, very nice. Maybe we want to do something like some steps leading up to this cave area here. So I'm going to create yet another object, go in and pick maybe a darkish bluish orange, something like that. That doesn't make any sense, a bluish orange. Anyway, I'm going to start making some stone steps. So I'll sort of draw out the top of it. If I want, actually that's a little too boring. Let's add something like that. Pull it down. And then one of my favorite things to do with PolySketch is to cut in cracks and stuff. So I'm going to just start drawing across here and make a bit of a thing like that. Just again, very much like you would on pen and paper. I'll do that. And yeah, something similar over here like that. So I'm just sketching those lines in. And then what I'll do is continue over. So this to here, and that shouldn't have happened, but we'll work around it. Let's undo. Undo is going to be better. So doing that differently because I'm not quite sure what bugged out. That's okay. So I'll delete that one. We'll make it a little simpler for PolySketch. What I'm going to do in this case is just draw in the shape of that crack, right? So something like this, and then I can just use outline on it. Be a little nicer to the app. It doesn't know what my silly human mind wants. So very, very straightforward. Again, it takes it's individual steps, right? So I personally really enjoy that. It depends on what you like. This means you don't have to know about complex tools how you would normally do. You have to use a cut tool, and then you have to use welds and merges and whatever else you might do. I just kind of sketch it. It's overall, of course, maybe a few more actual actions, but the result is you can do it just as easy as pen and paper. Again, easier, I think, because at least for people like me, I don't have to figure out the perspective of it. Over here, I want to also add a bit more detail. So I'm just going to draw. My favorite things to do in corners is just draw across the corner and then kind of smush in like that. So it gives it a nice little detail in the corner. That also works if I want to do something on like a longer corner like this. I'll go, again, just down, pull it over. I can cut across that, pull this back out a bit maybe. Actually, I want to do the opposite, so it looks more worn. And that's pretty cool. It's a good looking rock. I'm going to add, I think, just a little bit of randomization on the inside here. So I can push and pull these a bit, connect that over, maybe go from here to here. Like I'm just kind of really just sketching at it, making it random. That looks more like, like what a rocky face might have. This side is bothering me. It looks much too perfect. Sketch some lines, push and pull it a bit. Maybe like that. Okay, much chunkier. Good. So that was much longer than I thought, just for a simple stare. But it's again, it's what I enjoy about it. I really get into that flow state with this, which I was never able to get for a long time. Maybe I just burnt out. Who knows? Again, it was never introduced that, I guess. But long ago, game art and design course, blah blah blah, bachelor degree. Ended up working at a fantastic architecture studio, Studio 2A. Mostly hired me to make TF2 maps, which was interesting, but that was useful. It was fun, and then ended up just using a lot of 3ds Max, Hammer. Enjoyed Hammer a whole bunch. That was the TF2 thing. I'll just keep doing this as I work. And from that, started using Unity to do game design, and realized I really loved. I was actually using Hammer for doing some of the architectural work. I would make it in that, export it, and then bring it into 3ds Max and do work. I just like the simplicity of it, of drawing on a grid and very simple stuff. Let's make a copy of this and place my stone steps here. Maybe I should have made 2 different sides if I were smart. I would have made like 2 or 3 different sides of this. That's what a good game artist does. You make every rock to be, oops, keep missing that somehow, ultra reusable. So anyway, after deciding I really liked Hammer, I wanted that in Unity. Unity didn't have it, so I built Pro Builder with JavaScript, which you might be either offended to know or just amused. That was back when, or actually it was a Unity script in Unity, I guess. They should have kept it. It was great. It was so easy, much easier than C#. Did that. It worked. It was okay. Eventually partnered up with Carl, who's a wizard as far as I'm concerned, who made it proper in C#, and then that we got pulled into Unity. Now I'm there, but also on the side, still making crazy things like this. So that was an unexpected monologue of the past. So anyway, somewhere along there, I lost my love of 3D modeling, and then started doing this, and it came back. I found I can really get that creative flow back. Quite a tangent there. Can edit this a bit. So if I can select it and change the color, I find it easier to just dive into it. So I'm editing, and then the color will just work on that. So I'm going to make this just slightly different so it sticks out. And the same thing on this one. Maybe I'll make it a larger color difference. I'll change that a bit and go all the way up to there. So a bit of a terrible stairway. Could have done a much better job, but that's okay. We're not judging, right? Cool. So I'm getting into it. Hopefully you can see how it's simple and fun and easy, and all this, I could take the whole thing, take it and export that, and I'll have it straight into whatever I'm doing for my game jam, Unity, Unreal, etc. Or right into Blender. I can 3D print it and use it for my board game if that's what I'm making. All those things will just work. Or you know, this is most of the level, but what I want to do is exactly this little clump of grass, right? I can select just those and do an export, and now I've got that little clump of grass I can turn into a prefab or a blueprint, whatever, and scatter around my world that way. Probably the smarter way, really. Always want to work with prefabs and blueprints if you can. Same for this fella here. Okay, let me check the stream and see what's going on there, and we'll come back to this. I should save it. It's not that bad, really. Surprising myself. So I'll save scene. One thing when saving, before I go back to the stream or check the chat, if there's a particular object that you think represents the scene, in this case, I'll say maybe it's this fella here, you can select it and then choose the capture or set icon button in the menu. So that's going to set it as the icon for the home screen. So if I now save and go back home, I should have, yep, at the start, that'll tell me that's the one I want to dive into. So it's, I think, a fun little way to keep track of what you have, especially because we don't have text and all that for you setting names. This hopefully helps you figure out what it is that you're looking at. So one more of the things we'll be upgrading. Of course, you do need names, you need favorites, you need folders, all that fun stuff. For now, you can kind of just dive in. And this was one of my favorites I made a while back. Edited them up like that. Cool. Let me check back on the stream here for a moment. It's looking good. Thanks for telling me. If only I read it. I probably have a very funny shape on my face now from this headset. 441. Cool. I'm managing to burn time like a pro. All right. Let's keep going. So I'll make some more things. I don't see any requests just yet. We still have 15 people on the stream. I'm sure that's in millions or something. It's not just 15. That must be the case. Let's see. So if you're in the app here, again, looking at your objects, if you want to delete something you don't care about, like this little demo scene I was working on, you can just point at it and hit B, and that's going to give you the delete menu. And I'll say, yes, I do want to delete that in this case. To enter it, you just use the trigger. Trigger is sort of like the mouse click in this case. And that'll go into the item. Let's go back out. Also in the menu, of course, you've got these little arrows to dig through your various creations. This is another one I'm really enjoying, making sort of I wanted to be like a math game. I always had a lot of fun as a kid with math blasters and stuff, but I want a game where you sort of have to jump around and pull these levers and grab these parts and smack buttons all over. I found that the Oculus, it's on OpenXR now, which is exciting. I think I heard that anyway. The hand interactions, will my hands appear here? They won't appear in PolySketch. We haven't set it up. Sorry. But they're really great. So anyway, just trying to make sort of a fun little game with this. And again, I love the chunky, weird style that it ends up. I like that. I'm kind of forced to make things that are weird and funny shaped and not think too much about anything exact. That was an old one that wasn't so good. This one was clearly much better. Fitness tracker says I'm more than halfway towards calorie targets. I didn't know I had one of those and that was set up, but good for me. Okay, that's another benefit of PolySketch. Can I say it's healthy? I don't know. Depending on how much you're moving, maybe. We'll put it on the website. So going back home, I'll just keep looking at a couple of these. I think it might be interesting to see what I've built so far. Someone I want to point out, there's a person making these amazing robots, Benerator. I may be pronouncing it wrong. You should definitely check out their work. I'll show it later on the website. Super cool stuff they've been making. If you're looking for like a sci-fi sort of look. So anyway, this one was cool. Got some mushrooms and fun stuff going on. I had fun. It was like a little lantern. I keep thinking one day, of course, I'm going to use this to make a real game. That was the idea when I started it. That was the idea when I started Pro Builder. Still hasn't worked out in either case, but I'm happy people keep using this stuff, and I really hope to see that soon. Super Hot, Tunic, Dusk, a whole bunch of cool indie games were made with Pro Builder, and hopefully with PolySketch soon. If you are, definitely connect with us, or if you're looking to. Like I said, or mentioned at the beginning of the stream, if you want to use this, just let us know, and we'll add you right into the early access channel, or you can click it now and use the try before you buy thing, whatever you want to do. This is a fun little table. I always like things with this where, so if you have, like, I'll just delete a few of these. something that would normally be a big pain in a 3D tool, right? I want to place all these little rivets or bolts or whatever they are in PolySketch. All I gotta do is grab it and then just kind of start going at it, and I can, resize it really quickly with that, keep it nice and organic, etc., and just keep popping these around. It's so simple to do that sort of thing. You don't have to think about, clicking on a gizmo, moving an X, Y, and then the other axis and scale with a different tool. You just kind of do it. You just grab the things and do whatever you want. Table was a good one. Let's go back and see what else have I created. This one, you may have seen in a different tutorial. I made sort of a set of items that would make up like a fence with some rocks and then arrows and such. If you haven't checked it out yet, look on, I guess on my YouTube stream or Twitter or something like that. You can find the new Unity tools. Something that I'm part of is you now have the spline tool. It's amazing. You can finally draw real splines in Unity and do things like, I just had these sort of instants along the spline, and then have the arrows kind of go back and forth along it, and it's totally runtime, and you can just edit it. Super, super cool. Anyway, that reminds me, you may want to check out that. This is a nice little arrow, and this. Here's a good one. So making this shape wasn't super easy right now. It was basically a method of, in case it's something you need to do, ropes can be useful. What I do is draw out something like the general, there's a word for this, whatever. I'm gonna say shape. Someone's posting it right now and probably laughing. That's okay. So let me change the color once again so we can see this a bit better. So anyway, I've got the shape here, perimeter, something like that. Anyway, you've got that, and then I'll just start extruding it and drawing, what the rope might be. So that's pretty good for drawing. It's pretty awful for, like, if I wanted to make this section smaller, I've got to select all those points and then smaller, larger, whatever, move them around. Or if I just want to delete that section, right? So we do have a tool for coming together where you basically draw splines, actually, come to think of it. And then it just gets like a tube wrapped around it. You can control that. So that's coming up. We've built it in basically a little hack week sort of thing, but didn't quite get around to finishing it all the way up. So get in there. It'll make this a lot easier, but you can still do it. Something like this, just kind of go at it. Don't worry about, it's got some real messy, bad things like this down here. I don't know why I showed you the problems. Don't worry about it. Anyway, it's doable. It's quick and easy. Let's check out some other things. Check again, just in case there's anything. Nothing. So it says 1510. 15 times 10. Well, fantastic. Okay. Not as good as 15 millions, but I'll take what I get. It's probably just 15. I made some crepes. Hey, why not? Let's see. I think I was on like a food thing at the time. We built the controllers for PolySketch in PolySketch. That was fun. You can see here they are. We felt that the provided items were just not all that exciting, so it seemed good to make them this way. It's kind of meta, using the meta quest. Let's pretend I didn't make that pun. Okay. Look at this one again a little closer. So this was, again, one of my favorites where I think I started out just drawing this shape all around, drop it in these little rivets, right? Nice and easy to just plop them around. Why didn't it work? I did something bad. Anyway, drawing in these and then kind of extruding them backwards. So to demo that, maybe it's useful. I would basically draw out sort of the shape of one of those little wood pieces. Let's say it was something like that. Actually, I want to point up there, and then just grab and actually I'll do it this direction. So special, extrude it. Now I've got the shape. I can go in and I think I did in a lot of these, kind of grab points and just pull them onto the others so that they weren't quite so chunky. Maybe it'll depend on what I want to do. And again, things like maybe cut across that to make it less of a nasty polygon shape. Up to you. You don't really need to. If it looks good, it is good. Another thing I learned at Studio 2A long ago. That was the prime directive in a lot of cases, at least maybe when I was interning there. That was when they saw me fiddling with things forever. If it looks good, it's good was the key. Yeah, so just kind of built those up, place them around in here, make these little nails, they're usually fun to make, and then arrows. I think I've demoed it just in case I haven't. If you select multiple parts, now you can grab those all at once, of course, and then also, go in and place those, something like that. So adding extra pieces. Also, of course, you can scale them up and down. Cool. I need to undo these things. Who knows what I've done to this poor file? I shouldn't go that far back. Anyway, yep. So that was that one. Let's see what else we've got. Anything that's interesting to share? These, that, and there are a couple. Like I was mentioning, this fella is available. How'd you get there? This one is available if you wanted to download the files, and I go through the entire process of building. It's about 5 minutes, maybe less actually, where I build the whole thing and kind of talk as I go. In case you just like to see exactly how the whole process worked on that, or use it, go ahead. And also one more is available. Is it this one? It is. So just like a silly little wooden pirate sword. I've been trying to pick these simple little ones to work on. What are we at with time? Cool, perfect. To make quick and easy demos for game jam stuff, because again, this works great, especially if you have a VR game. You can go in here and then test this out, make sure it's going to work for your game nicely, export it, and start using it right away. Nice low poly and all that fun stuff. If you try to draw too many polys, you're just going to be unhappy. So it kind of keeps you in check, which is I think a really good thing. Let's see, what else have I built? That might be an interesting example. Fun little lantern here. We'd really like to start adding things like lighting controls and maybe emissive surfaces and such. The tricky bit there, and you know what, the last thing I want to demo, and this connects to it, the tricky bit is part of the exporting and making sure materials line up. So let's actually do that in the last few minutes I have, which will also allow me to take this thing off my face for a little bit. I want to pick a good example for that. Let's go to this one, not that one. I will just use the books. They're always a good example. So if we take this, I'm going to use export to export this scene, or I could pick a part or two and do it, like I mentioned before, but I'm going to do the whole thing all at once. And once it's exported, I'm going to then just, I'm going to exit and take the headset off. And let's bring this into Unity and Blender really quickly. We have a few minutes. Okay, so let's see. Thanks everybody for sticking with, by the way. Hope it's been interesting to folks. So let's bring this, like I said, into Unity. So when you export things, at the moment we don't have a cloud backup or something fancy. All the good things to come, of course. But it's pretty straightforward. So I'll switch into a new desktop here. I just learned that. It's really, really fun to use. If you go into the Quest itself, and then you'll find a PolySketch folder, and then into exports, you're going to see whatever you just exported. Also in here, I want to make a quick note of this. In the PolySketch folder itself, sorry, I should go all the way back. This is just your PC, go into Quest, internal storage, and there's PolySketch there. So a couple really important things. We do have an autosaves folder, and it's just constantly backing up every scene you're working on. So like in that one that I was just in, or one of these, Ice Chunk, every 5 minutes it'll save a backup. They're really tiny files, so it shouldn't matter. You can delete them if you want to. It also saves a secondary type of backup. So the moment that you open any file, it quickly saves a backup of that. And again, that's kept also. So just trying to make sure, because again, it's a beta app. It's been working great for the most part, but something might happen. Check into that folder if ever you need to, and let us know. We've also got logging in there that we can read the logs and see what happened. So in this folder as well, something I didn't mention because it doesn't really work perfectly yet, but you can drop models into this models to import folder. So just drop an OBJ in there, and it'll pop up into your headset in PolySketch. And this is really, really cool for actually drawing around what you have. I should be demoing it. Should have thought of that. Sorry. But it's like a retopo tool, and it's amazing because you have it right there in front of you, and you just sketch right around it. Set the lines and all. So you can get a really nice low poly sort of wrap around that high poly object that you made in whatever other tool, and just make your game or whatever run a lot better. That's a lot of fun. But still working on it. It does work. Go ahead and try it if you want. But we've got to add some extra bits. So anyway, exports. I exported this. What I want to do is pull it first into Unity. So I'm going to grab this. So I can just take both of these. I have found that whenever you're pulling anything, it seems out of the headset, whether they're images or videos from Oculus's own screenshot works or anything, you can't pull it directly into part of, at least in Windows. So I'm going to copy these, and usually I just toss them into my downloads, folder or something like that. And then from there, I will copy them. It's like a two-step over into, in this case, into Unity. I could have just drag and dropped them over here. Should have done that. But it imports. You can see they'll pop up over here, and there it is. So as simply-ish as that. Again, we know we really need to get this something like a cloud or a Google Drive sync or whatnot. But in the future, anyway, pretty straightforward, especially once you have this folder here open. So I tend to sort of set up my windows when I'm doing the game dev work. I'll just have it always connected to the headset. And as I export, I can just drag and drop them right in really quickly. And they should be right there for you. You can use however you need. And then same thing for Blender. So in this case, you'll just go to export, import, pick the right one. Looks like I've got 4 minutes left. And grab the OBJ object. Since we're using OBJ, you get both the OBJ and the material. You want to make sure those both stick around because the material, the MTL file will inform it. And there it is in Blender. Now I have to remember my keyboard shortcuts for Blender versus Unity. So again, same exact thing if you're gonna even 3D print it or bring it to Unreal, whatever it is. Works very, very straightforward. Let's see. So anything special to mention about the import? I do want to say we've been through a lot of tests on this. We realized that colors weren't coming in correctly for some versions. And we found that the reason is we work in linear space versus gamma. You probably also want to do that. It's generally better. If you are not for some reason, then when you import, you'll want to well, what will you want to do? We're going to help you figure that out in the future. Anyway, when we export, the colors are meant for linear space. So if you see things, the colors aren't quite looking correctly, that might be it. Otherwise, of course, just send us a message. That's a good point. So I want to kind of end this quickly just showing a few more points on that. So if I go back to, the other desktop is what I want to go back to. So again, we've got a Reddit that you can definitely jump over to. I should have alt-clicked that. We'd love to see people post if you're creating things or ask questions in there, if that's your preferred location. There's also, as mentioned, a Discord, Twitter page. Just send us an email if you want. Anything like that. And then lots and lots of videos going up. Well, lots. We're trying to get more and more onto YouTube so you can see how we do it. These two are the first so far. Time for water. And try it out yourself. So again, the tool right now is set to a try before you buy thing. It's $10 otherwise. We're still figuring out how to make it a, ideally anyone could just use it for free, of course. We've got to make it sustainable. So the idea is to somehow switch it maybe to paying for more advanced features later on, who knows. For now, again, you can try it out nice and easily. Pick it up if you like it, you want to support it. Otherwise, if you're still not certain, send us an email or something, and we'll just invite you to basically the test channel where you'll also be able to get early access to features, and then hopefully you can tell us when things break. So it's a win-win situation. But that shouldn't happen in general when you're using it on the standard channel off the asset store. Sorry, not asset store, App Lab. Cool. I think that's it for time. Thanks everybody for checking it out. Really looking forward to seeing what you may or may not create. And then there's an awkward 47 seconds or something left. Too quickly. What else can we look at? I don't know. I just want to say thanks very much to the Game Jam folks for setting this up. And again, Javiera from Meta for also helping out with that.
Well, that's it for GGJ Prep Week, everyone. Hope you all had fun and learned something all this week. You can go back and watch the VODs, watch it on YouTube, see all the great presentations that we had from our sponsors, our community members, learn how to use the different tools. And we'll see you tomorrow for the big theme reveal right here on Twitch and YouTube. We'll be starting the show at 9 a.m. The theme reveal itself will happen between 10 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. Pacific times, that is. We have the awesome Alana Pierce, Mary Kenny, and the Mac and Cheese Please hosting. We're going to have interviews with sponsors and community members from Global Game Jam all over the world, talking about, once we reveal that theme, they're going to be excited and talking about that. So I can't wait to see what y'all think about that tomorrow. And then we officially start the jam on January 30th, Monday. Go to globalgamejam.org and sign up now. There's over 760 sites worldwide in 108 countries. So there should be a site near you where you can find folks like you to participate and make fun games in a short period over the week, and then play all those games. Last year we had close to 6,000 games that you could spend probably the entire year going through playing if you wanted to. And we're excited to see what you all make, and looking forward to seeing everybody back tomorrow for the big theme reveal event. Bye, everybody, and thanks for watching.